Round one. Fight!
And
yeah.
Muted.
oh, I had the sorry, I'm late. Better late than never, guys. I was at the Padres game with my family. It started at 1:30. For some reason, I barely get on the air here. So thank you very much. I'll bring my friends in right away. We're gonna have a great one tonight. In the immortal words of one Ripley, get away from her, you bitch.
Whoa.
So here we are. How you guys doing? How you doing?
Good.
Great.
How you doing? I'm floating. I had the greatest after. I just asked you how you're doing, then I keep talking like a motor mouth. I just had the best, one of the best afternoons I've had with my wife and kids and ages. We went to the National League Championship, one of the playoff games. My Padres versus Ethan Van Sciver's evil, pathetic Philadelphia Phillies. We whooped their ass 9-4 or 5, and it was so much fun to be screaming and chanting. And I don't drink, so to watch drunk people everywhere scream about San Diego and all that is very nice. People get very huggy, and everyone's trying to high five you at the game. You don't even know these people. It was a great time. Sorry I'm late, but I couldn't pass this up. Playoff baseball was amazing. So, yeah.
Hey, man,
how are you boys doing?
Sometimes you got to get hugged by strangers, man.
Yeah.
I understand
Absolutely.
the allure of that.
Yeah.
I'm doing great. I gotta say this. My son passed his driving test today, so he's licensed to drive. Congratulations, old man. Good to see you, brother.
Yeah, that's a big deal, man. That's a big deal. That's what you call a big old chunk of freedom right there.
That is. That's
wow,
right.
So
I'll never get my license.
Oh. You know what I noticed about kids nowadays? This is like a stand-up bit. I should have a mic. You know what I noticed about young people?
What's the deal?
What's the deal?
I knew you
AI?
had a Seinfeld in you, Jericho.
Right. They don't have an urgency to get their driver's licenses at 16.
Right?
Yeah.
Because it's
You
all
know,
Uber and
that's-
Lyft and stuff.
It's absurd. It's absurd. I got my permit at 15 and a half, got my driver's license like on my birthday almost when I was 16. Like, what are you talking about? You don't want your license.
You know, there's another drive that's lacking in today's youth. There's a lack of drive to get your license, no pun intended, because that was a major deal. When you're a teenager and you start sniffing 15, even before that, you're dreaming of getting your license so you can drive yourself where you want to go, do what you want to do. You think that's what it is. And then there's a lack of drive to want to lose their virginity. Now, I'm not saying they should, but we come from an era where there were scores of movies where the sole purpose was to try to lose that V card. And it just seems like, and I think maybe it's because of apps, maybe it's because of the availability of porn, but they just know, get out there, talk to girls, like, go.
Oh, no, they're
out.
terrified of girls. They're terrified.
Get out there.
They are, which is silly.
I don't know.
Vic Vega's here, and he's talking about Corey Haim and Corey Feldman in License to Drive, a cheesy 80s movie starring the Coreys. So, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it was about. You know, it's almost like you open the gate to let this stallion out to run. You're free. And they just want to stay in there and eat hay. Like, go do what you're meant to do. Again, I'm not saying premarital sex is what they should do, but there was.
Now he tries to walk it back. Meanwhile, my impressionable kids are watching this going, well, Uncle Jericho said for us to go up. You know?
Get it.
And,
but, you know,
what's the deal with skinny jeans?
Exactly.
What's the deal with nut huggers? Because that's what they are.
Well, listen, man, it's that's why at some point we're gonna need to do a stream where we talk about a movie about the importance of growing up, and that movie is called Major Payne.
Oh,
greatest movie of all time. Maybe you need to get your teddy at the boy's mouth.
I don't call it babying. I call it nurturing. And I call it neutering. Yeah, I need no notes. We can do that movie right now.
I know. I was about to say, it's like,
you
right said you were going to kick me in the face. You calling me a liar?
Just the way that beginning scene where he had those kids lined up and he interacts with them for the first time. His lack of give a shit about their feelings, his lack of caring about where they came from and what their sob story was. He came at those kids at 6,000 RPMs right off the jump. You couldn't do that now. You couldn't make fun of the kid who can't hear. You can't make fun of the fat kid. You can't make fun of the kid with freckles and big ears. You know, you can't do that anymore. I guarantee you, if you tried to make Major Payne, it would be the most disgusting, woke-drenched piece of garbage you've ever seen. Imagine.
Major Payne, and what are his pronouns?
He Major Comfort or Major something else.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. They would destroy it.
Yeah. So Alien, we're gonna get into it. Jericho, you hadn't seen it before, right?
No. It was my first
time. Are you serious?
Swear.
This is one of the great movies. Yeah, and well, here's another one. I haven't seen John Carpenter's Thing. I've never seen it.
Dude, I love that. I love
we've got holes in our resume of movie watching. Like, you can't see them all. Unlike Pokemon, you cannot catch them all. But I do want to say thank you to everyone in the audience. When you support me and Shanth and Jericho, Jericho's channel, the link is in the description. Shanth's great painted comic, Nosfero, the link is there. My comic with David Williams, Truth, Justice, American Way is there. And when you finance this stuff, when you follow us, when you send super chats, when you send all this stuff, you help us to make great art and live these great lives. And I just want to share with you part of what you pay for. My San Diego Padres are in the playoffs. So I was there this afternoon. That's why the show's a little late. Me and my family sitting there taking in the game. We were the third row. We were almost in low Earth orbit. But, tickets went fast. And there's a whole meme with the goose and the Padre goose and all that. They have this hypno goose they put on the board to confuse the other team. But I made this little meme for my friend Ethan Van Sciver, who is a Philadelphia fan, and they lost miserably to us today. But I want you to see some of the behind the scenes, like when you support us and let us, like these great moments we have. Thank you. Thank you for letting me earn a living, take my wife and kids and all that, and just have these electric moments that I won't ever forget. I won't ever forget that. Sports is a huge thing in my life. I played a ton of football and coached a ton, and my son played. They won state, football high school state championship in 2017. And, my daughter played a bunch of sports too. And sports is a big part of my life. And to bond with my family over something like that, thank you. Thank you for all the support and everything like that. It means a lot to me. So Odin Dasco says, go Padres from a Rockies fan, NL West represent. Yeah, I'm from Colorado, and I would rep the Rockies, but they've only been garbage my whole life, their whole existence since 92. So I am mad at the Rockies for embarrassing me as a Coloradan. So I am a Padre fan as of 2004. I switched over. And I did go. I've been to Rockies games in Colorado, and I was there the inaugural season, 91 and 92. I saw a Giants game, the very first season when I was a sixth grader, I think, or seventh grade. I don't know what grade I was in. So anyway, thank you for letting me create more memes, like the little Marky Brooks point here. It's a good time.
30% Zed has it right there. Has the question of the night.
Do you have any idea how memeable that pick was going to be? No, I didn't. And thank you for pointing that out. Shanth and I, but I have a transparent PNG file of it on my phone. And for those of you that don't know Photoshop or graphics, a PNG is a transparent file. It has no background. That's one of the main things about a GIF or a PNG. They can be transparent as far as background. So I paste them. So I was literally walking down the stairs at the Padres Stadium after the game won, fireworks, everyone's going crazy. I took a picture of the scoreboard and then pasted the PNG of me on there. So I'm never going to quit using this meme. I had no idea, but that's those magic moments. You don't know how that's going to happen, and if you try to force them, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. So
Gabe, did you stop to think of how hurtful this could be to your friend?
Oh, he roasted me good last night. We're having fun with it. That's
what I mean. That's 99% of my conversation with my buddies is insults.
Right. Oh, yeah.
Or, especially if you have opposing teams and they're playing each other in the playoffs. Oh, it's going to get bad. This is great.
Yeah. I heard a rumor that Gabe actually said to him, "Why don't you get that titty out your mouth?" Things got real. I mean,
it got real. So thank you. The L Taibs, thank you. I have been to UFC championship fights. I've been to concerts. I've been to sport events. I've never seen anything like this. The people in San Diego are going crazy for this team. It's the only pro sports team we have, and they haven't been in the playoffs in 16 years. I felt like it was the loudest rock concert I've ever been to. The screaming in the fifth inning.
Oh, yeah.
It was a 5-run fifth inning. It was crazy. It was the first time in Major League Baseball history that a brother was batting and his brother was pitching. The Nola brothers were facing off. Thanksgiving's going to be a little funny at that house, huh?
Oh, somebody's not showing up.
Why did you strike your brother out?
That's right.
There's me some empty seats at that table. Somebody's not showing up. Damn.
Right.
It'll be rough.
Right. At least they weren't playing each other in the championship. You know what I mean? So, okay, I'll show you one more thing, and it's like you've gone to your uncle's house for a slideshow. I know. Some of you are probably bored to tears with this. We'll get to aliens, but this is you don't know how special this day was to me. Family's everything to me. To spend time like this with my wife and kids, it's the most important thing to my heart, and I thank you guys for supporting me. I'm going to show you a video of the very, very end of the game, the final pitch, everyone going ape shit, and then I'll stop talking about baseball. Okay, for the night. I'll stop. I know this is boring. Some of you, just bear with me here. It's a thank you to you. So it was insane.
Metallica.
And it's the final. That's me screaming like a dummy. Watch when he strikes him out, though. It's good.
Oh, people just stand up. I love that.
The fireworks, everything. Oh,
yeah, that's the best. Nothing like it, man.
We got the coked out fryer there ringing the bell. That's 3. Such a good time.
That's the best.
Sitting on the moon watching a baseball game.
Yep. There's nothing like a sporting event, especially when it's playoffs. There's no environment like it, man.
Yeah, it was absolutely amazing. Thank you
That
all of you that support this channel. That you support Jericho, Sean, me, and we're all family men. We're all fathers. We're all husbands, and we love this so much. We love it, and I love you guys for supporting us. Thank you very much. Let me check the chat, and then we'll jump into aliens. Sorry.
Yeah, of course. Yep. Go ahead.
Let's see. Did Bryce did play? He's their best player, but he got out on a wicked double play. We're still talking baseball. We're not supposed to be talking baseball, guys. It's wild. Sports fan beat the Cowboys. Booed Jill Biden. Philly's doing good. Hey, Robbie, more sports ball talk on this show. I watched the Eagles for the first time Sunday night. Beat the Cowboys. That team's going to the Super Bowl. I hadn't seen them play a game this year. Holy shit, that's a good team. They're undefeated.
Nah, they got to get past the Buffalo Bills. Even
they're going to face the Bills in the Super Bowl and lose. That's what I think. So, and the Bills quarterback, tight end, and linebacker were at the Padre game. They put them up on the big screen. So I don't know why they're here. So look at this. In space, no one can hear you cheer for the Padres. I was literally the third row from the top of planet Earth. We bought tickets like the minute we found out they were in this series. So
that's
as long as you're in there, really, as long as you're in the building.
Oh,
that's all that matters.
We were on the first base line, so you saw my view. I was looking right down at home plate and everything. Not first base line. We were on the home plate thing there to the side. But yeah, and then Daniel Russell, thank you. Love the new art drop for Truth, Justice, American Way. Thank you very much, friend. Dude. Eagles choke usually at the end. And let's see. I wish I saw this in the theater. Oh, aliens, you mean? Aliens, yeah. So we go back to in space, no one can hear you cheer for the Padres. And that brings us to
here you go.
Aliens. Now, I saw this at Aunt Martha's house in Poway, California on HBO late at night. I was the young cousin, 7 years old. My brother was 8. My cousins Tim and John are 3 and 6 years older than me. So they were like, what is 8 and 6? That's 14. And then you got the other one. And they were old enough to watch it. And this movie scared me a little bit. It's not too scary. But the part in the lab with the crawling on the ground, we were laying on the ground in the living room.
Yeah.
We were laying on the ground in the living room. So I thought, those things crawl on the ground. I'm laying on the ground. I couldn't go to sleep after the movie.
Hey, guys, hold on a second. I forgot my damn notes. Hold on. I jotted some down. Be right back.
Go get them. And then Sean, so that was my first time I saw Aliens. It was like 1987 or 88. If I was 8 years old, then it would have been 80. I don't know. I might have been 9. I was a little kid, and it did scare me, that part. Pretty good. And what is your early memory of Aliens?
When I saw this movie, and I saw it with all of my friends on VHS, because we didn't get to see it in the theater, our entire conversations consisted only of quotes from this movie for about 3 years.
Game over, man. Game over.
The worst part of that is I learned that I am a part of a Mandela effect misquote from this movie that I am not alone in. And I want to make sure I say this at the top of the movie, because
I hope I'm part of the Mandela effect too. I hope I'm in with you on this.
So there's a part in the flick where they are fleeing the scene, which we're going to get to, and Ripley is just crashed through with the vehicle. And for my entire life, I have thought that what Michael Biehn, what Hicks is saying is, Marines, we are leaving, for years. And I searched it, just to see that clip, and someone goes, and it was actually titled that, and someone goes, this is the most misquoted line from the movie. In the movie, what he is actually saying, he only moves his mouth one syllable. So weird. So many people think that. He is saying, Drake, there it is in the chat, Drake, we are leaving. He's saying it to one of the characters. It's one of those bizarre things. So anyway, yes, you're right. Drake, we are leaving. That's what he says. And I went, dang.
Okay. I wasn't aware of that. Super chat from Lumix for $20. Very generous, friend. Thank you.
Nice.
He's talking about the Padres Petco Park.
Yep.
That's a cool park. Got to see it in 2009. I head down to El Paso. My grandmother's from El Paso a few times a year to see their farm team. That park is modeled after a good time. Yeah, any of you guys get out to San Diego Comic-Con or just San Diego in general, first of all, America's finest city, best city in America. And the Gaslamp Quarter right next to the Padres Park and the San Diego Convention Center where the Comic-Con is, that is a wonderful place to hang out. It's safe. It's popping with restaurants and bars and clubs. It's an awesome place. And we had downtown parking. I won't go into detail on that, but I didn't have to park at the stadium and all that like a peasant. I had private parking. That was very nice.
I don't park.
I say my word. Oh, me and my wife, this is El Paso. When I want to remember something, I cross my fingers and it helps me remember. But my wife likes those British like dramas on PBS. And what I nicknamed those shows are mustn't shows. Oh, I mustn't. I'll walk in the living room and she'll look at me like sheepish, like she's embarrassed because I always tease her about those shows. She's all, I'm watching a mustn't show. Like, you don't have to make fun of it. And I'm, my word.
Oh, jolly good.
I was rather shocked.
I say, old boy.
Listen, we all know Jericho has a monocle. He's not going to take it out right now.
No,
he's like, when he's off stream. No. He's like, children, cut the steak with the white gloves. The white gloves when you bring it to me. God.
Good.
I was going to take it out, but now it's not organic because you mentioned it.
No, it's not organic. I ruined it. Sorry.
Be that like that big fat patriarch, racist woman with the big like 17 or 1800s mutton chops out to here.
Yeah, the jowls.
Oh, you got a super chat there, man.
Like, here we are, another one. Thank you so much from Aruma Faye. Oh, she's been on all the shows lately. Thank you.
Mine too.
Shout out to the Three Musketeers, Jericho, Gabe, and Shanth. P.S. She is currently broke buying Shanth's comic. Bought the bundle. Shanth, you broke this woman.
Dang.
Got to save up to buy yours, Gabe. That's all right. That's all right. I appreciate any support because you helped me fund trips to baseball games with my family. Thank you very much. And it's Courtney, Philly represent. Not tonight.
Oh,
not tonight. Ancient night. But you've got three coming up in Philly. So hopefully the Padres will close you out in 3 games over there. Oh, how you doing?
let me say this too. This right here, because I was just thinking about this today. Because Jericho, we actually are close, like almost right upon your first viewing of this movie. Mm-hmm. I saw this movie when I was younger, and a perfect time to see this movie actually was the age I was. But watching it again and then going through it frame by frame for this, I was like, this is a masterpiece to me. But what is your take on it? What did you think?
I thought it was great, especially for the time. It's 1986. I liked it. There's a scene in the beginning where like this robot cuts open this door with a torch, and the door is
very Star Wars-y.
Yeah, when they're coming to get her. But it goes in the room with this blue light, almost like a blue laser light, and that looked very futuristic. That looked like something they would do now. Yeah, that's this scene right here. But I thought it was great for the time it was, and because it's always tough, especially back then before CGI. You know, everything's CGI now, even if it's here. You know, if it's like a city, they're just CGI. But back then, before that, it was tough to make things look futuristic, and I think it did a great job. I think it was a great movie. When I saw the trailer, mostly the music, again, the score, it sounded very, I don't even know what that sound is, but it sounded very Terminator. And then I get to looking at the credits in the beginning. James Cameron. So, and you know, you can't blame it if it works, stick with it. But you kind of hear those sounds in this, but mostly in the trailer. I didn't hear a lot in the movie. But some of the scenes, like when they get where they're going, you know, when he has the flashbacks and it's the war against the Terminators and the lasers and the landscape. Oh, yeah. A lot of that was similar. But I give it an A, man. It was a good movie. And without having seen the first one, I was easily able to follow the plot. They set it up a little bit in the beginning, but they kind of hit the ground running. They get to where, you know, they get to the action of it pretty quickly. And I thought it was great, man.
Bane Mauler says, now is this the director's cut or the theatrical we're critiquing? I did theatrical on Amazon Prime. You did theatrical, Sean. What'd you do, Jericho?
Same here, Amazon Prime.
Right. And just like you, Jericho, I to this day still haven't seen Alien. I've seen all those other dog shit, Prometheus and Alien versus Predator. I've seen, for some reason, I've never seen Alien. I don't know why. I'm always gonna watch it, and then I never get around to it. I have to watch it. And I heard it's much more of a horror movie. To set the scene here, there's a ship floating through space from the first movie. Ellen Ripley is in cryostasis, and she's been floating for like 57 years through space. Yeah. Hopefully someone will rescue her. She already had a horrible thing with aliens already in the first movie. And another ship just happens to find her ship. They go in there, they wake her up. That's what this opening scene is. They open the door with the welding torch, and it's very reminiscent to me of Star Wars, where Darth Vader's coming through the welded door, the welding on the door in the very first good Star Wars movie. So practical effects in this are brilliant. I think this movie is gorgeous looking, even though it's nearly 40 years old. I think it completely holds up. There's a few moments where, like 2 or 3 shots were like, okay. But the practical in this is really good. So
there weren't a lot of shots where you could see like, oh yeah, this is, you know, all they had, you know, for that time. But it was really good. A lot of the practical stuff was great. The aliens were great once they got to that. So it was really good. I can only imagine what it was like seeing it, you know, brand new.
Imagine this. No. That's a great screen name, by the way. I saw this movie the day after seeing Akira for the first time on Sci-Fi back in 91. Next day, TNT played the extended cut with limited commercials and Lance Henriksen hosting.
Oh, wow.
The late 80s, awesome. The era we cover here on Double Impact, the mid 80s to the mid 90s, before woke political correct bullshit took over, it was limitless entertainment that was so good because it was focused on craft. It was focused on how do I tell a story the best with no identity politics. It was focused on, you know, like representation and all that stuff that's killing art right now. It was just focused on how effing good can we make this? How fun, how scary, how exciting. And you see it. And when you mention Akira, we are for sure going to review Akira on here. It's an animated movie. We haven't reviewed any animation. To me, that is one of my favorite movies of all time. That's a masterpiece. And in my opinion, this is comic books, the Akira comic book collection, it's like 6 graphic novels that are 400 pages each or something. To me, that is the greatest comic book of all time. It destroys Watchmen. It destroys everything. The only thing close to it is what Will Eisner does. There is not a comic book that has better verisimilitude than Akira. The characters, the dialogue, the art, the pacing, it's like a Beethoven symphony. It's pitch perfect at the Akira comic book. So yes, I love what's happening. Go ahead.
Yeah, my mentor, Brian Stelfree, said something I've never forgotten. He said, I was talking to him about art, comics, and all this stuff, and this was a couple of years ago, so this was pretty recent. He was up. I had him up to the college I was teaching at. I had him flown up as a guest artist, and just to take him around because, he's sensei. That's just the way it works. And I was very excited to show it to him, and we were talking shop because he's had a long career in comics. And he said to me, he goes, the biggest issue you're seeing today is not a failure of technology. The technology has grown exponentially. What you're seeing is a failure of knowledge. That these are not knowledgeable people who are using high-powered technology, and the end result isn't good. And you had to know your stuff to set things up like this before. Setting up something like this is not as hard, but you had to have a vision and fight for it to work. Now there's less fight for the vision with the tech, with things like Blender and software that you can get for free that is very light and can do a ton. And the problem is that you don't have any imagination, knowledge, or study of craft. Most people don't know any movies that are in the 80s. When I was coming up, I was born in the 76. I had knowledge of movies going back to the 30s. But that's not how it is. You know what I mean these days?
Right.
Like people's movie and TV knowledge is short. I mean, look at this. I mean, Earth, space station, window.
That part where it goes, because it shows her face and then the scene changes and her face turns into the earth. And there are movies now where those scene blendings or whatever you want to call it, when they fade to another scene, that when they try whatever in the previous scene to be the same shape or whatever is
match cut or it's a match cut is what I think.
There's movies now that can't do that good. That it looks horrible, but this in 1986, like look at that scene. It looks really good. And I would ask that if we're going to do Akira, then we would have to do the first 5 movies of Seagal or Van Damme or whatever. We got to do like a series of, say, the 5 greatest anime movies ever. And I will throw Fist of the North Star.
Oh my gosh, yes.
I'll throw Fist of the North Star and Ninja Scroll.
Yes.
Yeah, if you're going to twist my arm, we can do it. No.
Literally
from Ninja Scroll, one of the more painful. Holy cow, man.
Those movies are great.
Yeah. Oh, a lot of people in the chat agreeing that Akira is fantastic. Yeah, I think Akira is one of the greatest pieces of art ever made. Art T-Bear, he's one of the great Comicsgate kings. I join him on Mondays with Ethan and the crew. He has original animation cells and then the pencils from a scene in Akira. He bought those with those 90s comic book money. Damn. So, yeah. So, but if we don't start telling people what's going on in the aliens, we're going to be here till 3 a.m, guys. Okay. I already made us late being a baseball champion and talking too much about baseball. So, yes. Go ahead.
One more thing about baseball. We are coming up on October 27th, the 1989 earthquake, Giants versus A's World Series. Right. Okay, I'm done.
Okay. There you go. Were you there? Were you there in the Bay Area?
I wasn't at the game, but everybody in California, up in Northern California, they could tell you exactly where they were on the big one.
Do you remember the 93 or 94 Northridge quake in Los Angeles?
I do.
People died in that one too. It was bad.
Yeah.
I was here in San Diego because that's where I lived at the time. I was in 10th grade, I believe. And I spent the night at my friend Brian Giesler's house. And we were going to watch the Broncos-Raiders playoff game the next day. And that Northridge earthquake went off at 1, 2, 3 in the morning. And it woke me up. And that's 120 miles away. And the living room was just kind of shaking. Yeah. And I was like, oh, earthquake. Cool. But most Californians, you'll vouch for the Jericho, we kind of like an earthquake because nothing ever happens. Mm-hmm. The stuff will just kind of, everyone will look at you and go, is there an earthquake?
Did you feel that?
It'll be over. And then that's it. And like almost never anything bad happens.
Yeah.
So then
and the next day at work or around people, did you feel the earthquake last night? Yeah, I heard it was a 4 point, whatever. If it's not more than like a 6.0 or near a 6.0, it's really nothing.
Yeah, but to feel one from Northridge all the way to San Diego, that was obvious. And then it was huge. It destroyed Northridge. It was bad. So, goodness. So, I don't know. Living in California, you just get used to it. And there, I follow a Twitter account called Every Earthquake. And there are thousands a day around the world. So I get a lot of tweets from them. But I find it fascinating. I don't know. I like learning about everything. So,
and that was seismic activity, the seismic activity segment.
Right.
This right here, I was happy. Right now, in this moment, I was happy to see
in this moment
a young Paul Reiser.
That's right.
I was like, man, look at that face. That face is the 80s. That's what that face is. Look at that suit. And I like they didn't go too crazy with the futuristic stuff. Like nobody had big plastic, like those lampshades they put around a dog when they got stitches in their butt or something. Like it wasn't weird because like Demolition Man, it could get stupid. Slight, futuristic, tinge to everything. His suit didn't quite look like, present day, and the uniform and stuff like this, and of course the weaponry and things we get into. But a young Paul Reiser, I was like, I'm back. The 80s.
Right.
Good to see.
And he plays this part good.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to spoil anything, but yeah.
He kind of plays the same part in Stranger Things. He's just older.
Oh, yeah.
Like that kind of this is the facility kind of guy.
This is the thing I gotta say. The acting chops and the directing chops in this are incredible because Paul Reiser, and we're gonna get into it. I know a lot of guys seen this movie. He plays a very complicated character, and the way he shows somebody who is being disingenuous that you believe, but in hindsight, you look at him and you can see all the signs. The way that he shows somebody who is conflicted and convincing himself that what he's doing is okay. And yeah, exactly. He is much more likable in Stranger Things. But here's the thing about that show. That show, I always said that Stranger Things is what J.J. Abrams wishes he could do for Spielberg nostalgia and Stephen King. Truly, it absolutely is. And what it is, and I'm convinced of it, it's because those men, did not grow up on the 80s like during that time. So they come to it with an analytical eye, not with nostalgia. Now that analytical eye produces nostalgia in others, but it's not like watching a show where you're like, hey, remember that time? And that's why I like the fact, Jericho, that you have just seen this flick, because you're not coming at it with nostalgia. You're coming at it from a totally fresh perspective, which is great.
Right.
It's fantastic.
I was pleasantly surprised, man. Pleasantly surprised with this movie. It really holds up. And I think part of what helps it hold up is that it has so few scenes where, technology wasn't, what we enjoy today or even close. So I think that was part of the magic. And this is Mr. Jones, right? Jonesy? Yeah, he's not happy. But this is actually
not liking this.
She's having a dream.
Right. So quick backstory on aliens for the two of you out there that might not know. Aliens are they're the type of aliens, these xenomorphs. So what they do to people is they have this like little spider alien that's part of the different alien. They jump on your face, stick something in the throat, impregnate you. And then one of the big, the black alien with the double mouth, one of those eventually comes out of your chest. Whatever those spider alien sticks its whatever down their throat, it'll combine with that animal. So you get like a half monkey alien, a half dog alien, a half human.
Mm-hmm.
And this we're getting half. And that's what she survived in the first movie. It was kind of what they call in Hollywood monster in the house kind of horror movie, where you're in a haunted house and there's a monster going around killing everyone. Well, you did monster in the house on a spaceship, a space station or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So her and her friends are being killed and thing. She's the only one who survives. She's frozen in the stasis. This ship picks her up like 56 years later. And now she's in the recovery bay here. And in the first movie, there's this insane scene where her buddy, they're having dinner and he got infected by the thing and they didn't know it burst her chest yet. And he's sitting there and it comes out the chest and kills him. And now she's having a dream about that while she's talking to this corporate guy.
I want to be clear about this because the chat is making sure everybody knows this. The name of that alien that hugs your face, the scientific name is facehugger. I love that. I've always...
The Latin name.
Yeah, it's like if Halloween, they go, what's the name of the character? He's called the Stabber. Maybe we should just call him Michael Myers. I'm just throwing it out there. I mean, Stabber.
You remember on that one Seinfeld, there was like a serial killer around and Kramer said they should call him the Lopper or something like that because he lopped people's heads off.
My God.
So anyway,
Nightmare.
she starts like choking and feeling sick, pulls her shirt up, and I guess baby's coming.
Nightmare fuel.
Yeah.
So she had what Gabe was talking about eating the other night, and these are the kinds of nightmares you have. What was it you said you ate that was so spicy you thought you were going to...
Okay, we're derailing as usual. Guys know the Pocky One Chip?
Oh,
there's memes of it. Listen, My grandparents had a Mexican restaurant. I can eat anything. I can eat habaneros right out the jar. I can eat anything. The hottest thing I ever ate was a chicken strip from Main Chick, this restaurant in San Diego. There's a few of them here. And they pour the hot extract on their hot flavor, and it was too hot to eat. I ate like 2 of them, and I was like, this Pocky chip is one of the worst things I've ever eaten in my life. I had a piece that big as a test. I can eat it, but it's misery. And Ethan's trying to tell me, well, if you get your book up to 30,000, 40,000, maybe you should eat it. I'm not committing to that. I need a big number if I'm going to eat this fucking thing, because this was terrible. I'll go grab it from the kitchen. You guys move the plot forward here. I'll go grab it real quick and show it to you.
Carolina Reaper. No way, man. I saw one of the best things I saw was that show where they eat hot wings. They had David Blaine on, the guy who eats glass. And he got to the end and he claims he'd never had a Carolina Reaper before. And he like eats one. He's like, no, this is good.
Yeah, right.
It's dark, man.
See, look at the packaging.
So me and my son saw this on the internet, people eating it and they're choking, they're vomiting. They got the boogers and the tears and everything coming out. And we were like laughing. I said, we should do that. So I went on Amazon to find these and they just didn't have them because they only release them like once a year. And this is the 2021. So it's stale. I bit it and it's stale. So fucking hot, this stupid thing. And when I was driving to Colorado to visit my dad like a year ago, I was driving home. It was last September. It was a year ago. I stopped at a Flying J somewhere in the middle of Utah, and they had a rack of these. This has 1 corn chip in it for $7. So I bought 2, and my son has refused to eat it with me after watching the videos. So,
can't blame him.
So I will eat this thing, but I'm going to need a lot of money. So I took 1 bite and then put it in a Ziploc bag in there. So there's the evil chip in there. You can see the brown. This thing is fucking one of the worst things I've ever eaten in my life.
How long did it last?
Oh, only about 15 minutes. But I only ate a piece like a half an inch, like a rectangle that big. It was late at night, like 10 p.m. I'm like, I'm not eating something that hot at 10. Then you go to bed. Then you have heartburn. I wasn't going to do that. So if I eat that thing, I got to eat it like at lunchtime so I can have it digest. So, hold on. We got to get to Aliens. We got to tell people about this. Aliens is action movie, basically Terminator with aliens. Sure. Same director, you know what I mean? Same people, some of the same people behind it. So, Aliens is definitely action. And I haven't seen it, but I've heard Alien, the first, is a horror movie. So, yes, thank you for the $2 and Nate's memes. Camel Moon for $2. Go back, Boots and Heels. It's great. My mom said so. Camel, put the link in there. Camel Moon is a great part of Comicsgate, and he has a book. Covers by my good friend Dan Lawless. Please check out Boots and Heels on Indiegogo. It's Camel. It's an action adventure book, or is it comedy? I haven't looked at it yet.
Time travel, action adventure. Yeah, if you guys haven't backed Boots and Heels, take a look at it. He's drawn all of the books. It's going to be a massive story. I think it's the first 3 volumes, if I'm not mistaken, that you're getting when you back that campaign. Camel, correct me if I'm wrong. And what's interesting to me about it is he was talking about his view on time travel and thinking out how things affect things. He's written the series in such a way that because this is the way Camel thinks. He's written the series in such a way that there's going to be, as you read it, there'll be things that happen in issue 4 that you're dealing with that you don't notice, that when you get later in the book, you're going to know why they happen suddenly because of that sort of aspect of it. So he's really thinking it through. And Dan Lawless did some beautiful artwork for it as well. He's collaborated with him on it. And then, of course, Camel is doing the interiors and the colors, and it's looking great. So everybody check it out. Yep. Yeah,
please check it out. Boots and Heels on Indiegogo. Old Dirty Fatty, did it burn on the way out? That doesn't happen to me. I don't know. Once I eat it, I'm fine. I can eat jalapenos by the handful, habaneros. I grew up in a Mexican restaurant, and I don't know if tongue sensitivity to spice is like genetic or is it something you can learn. I don't think it's something you can learn. It's not like it's a muscle you can train. I got a great stomach. I could eat whatever. I don't get doesn't bother me. But I knew if I ate that thing and laid down, I would not be. The great Yaphet Kotto from Homicide, Life on the Street, one of my favorite cop shows from the 90s on NBC.
Shout out to Yaphet Kotto.
Right.
He's got to be in that. He's got to be in the 80s capsule too.
Right.
Yep. No, Jericho. Get in this capsule.
You have to, man. Yeah, Yaphet Kotto, man. He's the best. And speaking of Terminator, with aliens, there are a lot of actors in this movie that was in Terminators. A few of them. Reese, from the first one was in there, and also she played the stepmom in the second in Terminator 2. She also was one of the, was it Rita? She was one of the cops in Lethal Weapon 2. She got blown up on the diving board.
Bill Paxton.
Bill Paxton. He was in Predator.
He was in Terminator 1. He was a gang member.
Yeah, when he got his clothes.
Oh, really?
Yeah, when he got his clothes for 5 seconds.
Reached into that dude's
right,
chest.
he's the punk rock kid, right? That Arnold robbed.
R.I.P. R.I.P. Mr. Paxton.
Oh, that's right. He passed away in the last year or two.
Scotty
S. Scotty S. Thank you for $4.99. James Cameron is on the short list of directors who can create a sequel rivaling the original, if not best at it. Yeah, I'm curious about the Avatar movies. Looking back on Avatar 1, it was a visual spectacle, but like, I feel like I don't care about Avatar. I don't dislike it, but I'm like, I don't care. So I don't know. Hopefully the second and third and fourth one that's coming out soon are good. I don't know.
Yeah, I think Avatar was huge when it came out. Pretty much everybody saw it, but I don't think it had the cultural impact that movies before it might have. But it's James Cameron. It's going to be good. I mean, the Terminator, Alien, Titanic. I mean, the list goes on. He's really.
I'm still waiting. Really, I was hoping that he was going to do a sequel to the movie Abyss. I don't know if you guys have seen the movie The Abyss.
I remember that.
Yeah, I was hoping he'd do a sequel called Son of Abyss.
I like it.
I'll be here all week. Try the veal. Huh?
Oh, tip your waitress.
It's got to be Try the Bouillabaisse. Jericho.
Right.
Hey, please, try the bouillabaisse. We got 50 gallons back there.
Hey, we got to finish this. I can't throw this out. Have a couple 2-3 bowls. Mortal V, they come out at night, mostly. Oh, no, it's they mostly come out at night, mostly. I've been making fun of that for like 20 years with my wife because we saw it. I don't watch South Park, but somehow I saw 5 minutes of it, and they said that on there. And my wife had never seen Aliens before 3 days ago. She liked it. And my wife is one of those people that gets really scared when something happens in the movie. So when we're on the couch watching, I'll put my hand on like her thigh or her neck because I know the jump scare is coming. And when the jump scare, I'll just go like that, and then she'll jump to the ceiling. It's really fun to me to harass her. Like.
The win.
But she didn't know why I've been saying this for 20 years. So when she heard it in the movie, she thought it was hilarious. So yes, I'm way behind on. Dang, I'm another super chat. Lumber's for 5. Wash day tomorrow. Nothing clean, right? What is this in reference to? What am I missing?
Terminator. Terminator 1. When he walks up naked to the group, the gang.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Guys, respect the spectrum when it comes to me. I'm just like
much respect.
That's the one I loved. That joke was abysmal.
Oh, that's very good.
God bless
and listen. Aruma Faye, you can front all you want. Women love when their man teases them.
Yeah.
And I have it down to an art. I'm like Mozart when it comes to teasing my wife. I can't stop. I've been teasing her since I was 15 years old, and I'm never going to stop. So.
One of my favorites is when we're on a walk or we're going on a hike or something to grab a weed beside from one and then go around and tickle her ear with it, watch it and freak out.
Yeah. We see snakes and lizards in my neighborhood. So we take our 2 walks a day and we walk and I'll just shuffle like that real quick. And you go, what is it? What?
Let me tell you something, guys. And all this sounds quaint and sweet, and I love it. But I came from a family that was a bit off when I was coming up, and we engaged in something that was known as the Great Scaring War in hindsight.
Oh, wow.
And I'm talking about things like hitting the back of the car when mom's backing up with your bike and then throwing yourself on the ground. I'm not talking about waiting in somebody's closet for an hour and a half to jump out and scare them. And let me explain how these things end. It ended with all of us sitting at a table together with the treaty saying, I think we all know why we're here. Shit's gotten a bit out of hand.
Please sign here.
Oh my God.
Exactly. Obviously, we wish that your brother was still with us.
Slender 7 last. I'm glad that you guys came to an armistice agreement.
Yes, we did.
My wife, after COVID, we all work from home for years now. I've worked from home for like the better part of 20 years, but she's worked from home since COVID, and she's not going back into the office. She's going to do the home office. But when she would get up in the morning to drive to her job in the old days, I would tell her at night, so honey, one day I'm going to go get in the car before you get in, and I'm going to lay in the back seat. you're gonna get 2 blocks down the road. I'm gonna grab you from behind the seat.
Oh man.
And she said, if you do that, you're gonna have to walk me out every morning.
Dude.
And I always wanted to do it, but even someone like me knows that's too far.
There's a line.
That's too much.
Your parents
But it's so good though. Oh, it's so good, but I wouldn't do it.
My daughter scared me once when she was a little kid. She came up behind me and scared me, which is tough to do because I'm pretty vigilant. She tried it and she got me. And she goes, now you're gonna scare me, right? And I said, yeah. She goes, when? I go, I will. Yeah. Never scared her, but I kept her on her toes.
Look at Double Brewski here for 5. Thank you. Best jump scare ever. My dad grabbed a kitchen knife and hit it until the shower scene of Psycho.
Oh man!
My brother almost peed himself. My Aunt Martha, rest in peace. She passed away July 4th. Aunt Martha. She did not shower with the door shut because she saw Psycho when she was like 17, 18 years old. She wouldn't shut the door on her shower because she was afraid to be in the bathroom like that. Oh. So if you were at Aunt Martha's house and she was in her master bedroom showering, she would go, don't come in here. You'll see me naked and have nightmares the rest of your life. That's what my Aunt Martha would say.
Hey, thanks for the heads up. Huh?
Yeah, thank you,
and let me say this. Yeah, rest in peace, Aunt Martha. And I will say this, Payne Mailer has it as well. That there was another actor playing Hicks, not Michael Biehn. And he got fired early on. And so he stepped into that role, like as a let me save this movie. Boy, that was fortuitous.
And that's why I looked this up too. He was the guy from the Warriors movie. And that's why Michael Bihn's shoulder pads don't fit correctly. They were fitted for that other guy. And if you look at Michael Biehn, his stuff is loose. Everyone else is fitted. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So that was an interesting thing. But guys, we're only like 2 minutes into this movie. But
she's giving the recap here. And talking about the ship she was on, how everybody was taken down, how they were, they landed on this planet, they touched down on this planet, and as 50 years is, transpired since she was frozen, they've got a colony on that planet, and they've lost contact with them. So not only did she not get back like in a quick time, she's been floating out in space, but she's now realizing that they've got this colony. She's describing the aliens. People are kind of like, okay, like your whole crew is dead. There's no evidence of this thing. And you're seeing all the cast from the first, flick in the background, which was a stellar cast as well. I mean, my goodness, they cared to cast good people who are good at their craft in these movies. And of course, there is Ian Holm, who some of you guys may know as Bilbo in the Lord of the Rings movies.
Right.
And he was the android who went nuts on the ship, and why she has as a result, a bad view of androids.
She hates them because she can't trust them.
Synthetics, as they say, right? And she's like, and people aren't believing her. And she's like, listen, fools. That was the exact quote from this. She said, and then they say, okay, regarding the subjects, we're suspended, file status closed. And that is what a smoker cigarette looks like. That catches us up a bit.
That scene in the conference room, I like how they let her talk, because in a lot of movies, they would have been like, no, that's it. We don't want to, but listen, they should be like, no, listen to me. And you're almost saying, let her talk. She has all this pertinent information that you need to know, but she was allowed to tell them everything and challenge what they were saying and be like, no, this is what I saw. This is what I lived. Right. And basically tell them, screw you. This is what I saw. And that guy almost accuses her. Like, there's no one else left to tell another side of the story. Are you sure you didn't? Yeah. She's like, are you saying that I did this on purpose? But they let her talk and say her piece and say what she saw there. I like that.
That you're so right. That's such good writing, because as a lazy writer's device, there's information Ripley has, and this board of directors, they need to know it, but they don't let her talk. And that's how I write myself out of that, how I create that in the story. That's such shitty writing. And you're right, Jericho. It's better that she tells them, no, this alien is real. We do not need to go back there. We do not need to bring this thing to Earth. This is a horrible idea. It'll kill everyone. She does tell them, and that makes what they do even worse. I got to look at the chat really quick. Give me 1 second here. I was talking about my Aunt Martha. Double Bruce, he says, your aunt was Martha? Then Superman stops from killing Batman. And then Martha, why did you say that name?
Because of you, Martha, obviously.
The coordination in the chat, man.
Right, for $2. Thank you very much. And then Nate's Memes for $2.99. Have you seen Leviathan, Deep Star 6, or Deep Rising? I haven't seen any of those. But the cover, the VHS cassette box of Deep Star 6 fascinated me as a child. So I'm making a list right now of more movies, just so everyone knows. And this is it right here. I'm adding movies to it. So when I hear things I like, I'm putting them in here just so you guys know. I have a text edit document open. Right, I have it open as we go. Right now I have Commando, Alien, Akira, True Lies, Terminator, Terminator 2, Event Horizon, Deep Star 6. So as we go throughout the night, I'll add things if I hear more cool stuff, because we need to replenish our movies in the queue.
Same thing. I do the same thing with food. Whenever any food is mentioned, I've got a list.
Ever growing.
Right.
Ever growing. Myself or the list?
No, I meant the list. Always the list.
Hey, why not both? How you doing?
Exactly.
How you doing?
I've got my bacon IV in. Let's do this thing.
See how the collar's up,
Right.
lapels down, the collar's up. Just a little futuristic, twist there. The uniform that Marine lieutenant is wearing, and my opinions changed of that lieutenant throughout the movie.
Yep,
they changed. I didn't like him at first. I really did.
All right,
He was a whiny little bitch who had no experience, and I think that was true to a certain extent.
Right.
Well, you hit the nail on the head, because that was the thing I noticed watching this. Almost every single character in this movie who lasts more than 5 minutes has an arc.
Mm-hmm.
Think about that.
Right.
Incredible, right?
Yeah. These two certainly have an arc. These two have a big arc.
Yeah.
Right.
Huge arc. Yeah.
And they're standing outside of the barracks right here, and I like the idea of the sleep pods. They took that in Fifth Element, and also the co-ed barracks. The pre-Starship Troopers. Pre-Judge Dredd. Like with this, it was rare to see like that. That's not how it's done. But this is another future thing. The future, it's different. It's not men here, women there. They're together. They sleep together. They shower together. But yeah, that was pretty cool to see the co-ed barracks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that reminds me of the co-ed from you just said it, Starship Troopers.
Starship Troopers, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Which that'll never work.
So basically, what that board of directors, they want to go back, and they've lost contact with the colonists there on LV. Is it LV 47 or what's it?
LV 427.
Yeah, that's the planet where they're terraforming it. They have these big, I guess, nuclear powered reactor things that are making an atmosphere on this planet, and human beings have expanded out. They've colonized worlds in this cinematic universe, and they want to go back there. Ripley's telling them that's a stupid ass idea. This thing can kill anything and infect everyone. Oh my God, you bring it to Earth, but they don't care. Like they want to go back there, and she's trying to point out to them that, hey, we've lost, you lost contact with them. Maybe something's terrible. But then doesn't Paul Reiser say, it could just be like a technical issue. He's like trying to downplay
transmit or something. Yeah.
Sunspots.
And this is where she tells him, because
maybe they didn't pay their bills,
She says no. She says, I'm not going back there. You're out of your mind, because of what she saw and the carnage. She's like, I'm not going back there. You're stupid. If you go back there, it's a suicide mission. I'm not doing it. And then she gets to thinking, gets to remembering, and she calls him, what we would call FaceTime now. And she says, you're going to go in there and destroy it, right? This is a seek and destroy mission. This is not, to bring them back. This is not a scientific excursion. This is to kill. He says, yes. He's like, that's the plan. I give you my word. She's like, okay, I'll do it. I'll go back. I'll go back into the shit.
Right. So
Look
they
at this
make their
design.
way to, it's fantastic,
Come on.
right?
It's so good. Sid Mead, man. Killer.
Yeah, and Scotty S points out, come on, guys, Wayland Yutani, that's the corporation that wants to go back to the planet to exterminate the aliens. Definitely not collect them. Come on, guys, Wayland has to turn a profit.
That's right.
Yeah. So it's interesting. There's that dynamic of like corporate greed and putting people's lives in danger. That feels relevant to the world we live in.
I think it was proto woke, though. They were like going, you guys
this
colonize.
This movie's not woke.
No, but I was going to say, you colonize these aliens. That's what he is. Paul Reiser is like, and that was appropriation. We need to bring them back. Oh, man. Paul, don't do it.
Paul, he's the perfect person to play his part. Like you said, he has an arc, and he plays it well.
Yeah. All right. So they're heading over there. and we get this great scene where we're going to get the drop ship, right? Or do we have some stuff on board the ship first? Shant is doing the photos tonight. He helped me out. By the way, congratulations and a big thank you to Shant for doing that. My daughter and I, we couldn't get the photos for this movie, so Shant put this together for us. So thank you. Yeah,
there's stuff on the ship because they meet all the Marines and stuff that are going to be going.
Here they are.
Yeah, it's co-ed, so the women are fighting too. I like their sergeant. I can't remember his name, but he's all
Payne, man. He's the shit.
Yeah, he's all, let's go, elbows and assholes. And he's great, man. Cigar in his mouth.
Look into my eye.
Yeah,
that's great when they've been asleep for months or however long it takes to get from where they were to LV, whatever the planet they're going to. And when the Sarge wakes up, he literally sits up and shoves a cigar in his mouth.
Yeah,
that's the first thing he does.
Had it in his hand. However many months ago they started.
Gabe, move Jericho up. It's driving me nuts when things aren't in order.
Oh, that's right.
There we go.
There. Hey, how you doing?
I got myself next to Sigourney.
Oh. Watch out, Sigourney. Watch out. He's right there. Watch out.
Hey, Sigourney, nice clam.
Hey. But yeah, like he fell asleep or whatever, put in the sleep pod with the cigar in his hand. And before he says word one, that cigar's back in his hand. See, right? Well, that's an unfortunate frame there.
It's an unfortunate frame
because he was more of a cigar on the side of the mouth.
He pulled it out of his throat. Yeah, it was like,
all right, let's go.
They wouldn't let me keep it.
And I don't want to derail too much. We'll get into it, but this movie is not woke at all, and it's before that stuff really, really took hold.
Yep.
I mean, it's been around for 100 years, but this movie is diverse, and they don't. I mean, it wasn't even a thing back then to hit you over the head with it. The Sarge is black. Vasquez is like a Latina lady, but really a Jewish lady in real life.
Frost is too.
Their character wasn't, hey, I'm black. I'm blackity black. Like, no, that's Dave. And he's a full human being with a personality, ideas, experience. Black is like the least interesting thing about him. And the identity politics, I won't go on too long here. That's why they're so racist, Like, he's the gay guy. It's like, yeah, well, there's all kinds of other stuff about him that's important. It doesn't matter that he's gay. It doesn't matter he's black. It doesn't matter she's a woman. These are human beings. And one of the differences here and the postmodern art we have now where it's diversity is they'll put a black guy in, a gay guy in, a woman in, and then they have to be perfect. Because if you give a black gay guy flaws in your movie, you're bigoted. You hate him. That's why he has flaws. It's like, no, characters have flaws. Yeah. Luke Skywalker, his flaw was he was an impatient little brat. And then he learned patience, with Yoda and everything. He learned to be more mature and patient. But at first he was really like, I want to go. And it's like, you have to give your characters flaws so they have a character arc to overcome. So you have all this Benetton rainbow, coalition here of people. And it's not even about their race or their gender. It's about their humanity. And this is how you do it, people. When you have a diverse thing like this is how you treat people like humans. You know what I mean? Not like, hey, it's a black guy. Yeah. I mean, we did add Jericho to the show for diversity's sake. I did. I got a kickback for doing that. But
how would that even work on this show? It's like somewhere someone's looking at us going, you want some diversity? Why don't you have somebody white?
That's true. I would like you to meet my friend Chalky White. Here he is.
He cries milk and farts chalk. There's another thing they did not do is they didn't make the women like, hey, don't talk to me like that. I can be here with the boys. Let me show you. I'm a woman. Like, they didn't do that. The women like Vasquez, she was just badass. Right. And there's
you're totally right. That's the other side of the coin. I forgot it. You don't do anything wrong to your black gay character, and the white straight character is a fucking idiot loser who can't do anything right. Yeah,
he's a dumb
That's how they do the postmodern garbage writing. The woman knows everything. The man knows nothing. The father's an idiot. And it's like, what if everyone was just like a unique person? Some are dumb, some are good, some are bad, but we don't base their goodness on their identity politics. Their humanity. So sorry about that. Yeah.
And this guy, he was one of the South Africans in Lethal Weapon 2. He's the one who got the bullet to the head on the plastic.
Right.
He's all, hey, Mr.
Jericho, when you see this guy, though, I mean, we love all these characters. There's definitely something off about Drake, right? Drake is like, hey, good morning. And my favorite line ever, I used to say this all the time to each other, was, hey, man, you look like I feel.
Yeah.
Right.
He told Bill Paxton that, or no, him. He told
Michael
Hicks.
Yeah, told Hicks that. But
It's
yeah, that's the guy
it's intentionally confusing Hicks and Hudson. They even joke about it in the script.
Yeah, because he calls it. Yeah, he says the wrong thing. He's like, actually, I'm Hudson. He's Hicks. But this is that's the guy from Lethal Weapon 2, and the whole co-ed, birthing, what you call in the military, that's your birthing area, where you live and shower and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So that was pretty cool. And again, you can see some movies, more recent movies, that obviously bit some of the ideas from this movie right here.
Right. So they're all waking up from their nice little sleep, and they got to go get their gruel and go get their clothes on and go get ready to get fresh as a daisy to go look for some alien ass and go kill it. Mm-hmm. But we get to meet these characters kind of one by one, and it's a fun scene where you're going from character to character and stuff, and they're all having little quips. And one thing about writing that I know, that when I write stories and characters, is people say, oh, it's a plot-driven movie, it's a character-driven movie. There's no such thing. Those are two sides of the same coin. Plot reveals character. The things that characters do, the plot, that tells you who they are character-wise. You know what I mean? And the character that they are, then they have to do this stuff in the plot. So those two things are like two pedals on a bike. So what we get is a nice little scene here where we get characterization from these people that moves the plot forward. It's really, really good writing right here. Mm-hmm. I really like it.
Yeah, this guy's a great actor. He played a great character. He played the perfect, leader. But he was a leader, but he was still, in the trenches with them. So they had that respect for him. And he would, there's a part a little bit later where he goes, knock it off. Not Hicks.
Hudson.
Yeah. He says, knock it off, Hudson, because he's talking shit, back and forth. So he allows them to BS a little bit, but they handle their business, but they still respect him. Because when he says, all right, ladies, let's go, or whatever, they don't give him no shit. They do it. So to see that relationship was pretty cool. And there's a scene coming up. I'm sure Gabe grabbed a frame, so I'll wait till we get there. But it's one of those, you wouldn't see that shit today.
Right. Yeah, at one point, it's Hicks or Hudson makes a joke to Vasquez about aliens. And
right here.
They're just illegal aliens. You know what I mean?
That one. Yeah.
That one comes up later. But right here, I'll go back to the pull-up shunt if you can.
Yeah.
Vasquez, she's a real buff lady. She's got the short haircut. And her and Drake are doing the pull-ups. And Hudson comes up behind her and he says, hey, Vasquez, you ever been mistaken for a man? And she tells him, no. Have you? And as an 8-year-old Gabe loved that joke. I thought that was
great
brilliant.
Joke, man.
It's a great joke.
Yeah.
So, that's the moment right there where it happens.
Have you? That's where she said. And then I just love, there's a great part where he goes, Vasquez, you're just too bad. And then they do this little hand clasp, and then and I don't have it. They don't have the frame on there, but she smacks him. It's hilarious. Their relation, like in a good way, like a play. And it's like she smacks him, and it's like he's like, that didn't hurt. Like in the best sense. Like these guys, and you can see their relationship. When they go in, like these are the two who they're your hammers, man. Like you go into a situation, you want these two. And that's what's so great about them, because they build them up that way, and you can tell the degree to which you're fucked, to which something happens to one of them. You know what I mean? Because you're like, if they can't make it, a lot of the other characters, in this are a lot more relatable, a lot more human. But these two are like monoliths. They're like, from freaking, Olympus, for God's sake.
Right.
And there you go.
And Bill Paxton, he plays the shit out of his role too. He's that.
Yeah. He's awesome. God rest him.
The verbose, he's very loud and jokes around a lot. But he's a good soldier. But he definitely plays that part very well. I think he did a little bit of that in Predator 2.
Mm-hmm.
Right. One thing I see from all this good camaraderie and introduction of the Space Marines is you could tell they're battle weary. They're, what I mean? They've been through a lot together. You feel that. I don't know how to say it, like the rattle of their bones, of like that gallows humor. That's what I was looking for. That gallows humor that soldiers have. I never served, but I live in San Diego. Everyone here is military. And I have a friend, one of my best friends from since I was 9 years old. We're still friends. And he served 7 tours in the Afghan wars.
Damn.
And he has the darkest, funniest sense of humor. And you feel that here among these Marines a little bit. They've seen some shit, and it's kind of like, well, we got to either laugh or cry. You know what I mean? So let's just laugh. And it's funny, Jericho, getting to know you these last few months, you got the same sense of humor as my buddy that was the Army guy. And I think that's just like a military thing, you know? So I appreciate it quite a bit. I think.
Yeah, but he also has Jericho. You also have Mel Blanc's imitation voice range. You know what I mean? I mean, and I'll tell you too. Here's something I would volunteer for these guys, for these actors, why they're able to do it. These actors, and you can tell this when you look at actors. Think about it. For every actor you have had real jobs in their lives.
Right.
They've worked shitty jobs before they got into acting, and it builds character. If you're an artist and you've worked a shit job, you know, like a hard job, if you have like done anything, it changes your work. And people who haven't, it's almost like there's something missing in them. That these people, actors had lives before they acted. You know, they weren't like groomed it through, you know, middle school to college and theater and then just given jobs by their parents and their parents' friends, which is where you see so many actors. If you look at them, they're second or third generation Hollywood today. And that's why they're there. These guys had to school of hard knocks. Lance Hendrickson and all these guys, Bill Paxton, you know, coming out of Texas, Michael Biehn, all of these people, they were about the craft, but they had to work for it, man.
All right. Yeah, they did. Speaking of dark humor, this is brilliant. So we had the best chat. You guys are the best. Hit the like. Make sure you're subscribed. Go subscribe to Jericho's channel too, and Shantha and Jetty Art too here on YouTube. Look at this. We're brilliant chat. Robbie13. Dark humor's like food. Not everyone gets it. Stalin.
Dang.
Ew.
Tough crowd.
Oh, respect.
Wow. The chat's bringing it.
Dang. Well,
what did you say last week, Chunt? If you want it, you better bring it, or if you want to get it.
Yeah, you got to bring it to get it. Yeah.
Right, I love that. You got to bring it to get it.
Mike Tyson, man.
So we're introduced to Lance Henriksen, he of the biker gang leader from the great Brian Bosworth. I'm not going to say Brian Bosworth movie, the Brian Bosworth film, Stone Cold.
Cinema.
And we're introduced to Henriksen here in his turn as Android Bishop. And he does this great thing where he's like, do the knife thing, because Bishop can stab a knife between his fingers really fast. But to fuck with Hudson, they put his hand on top of Hudson's hand, and he's going light speed. And as a kid, I love this. And as a kid, I took my pencil in school, and I would do it real fast. And I did stab myself at least once doing it.
Because you're not an android.
Yeah,
I was super fast. I still am pretty fast at it, but I can't do it as fast as I used to. Yep. Love this.
Yeah. And I love his reaction, Hudson, because it's over the top, but he's like,
the whole time. That's what he was
doing. Right. And there's just something about that tiny gap in his teeth that makes it even funnier. I don't know what it is, but just his eyes, his tone. He's so good in this. He's so good in this.
Bill Paxton was the best, man. We lost a good one.
Yeah, jeez.
We did. Yeah, Orson Welles said this about Jimmy Cagney. He said Cagney was a special actor because he could go big without being hammy. Paxton had that. He could go big without being hammy. It didn't feel like it was a cartoon. I love it.
Right.
I love his acting. I miss him. Like, I miss his work. He should be here with us, enjoying the acknowledgement of his career and what he did. It's amazing. Yeah.
All right. So and then he did nick himself, and that's where you find out he's a robot because he's got that milk blood of his.
Yeah. Do they have to make it look like that?
And then
for the meaning of this,
look at the look on Ripley's face. Since I am Mexican and I'm partially fluent in Spanish, the trompa, that's the mouth, there you see like a little bit of whoa, because she just had a horrible time with another one of these synthetic people 56 years ago in the first Alien movie, a bastard, a murderous traitor weirdo. So she's like, nobody told me there was a android here with us on the ship, and she starts protesting, getting angry, and then they try to talk her out of it, like her anger and stuff. But it's a character moment for her there, calling back to the first movie.
She tells him, you stay away from me. You keep your android ass away from me. She's not trying to hear it. They're explaining to her, no, these are the new models. And even the android's like, oh, that was model so-and-so. They were more prone to this, and that. But I won't do that. She wouldn't hear none of that shit. She's like, keep that freak away from me. Freak.
Right. Oh, Scotty asked for 199. Paxton was great in Weird Science too. Oh, I'm going to write that down too on the list.
Look at
this. With Kelly LeBrock, right?
Oh, how you doing, Kelly LeBrock? That was
That was Steven
kiss.
Seagal's love interest in Hard to Kill.
I remember when I first realized I liked women, like, because you're like, as a little kid, you don't care. You're not interested in the opposite sex. You're just like Star Wars, Ghostbusters, whatever. I saw Princess Leia on TV when I was 7, and I was just staring at the TV, and I'm like, in my mind, it's like, what am I feeling? What is this? And I had the same reaction. I had the same reaction at Aunt Martha's house. They had HBO. We didn't. My cousin were watching The Woman in Red, the Gene Wilder comedy with her.
Mhm.
And I saw Kelly LeBrock in that at like 7 or 8 years old. I don't think I was supposed to be watching it, but they were watching it, my cousins. And I saw her and I was like, oh.
Yeah, she's way hotter than Princess Leia.
I've never thought about this before. She's pretty.
Oh, and that song, Sean, Chris de Burgh.
That's right.
And it's only gotten worse since that day, guys. I'm 44 now.
So, yeah, man.
Now
you know what you're feeling, but you still feel it.
Yeah.
Now
I'll tell you this too, man. Jericho has got. Let me tell you this. Everybody on this show is funny. Encyclopedic memory and knowledge polls. We're grabbing stuff out of thin air, and I will compliment Slender Seven Last for remembering Frost line where he goes, I guess she doesn't like the cornbread either.
What is that? What is that?
Right? For that was right here, Frost, right there.
Yeah. Oh, that's right.
He goes, it's the best deadpan delivery. Because Frost is one of those characters, like there's different characters in this. Frost is and again, well, I'll jump the gun here a little bit. Frost is the person that is going to keep it level, right? And that's why it's important to know that about him. He's the person that if you take everybody's magazines because order came down, you trust him with the magazines. That's the guy. And we'll get to it, but and here you go. Space, technology, believable. I mean, there you have it.
I love it.
Good,
Yeah, whatever isn't practical here is a matte painting too. You know what I mean? It's not CGI, so we need this back in movies. The CGI, I think that obviously that's just a money thing from the studios. It's faster. They can underpay and overwork these. I know because I worked for the Hollywood companies for years, and I know people that do visual design for the major companies, all that. It's not a great job. They're great people. They are great artists, but the way the businesses treat them is like a hamburger wrapper. You know what I mean? When you're done with that Big Mac and there's just crumple them up, throw them away after the movie's done. It's horrible the way the artists are treated. And that CGI, they're just one thing about digital. We'll keep going with the movie. One thing that's bad about digital art is editors who have no business telling artists how to make art. Please just check the spelling editors, and that's your job. They want endless corrections and changes because, can't you just change it in Photoshop? Whereas if I did it with pen and ink, we got to start over. But now that we have digital, it's like, I remember working on the World of Warcraft comic book for DC Comics, and the people at Blizzard, the video game company, didn't understand comic book art because they do digital art for the video game. And we would have, an orc or something in the hand-drawn comic, and we'd say, okay, can you turn his head 20%? Can I redraw the fucking page? Is that what you're asking? Because it's not on the computer. It's
kind of done.
Yeah, it's like, you need to turn his head 20%. Like, no, you need to take it the way it is because it's great. So anyway. Moving on. Sorry. Yeah.
And
what's going on here?
Jericho was talking about. This is them getting the prep, and this is when Payne has to sort of check Hudson. Yeah. And that's where you see, and there's Hudson with ball cap back. You know?
Let me get there.
And,
there you go.
There you go. And I should say, and Gorman, I think, is giving the lowdown, and they don't respect Gorman at all. And
they're talking over him and everything.
Mm-hmm. And that's why Apone, who's the real deal, kind of sort of is like, has to step in. And then Ripley says, look, I want to believe that this is going to be easy and you guys are going to kick ass, but you need to understand what the fuck we saw.
Yeah, some real shit.
And, and tries to put a little bit of fear in them. And because they don't know who the hell she is, and she's not one of them. And she's, and because when they first see her and she comes out of cryo, Vasquez is the one who goes, say, who's Snow White? And she's like, Mira, who's Snow White over there? And it's like, but they don't realize how much shit she's seen. And everybody in this, they go from being, it's beyond being a unit by the end of this. Like these guys, like they all gain respect for each other over time. It's one of the most beautiful things in the world is watching that happen.
Right. Special announcement. In the chat is my hermano, my older brother, Abraham El Taib. He who turned me on to one Jericho Green. He told me about some hilarious dude on YouTube who would say, what was it like? Good damn morning, Americans. What is that? Right. Okay, my brother told me about it. I'm like, what are you talking about? He's like, no, dude, he's funny. You got to check him out. What are you talking about? Yeah. So thank you, Abe, for jumping in. And yes, Hudson is the best Marine by far. Abe was there that night at Aunt Martha's house. Abe, you remember, you could verify this in the chat. We watched this, excuse me, I need a drink, with Tim and John on the floor of Aunt Martha's living room, and I could not sleep because of the face huggers afterwards. Terrible. Terrible. Where were my parents? Von Coleman, Gabe and Abe. Yes. We played high school football together because he's only a year older than me. We played defensive tackle, two of us next to each other. Our coach literally would call us Abe Gabe. He would say, hey, Abe Gabe, and he'd wave at me and he'd yell at Abe. And, I got to embarrass you a little bit here. Football story from high school, but it's actually funny. Real short. When you play on the defensive line, they rotate you out because people kind of get tired because you're fighting 300-pound guys. Well, I guess in high school, 200-pound guys. So they'll rotate you in, then they'll rotate you out in different groups of defensive tackles. And me and my brother played next to each other. And a coach called a timeout. We went out of the game, but then we were just supposed to go back in. And my brother thought he got rotated out, like you get rotated out. So now we're a man short, and I'm far away from my brother and the rest of the team. Where the ball is far away from where our sideline is. And I'm waving at my brother like, get over here. We're down a man. Like, get up. I'm waving at my brother, and he just looks at me from the sideline and waves at me. He just, Abe, you thought I was just saying hello. No,
that's glorious.
This is not Al Bundy, 4 touchdowns at Polk High School. This is a true story. What happened next? We were playing Southwest High School, which is 4 miles from Tijuana. They're never any good. That's a very bad team. But they had a star running back, Damian Washington, played high school football there, went to Colorado State, ended up on the New York Giants returning kickoffs in the 2000 Super Bowl. I tackled that guy 3 plays in a row when my brother didn't come in because I had to switch to nose tackle by myself. So I tackled a guy in the Super Bowl because my brother didn't come back in the game. So thank you, Abe. Gave me some glory there. So. But yes, I'm like, Abe, get in the game. Come back.
He's like,
too, man.
He's like, hey.
Charles, do you have any thoughts? And I'm like,
some of the best days of my life playing football with my brother, though. So, he says, you're welcome. Thank you, Abe.
So the scene where when they were standing around when he was talking to him, they cut the lieutenant off. Ripley, she even cuts him off. Now, obviously, the rules and regulations of the United States Marine Corps have been relaxed because, number one, they would probably be standing at attention, and nobody is going to cut off a lieutenant. That's an officer. Right. These guys are like corporals and privates and stuff. That's not going to happen. They're not going to cut him off. They're not going to disrespect him. They're not going to, be talking in the back while he is. No way. And if they did, their sergeant would be on their ass like white on rice. But in the scene here,
they're punking him. They're punking him.
Yeah. Nobody respects him. And he's not deserving of respect. I mean, in reality, his rank would give him that. But you can tell that's the only reason they would respect him. But he said, they're talking about aliens. And then Hudson, he tells Vasquez, he says, she thought they said illegal aliens. That's why she showed up. And everybody laughed. They're always ribbing each other. Now, damn good and well, it's almost like when you're at a hippie's house and they got those beads hanging in the doorway and you got to walk through them. And this woke shit that we have to wade through, there's no way that they would put this scene in a remake. Even though it's a great scene from the movie and we get it. He's not being racist. That's his buddy. That's a war buddy. They're ribbing each other. They're talking shit. That's what you do in these masculine settings. So they wouldn't do that. And if they did, she would probably say it to him. The woman, he'd be, she would say something to mess with him. And it wouldn't be a joke. She would be mad talking shit to him. They would totally fuck this scene up.
However,
this is hilarious.
She already did, but it didn't matter because she did it well.
Yeah.
She already said, have you ever been mistaken for a man? Essentially to him. And that's the thing about it. It's like this. It's like the person, what is it? It's the cry. Nowadays, it's the cry bully. Somebody stabs you and then you shove them to the ground and then they go, you shoved me. And you're like, you fucking stabbed me. It's like you handle it. You don't go and cry to mommy You know.
So yeah, someone defames you and tries to keep you out of an industry and calls you a racist and a bigot, homophobe, transphobe, misogynist, and then you point at their booth at Comic-Con, and then they want to call security because
no, you misheard that.
Yeah,
they'll fight all of you.
This guy, what an ass clown! This guy, he literally wanted to call security because I posted this picture on Twitter. So now it's my pinned tweet. So suck on it. I'm not taking it down. It's staying up forever. And I meme it everywhere. What a colossal pussy that guy is.
Suck on it all the way to the base.
There you go. Even the bonus inch.
Get
a good grip on it with a pair of tweezers.
Even that inch at the bottom, you.
I gotta refill my water. You guys keep it rolling. I'll be right back.
All right.
This part was cool.
Why don't we have these, Jericho? You sir.
I want one.
Who have you talked to about getting these?
I have no use for one, and I want one.
That's
that shit.
Thank you.
That looks fun, and this is practical. This is a real thing they had back then. No CGI. This is a real machine, and I can only imagine what the hell they're doing now. If they had this back in 1986, what is that, 35 years ago?
Yep.
Man, the shit they have now, you probably can't see any of those cables. It's probably fast as hell because this is kind of lumbering because it's it's just for work. But man, it's cool. It's basically a frame, a robot frame they get inside of, and where their hands go, those arms go, and they can grab, and they raise their feet and it walks. That shit was cool, man. That was really cool. And she goes up to him and says, what can I do? And the Sarge says, well, she says, anything I can do. Well, what can you do? She says, well, I can work that loader. And he's like, what? Yeah, I'm authorized, or I'm qualified, this level, that level. And he's like, hey, you can use the loader, please. And he's really nice to her too. He wasn't like, oh, let's see what you got, you pencil pusher or anything like that. He was like, hey, the loader, please. And she went over there and started grabbing those missiles and shit or whatever those were and loading them up. It was pretty cool. That thing was awesome. And like I was telling Sean, if they had this, because this was a real machine back then, I'd love to see what they have now, 35 years later. It's probably awesome.
Yeah. Geek Hazu, I think he's on Ethan's shows all the time. Welcome, Geek. I've heard your name before I leave. I just now realized this is Jericho Green. I'm trying to do the emoji. LOL. I used to watch his videos driving. So welcome, friend.
Man.
Welcome. All the welcome
studio now.
Yeah. Only if you like having fun and laughing and celebrating non-woke art. It's not anti-woke. We don't hate left-wingers. We just don't want woke. We don't want postmodern identity politics. It's like telling me
not into communism,
right?
The National Socialist Party of Germany.
Right. It would
those kinds of things.
Yeah, yeah.
We're out there.
Yeah, I feel like it's wrong what happened to those hundreds of millions that died in Cambodia, Vietnam, China, Russia, other cultural revolutions.
They don't mention that. Yeah. They don't mention that body count.
Antoine Dennison, as a kid, Vasquez was my dream girl. I was in love. Yeah. Who among us didn't want a girl with 22-inch pythons and pixie haircut? Love it. So sorry, Antoine, I'm just roasting you. But feel free to roast me, friend. It's a mutual roasting society. He said to himself,
I want to grow up and date a Jewish woman pretending to be Mexican.
Yeah. we all have our types.
Listen, it's specific.
It's very niche.
So I can see Antoine, he finds himself a beautiful Jewish woman, and things are getting amorous. And he says, he pulls out a sombrero and he says, can you put this on?
How's your
Mexican accent? You put this bandana on.
Hi, Papi. He's like, you got on one knee right now.
Not asking for much.
Scotty S for $1.99. Alien Amnesty now. Face huggers unite. AOC. Yeah, I heard her say that actually yesterday. Yes, that's actually true. So
she said that?
Jericho, come on.
I was gonna say. I mean, but that's the world we live in. I'm like, she really said that? Because she probably
and these are the guys. Look at this, folks, because this is reality. When you ask anybody, but when guys say to, I love that when he goes, she's like, I could drive one of those loaders over there. I have something ready. He's like, be my guest. Like, not in a whatever way. She goes up the stuff. She straps in and is carrying it. And she goes, and she turns that great turn, and she goes, where do you want this? And he's like, Bay 12, please. And they love it. because they love competence. People who are
Mhm.
confident and competent love seeing it in other people.
Right.
They do not long for a world filled with idiots. There's this great Ayn Rand quote that I love, guys, and it sums up the relationships in this movie, where it's from Atlas Shrugged, where he goes, to the incompetent person, to the zero, the dream of being in a room where you're the smartest person is their ultimate dream of happiness. And what they will never understand and why they're zeros is to the smart person, to the exceptional, that is the nightmare.
Yeah.
Because to be around other smart, exceptional people, and that's who you're with in this flick.
Oh, yeah. I remember when I worked at Wildstorm, I was so happy to be the puppy there. I got Jim Lee, Scott Williams, Trevor Scott, Richard Friend. These are killer after killer after killer in the comic industry. I'll make this as fast as I can. I inked a story for DC Comics, a Superman story, while I was working in the studio full-time, coloring all day, coaching Pop Warner football at night. Then I would come home and ink Superman pages with a paintbrush. And I'm a very good illustrator, professional. And I was inking, and I was really tired from my long day, and I blooped the line. And it was literally it was like a centimeter mistake that it was sort of half not a mistake. And I was taking my inks into the studio every day to show them to Scott Williams. That's Jim Lee's inker, one of the greatest inkers ever. And he would critique my work and give me pointers. I took that and I said, I'm not going to fix it with whiteout. No one will see this. It's a centimeter on the page. It's under somebody's thigh. I take the page in. I show it to Scott. He's like, oh, I still remember the moment. He's like, oh, this is great. The texture on these rocks is beautiful. And he points right at that little line I made mistake. A layman would never know this was a mistake. And he said, what the hell is this? It looks like you don't even know how to use the tools. That's what he told me. And I'm like, fuck yes, I'm in the right place. I'm with masters, and iron sharpens iron. So you're totally right about that, Sean. There's a super chat, and we'll get right back to the story. Double Brewski for $5. Who looked hotter, Sigourney Weaver in underwear in final scene in Alien 1 or Kelly LeBrock in the doorway in Weird Science? Hey, I don't know if this is a trick question or nothing. Kelly LeBrock all day, twice on Sundays.
Yeah.
Yes?
I just qualify myself because I've done them both. No, sorry, from the Sinatra group on SNL. Sorry,
let's see. I'm gonna bring up a picture of Kelly LeBrock in the doorway, and I'll let all yins decide. Let me see.
Well, I mean, Sigourney Weaver, she can be sexy at moments, but Kelly LeBrock is nothing but sexy moments.
Yeah.
She's a supermodel.
Ghostbusters,
I mean,
Sigourney Weaver.
That'd be like asking who's a better actor, Kelly LeBrock or Sigourney Weaver. Sigourney Weaver kill her every time. But just looks, that woman's a supermodel. Yeah, that's
all I gotta say about this is how you doing?
Hey,
that's
all I gotta say is yeah, that'll work.
Yeah. Yeah.
If that's all you got.
I remember in the 80s, in the 80s and 90s, we were still celebrating the sexiness and beauty of women, which is a wonderful thing. And then the bravery and brotherhood of men. Oh, what a time. That's why we love these movies, guys.
Which attracted the women.
Right. Women like it too, by the way. So. Kelly LeBrock. Oh.
One of the best.
Goodness.
One
of the best to ever do it.
Hey.
That's right. I had it, then I lost it.
And this too. Off the corner, she had a killer accent too. That is a curious thing to me. How a guy can be normal looking, but if he has an accent, women are falling all over him suddenly. Like, what the hell, dude? You take the same guy and you just give him a normal American accent, women don't care. You give him an Australian accent, all the girls are like giggling and just vibrating and like, what goes on in their brains when they hear the accent?
If it's like a decent accent, but if it's like crikey, no, I don't think.
No, man, if I slide up on a woman and I'm like, howdy, partner, it's over. She's in the sack.
Okay, hit me with your best Punjabi kind of pickup lines. Just
oh my
slam
God.
them.
Geez, I'm trying to think if I've got a good pickup line.
No,
I don't know if I've got I don't know if they exist. It's like, get in the van. No, it's
that's not really a pickup.
No, that's not. It's not really. I mean, you pick them up technically. But no, but no. I mean, it's sort of funny. Okay, sorry. Here's a good Indian pickup line. I'm a doctor. Done.
There you go.
That's it.
There you go.
Panties evaporated.
Over.
Just evaporated those panties.
Exactly right.
Literature devil for $2. I need a hero when women told us what they want. Yes.
That's right. It was a hero cologne. That was in Lethal Weapon 2, the commercial. Hero for men. For men. Not ones that identifies for men.
Antoine Dennison, it works both ways. I was a chick magnet in Serbia. So there you go. He has quite a few Serbian children, Antoine.
Serbian poon, huh?
He's trying to force bandanas onto all those poor Serbian women.
Right. Getting some of that Serbian good. You know what I'm saying?
Vasquez.
All right. What are we looking at? Oh, the ship here.
We're looking at the ship.
We're like 8 minutes into this movie, by the way. We
just got past the credits, guys.
We're getting there. This is life goals is whatever this weapon is on the gyro mount. I saw this when I was.
That would be like their version of the SAW, the squad automatic weapon. Right. You know, that the big shotgun or the big machine gun that's kind of attached to each unit. That's I think what would be their closest thing to it. And hers says adios, by the way.
Right.
And you can tell the way she's holding it, those things are heavy. Because throughout the movie, when she's walking, she's almost leaning back, trying to hold that thing up. And again, 1986. So, you know, a lot of this stuff would, you know, it had to be heavy because it had to look heavy duty. You know what I mean? Those guns look like they were serious, you know, because they were about to do some serious
thought
shit.
These I was reading some behind the scenes. These are like Steadicam holsters is what they put these guns on. So this is real equipment, obviously, that existed at the time with like a gyroscope or something. When I saw this as an 8-year-old on Aunt Martha's living room floor late at night, terrifying me with the facehuggers, I thought this was so cool. Vasquez was one of my favorite characters in this movie. I just loved her spunk, her style, how she roasted Hudson on the pull-up bar, her bandana. I mean, shit. I usually wear a red bandana, but I'm in the mood to roast Ethan Van Sciver tonight about the Achilles. So it's a Padre night tonight, baby. But this gear, they're gearing up. They're ready to get in the drop ship and go down and kill some bugs. And this thing is just slowly picking up speed. The tension is growing, and you're wondering. Are these? I mean, if you've seen the first movie, you know. But if you haven't, like I didn't, you're wondering: are the aliens dangerous? Are they scary? Are they funny, like the aliens in Return of the Jedi, like in the cantina or whatever in Star Wars? Like I didn't know what to expect as a kid. I didn't know what the xenomorphs looked like. I hadn't seen any posters or anything about this. So I was just like, but I could feel the emotional drop. It's just picking up and picking up. It's great, the rhythm of the story here. $2 super chat from Scotty. Yes, again, thank you, friend. Jericho, imagine taking these to the range. Hell to the yes.
Man, I would love to. There'll be some blood flow headed to a certain part of my body if I could get one of those on the range. Let me tell you, that would be awesome.
And listen, we're going to Vegas, the three of us. I go there with my brother Abe, who's been in the chat. We go there every year, usually on his birthday, but then COVID kind of shut that down for a little bit. But north of Vegas, I've told you, there's the Clark County Shooting Complex. It's a government-owned one. It's outdoors. We have so much fun there, guys. So much fun. You know, and I love going there. And then in Vegas, you can go to those other ranges, and you can rent saws. You can shoot 50 cals. You can do it all. You can say hello to my little friend. You can do all that. So it's I can't wait to go.
I recommend every red-blooded American male, you need to shoot an automatic weapon. Because there's no feeling like it. I shot an AK-47, and that's a rifle round. That's a 7.62. That's a big dog. And to shoot that thing full auto, I got to show you guys a video sometimes. It's an experience. It's an experience to have that kind of firepower and ultimate say-so, to be the omega to whatever you want.
I love it, man.
I mean, please, if you're ever in Vegas or you live in a free state other than California, you can do that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Do it. Did
you know? Speaking of California, I live here, you live here, Jericho. Judge Benitez, who is a Second Amendment supporter, he's about to overturn the 10-round magazine limit in November, December, and he's going to overturn the assault weapon ban that's at the same time. So it's already been up and down the Attorney General. There's news reports about all over Twitter. You can look on YouTube. But Judge Benitez, he's in charge of this case, and it is going our way. So I'm very excited about that. $2 for double brewski. Phase plasma rifle in the 40-watt range. Yes, that's what that big old thing is. Because it doesn't have a magazine like the other ones. Remember, it has that weird little like clip-in battery thing. The Vasquez.
Great sound too.
Right. Yeah. Very satisfying. Okay. So they're loading up in that like truck van thing, and then that's going to drive inside the drop ship. And come on, who doesn't love a good drop ship from a couple hundred miles over the planet through the atmosphere? This is a fun scene.
And we're in an express elevator to hell going down.
Right.
Gotta love it.
Paxton.
Right. Yeah, he always has those fun comic relief moments with big acting, but like you said, not hammy. Mm-hmm. You know, he goes right up to the line and looks over at Hammy, and he doesn't cross it. So it's great. His character's great. He's so good.
And he has an arc too.
Yep.
He has one too. You know, how he is before they go, how he is when they're there and the shit, and then how he is, you know, at the end of the movie. Yeah, he has an arc too, a very good one. They covered it very well.
As the ship is dropping, we get a little more characterization of that lieutenant, the square that nobody likes. Yeah. Because, you know, he seems like a corporate suit from the other office, and he doesn't really know what it's like in the shit. And they're asking him, you know, how many drops is this? They're talking about different guys. How many drops is this for you? And one of the Marines is like 38 or whatever. Oh, no, the lieutenant, they asked him.
Yeah.
He says 38, but it turns out all but 2 of them or something were simulated.
Yeah.
And there was like
he saw 38 of them. They were in the simulator. And they're all, what about real drops in the combat zones? He's like 2, counting this one. So they were like, oh shit. So we're being led by somebody who has less experience than we do.
Right. And that never works. You know, you don't have knowledge in life if you haven't done something. You can read all the books you want, be an egghead. Oh, I blah blah blah, my master's degree. Well, shove it up your ass. If you haven't done something, you don't know it. Period. And he hasn't done it. So he doesn't have their respect. Go ahead, sorry.
No, I was just saying, can you imagine being, you know, if a country was being led by somebody who had no knowledge? I mean, these are terrifying realities.
I know what you're saying.
Sorry.
That is not cool, man. That is not cool.
I want to get it printed and framed on my wall, that Joe Biden quote that Jericho said the other day. He said, hey, what?
That's what he sounds like when he stands there.
Look.
Have you ever heard somebody being old? That's him.
You can hear him being old.
You ever heard oldness? You ever heard elderly? That's
what
him.
About that shit the other day where he had the little girl by the shoulder? She's like 13, right? She's in 7th grade. He's all, no serious boys until you're 30. That's what I told my daughters and granddaughters. Yeah, and then I shit you not, he closes his mouth to create the suction and goes in her hair. I'm not lying. I have a video of it. It's insane.
And she tells him, she says, what did you say? And then he repeats it. And she goes, I'll keep that in mind. Like the most awkward. Like, you ever seen something so awkward and cringy it makes your toes curl up?
Right.
That's what that was.
Yeah.
Who is letting
like a
him
certain kind of file.
Yeah.
That's sort of awkward and cringy, borderline illegal.
At one time, it was completely illegal. Now they're moving the goalposts on that one. But the only thing that saved her was the fact that she was 13, because that's a little old for him.
Right.
So ultimately, she was okay.
Yeah, that's what people in his world call that a MILF. You know, like it's more that.
Yeah, he was doing lines off of that girl's scalp. It was just
I gotta. I've for those of you that know, I've been having a lot of fun making myself some memes lately. So here's what I made of our friend, the commander in chief. I thought it was good. Watch his mouth. Watch his mouth.
Oh, no, you didn't. No, you didn't. Gabe, you better send that to me right now. I'm going to put that on my Instagram page.
I posted that to all my socials
How
last
dare
week.
you? Send it to me.
Send it to me. Send it to me in messages so I can share it on my Instagram.
I'll send that out. Yeah, I posted that to all my social media last week. I've been having fun memeing on people lately.
Dude,
so,
but
dude, when he closes his mouth right there and goes, oh yeah. What in the F? Someone in my comments wrote, nothing like a little Johnson & Johnson baby formula to get you going.
That's right. Some people do coffee in the morning. Other people do baby shampoo, tearless baby shampoo.
Oh, what in the hell?
That was gross.
Sometimes I wonder, like, is this real? Am I dreaming? Am I on a 57-year cryo ship in space right now? And this is just a weird dream I'm having?
Somebody in my super chats today asked Imagine if somebody was in a coma and they woke up, they've been in a coma for 10 years, and you had to bring them up to speed. They would have so many questions. You would have to say, I'm not kidding. Yes, I'm serious. So many times.
Right.
They're like, wait a minute. He had 3 aneurysms and an embolism, and they still put him. Yep. That's right, man.
Listen,
right.
Jericho, I'm not here to judge, but if you would do that to a person, if you wouldn't let them sleep through this, then that's a malpractice.
I know. They're like, put me back. I'll intubate myself. Put me back in a coma right now. I want to go back to sleep.
Yes.
Double brewski for $2. Your memes. Sorry. Your memes have been epic lately. Yes. One thing the left-wing weirdos in the comp business don't know about me, my brother will vouch for this. He was there. I'm an award-winning comedy writer for my years in college. I wrote like a Garfield Dilbert-style strip for years. I have lots of practice at this. I won many, many, many prestigious awards writing comedy. It's second nature to me. My daughter's a paid professional stand-up comedian. I write jokes for her sometimes. I know how to write jokes, so I'm just having fun memeing all over them. I'll let you go, but I was very proud of this. G4 television got canceled because it was woke. Yep. Tom Taylor's woke Superman comic got canceled, and he tries to lie. It's not canceled. There's a 6-issue mini. The 6-issue miniseries is just to let him finish what was originally in the not canceled ongoing. So I said, Taylor claimed G4 not shutting down to be relaunched as 6-episode mini. So I thought this was a brilliant joke. So like I've been having fun at their expense because they're a bunch of socialist monsters.
He looks like Fred Durst.
That's what I call him. I literally hashtag dollar store Fred Durst. I'm not even kidding. If you go look at my tweet, that's what it says. Scotty asked for $4.99. Thank you, Scotty. What people don't mention is Biden recommended women wait till geriatric pregnancy to get serious about a relationship.
Yep.
That's true. I'm now doctor, but yeah, he's telling people to wait. And I don't know. I'm an artist, not a doctor, so I won't go into it. But I got my opinions on marriage and babies.
Those. Well, at this point, you've been married for over 20 years. I wouldn't say it's opinion. I'd say more. It's more of
that's true. It's
it's
knowledge based on experience. And I'll tell you this: I was talking to my son in the car. He's only 23. I said, "Son, it's okay to get married young and poor, and struggle, and eat ramen, and do all this stuff in your early 20s. You don't have to be a millionaire and be established to get married. You don't. If you are poor and suffer with your wife, and you're renting an apartment, and you're driving like a Honda Civic, and all those things." Life is still beautiful. Guys, you can ask Abe if he's still in the chat. My brother, he lived with me when I was in college. We lived in my grandparents' old house after they passed away. I made $7 an hour at Hewlett Packard. I went on to make a fortune of $9 an hour at Home Depot. That was until 2004. I became a professional illustrator. I make a ton of money now, guys. I'm pretty good at what I do. And the difference between having no money then and having money now is nothing. The only thing that matters to me is being with my family and loving them.
That's it.
That baseball game I went to today, that's all that matters. Money's great. You need it because if your car breaks when you're broke, well, now you got to wait a month to fix your car. My car breaks now, I fix it the same day. So that's the difference with money. Like it helps you with shit like that. It doesn't help you love people or feel loved. You know what I mean? So, So to me, it's not the goal, the end goal in life for me, you know. So
when I took my son for his driver's test today, it's 1 hour out there driving, 1 hour back, and I said it's 2 hours, and I said we'll be back by this time, and he goes, in the middle of the day, Dad, he's like, thanks for taking me here, and I said, and he's like, I hope I do well on the test, I hope I pass the driver's test, and I said, whether you pass or fail, I get 2 hours hanging out with my son, man. I said it's a good day.
It's a win.
And then I followed that up with, but remember when you're taking the test, you're an Asian, not a Bayesian. So anyway.
Okay. That's hilarious. We're having a great time tonight. We're having a great conversation. I want to talk about this because Jericho, you told me you wanted to be on this show with me and Shant, and you have made this show amazing with your presence here. I'm so humbled that you're here, and Shant and I love you here. And the conversation we have after the show, we become brothers. You guys, I'll share this with the group. I don't think the two of you mind. We don't just talk about this show and stuff in our chat. I started a men's accountability group between the three of us. We talk about exercising and dieting. And I wanted to eat horrible food the other night. And I wrote to Shant and Jericho. I said, guys, I want to go to Jack in the Box and eat bullshit. Tell me it's retarded. Tell me it's stupid. And we jokingly, lovingly, Jericho razzed me and I made it. I didn't go eat bad food. You know what I mean? And we do that to each other. And I tell them, hey, guys, I lifted weights today. I went for a walk. And it's like the brotherhood is so important. And all this identity politics, what it does is it atomizes society. So we're all just these individuals that hate each other because we're different. Instead of seeing the unity that we're all human, dude. And when we get together, we can stop being divided and conquered. And off the corner, says it right here. And Jericho, when I told you, yes, please come on the show or whatever, our first conversation, I said this to you. Gotta win this culture war, fellas. The only reason the left has any leverage, it's the only reason the left has any leverage. Once they lose their grip on entertainment, it's over for them. Remember, I told you that, Jericho, like, we got to celebrate these movies and then we got to go make them. We got to make our comics, and you got to keep doing your talk show podcast. We got to be the entertainment from the normal non-woke, the non-piece of shit crazy. And you're so right off the corner. And that's what we're trying to do here. We're having fun, but we're like, we're showing you why this is better and it should be revived, this stuff. And that's why Shanta's making his beautiful pulp action horror comic, Nosfero, in the description. Go buy it tonight. And I'm making Truth, Justice, America Way, and Beef Law. And Jericho's preaching the good word that he does, because we know that politics is downstream from culture. I have kids. Let me make you bigger here. I have kids, and I'm going to have grandkids
like this.
I'm going to have a grandchild in December, and I want the beautiful Western culture of America to be here for my granddaughter when I'm finally gone. And I know we preserve it by making great things that inspire people to be great. And Shanta's sitting here making truth and beauty. You know what I mean? About a brave man fighting horrible monsters, and that's inspiring. It's not woke bullshit. Where Shanta's, I put a retarded illegal alien in my book. Everyone praise me. And that's why I shit all over that.
You took my story. Sorry, go ahead. No, sorry.
That was my next book. Ahead. It was going to be retarded illegal alien.
Damn it.
Back to the drawing board.
But that's why I crap all over this guy right here, because I say I was talking to an industry professional who I won't name because he's not out as anti-woke, but I know he's not because we talk privately. By the way, DC and Marvel, a lot of your biggest artists and writers talk to me privately, just so you know. They hate the woke shit. I'm not lying. I won't name names because I would never do that. But this guy right here is an Australian guy. He's writing Superman, and he takes away the slogan, Truth, Justice, America Way. How dare you be from Australia? Come to my country. Comic books were invented in America. How dare you come here, benefit from our country, our characters, our industry, and then just shit on America like it's no good? Why don't you go work on the great selling Australian hero that everyone knows and loves, that inspired movies and TV? Because it doesn't fucking exist. Show some respect, you son of a bitch.
Yeah, why don't you go back to drawing koalas and wallabies?
Jeez. Oh, sorry. I got heated there. I got heated.
That's the reason why that'll never happen in the mainstream is because we already got all the best Australians in Comicsgate. That's all I'm gonna say. We're making the cool shit here.
Yeah, we got Crocodile Dundee, so we're good.
Amen.
We took Paul Hogan from you. We're good.
That's right.
So whatever. That guy's a clown, and he's benefiting from our country and then shitting on it in the same time.
I hate that.
Jeez.
Sorry.
All right, so they're on the way. We're 8 minutes into the movie. They're on the way through the clouds.
We're 9 minutes in now. We're 9 minutes.
Sorry, my bad. You're right.
This is all my fault, guys. But listen, I want to say this too. This is a big one. This I understand. This is aerodynamic horseshit. Coolest thing I ever saw when I was 14. Awesome. I don't care what anybody says. That if I could have a skull, remove most of my brain, and then missile racks just came out of my head.
Put a missile rack in there. Why didn't they use any of those?
I almost got him.
I would love to have seen them fire some of those, like maybe in an escape or something like that. I mean, they brought like 48 missiles with them.
Right. So they're descending down to the installation, and show that the big pylon, the big pyramid looking thing. That thing is going to be important later. That is the atmosphere creator thing, and it's nuclear powered. Not nuclear, like George W. Bush says, but nuclear powered. I can't miss this super chat. Winter Ranger. Salute, friend. He really is a ranger. Gabe, I'm an army infantryman. Infantryman. What's the problem? With multiple deployments. Thank you for your service, and I mean that. And I can't thank you enough for what you say and do. Been following you since you left DC. Don't stop. We're with you. God bless you, America, and the chat. Hail. Absolutely, friend. I'm a San Diegan. And Jericho, you'll vouch for this because I'm sure you've been down here in your Navy time. This is one of the most patriotic cities in the country. Yeah. We have more military population in San Diego than any city on earth. We have over a quarter military here than you add in your firemen and your police. This is a very patriotic city. I get the chills. I don't cry. There was dust in the air, but at the Padre game, 3 F-18s fly over the stadium, because we have the local Navy and Marine and all that here. And we had a Navy man sing God Bless America in the 7th inning. And this city's all about it, dude. Everyone here is Navy and Marines. The main Marine training base is Camp Pendleton. That's North San Diego. That's Oceanside. So we love our military here. And I'm going to stand up for this country because this country stood up for me long before I was born. I'm never going to let some Australian hack shit on America and the American way. So, add to stream. Let's see. What do you got for me, Sean?
So I got this when I did a portrait for First Sergeant P. Andrew McKenna, who was killed in Afghanistan. I did a portrait for his mother just as a surprise, didn't tell him about it. And the woman who does the work on our cars up the road is friends of the family. And she gave me this, which is a, let's see if I can get this open here, an engraved commemorative bottle opener with his likeness on it.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow, man. A 50 cal round? Beautiful. That's pretty cool, man.
Yeah, that's and I keep this cool. where I can see it to remember where I'm able to do what I'm able to do.
Yeah, and hey, thank you, Winter Ranger, for your service.
Thank you.
Ranger School, that ain't no joke. Airborne Rangers are no joke. They are a very serious fighting force. I'm glad they're on our side. I'm glad we're not on the business end of them. But thank you, man, and I'm glad you made it home.
Right, and my nephew is in San Diego and he flies Navy. Yeah, the Miramar Air Show was 3 weeks ago, and I went to that. That is where the Top Gun movie, that the Top Gun was there back in the 80s, and it became the Marine Corps Air Station like in the late 90s or whatever, with the Clinton's realignment nonsense. Yeah. But I love that place. I spent a lot of time at Miramar is what that base is called. I was just there, climbed up on an F-18, watched all kinds of neat aerial tricks of Blue Angels. I love it so much. Absolutely. And here's a great thing. Someone said in the chat, if you haven't, you've got to see Top Gun Maverick. That movie is great. Here's a crazy thing about that and what we're talking about. And this bolsters what I'm saying. Box office all time. Top Gun Maverick came out in May. Movies that come out in May are not still in theaters in October, except Top Gun Maverick still is. And you want to know something crazy about it. Now, I know ticket prices are not the same year to year. But if you think that the wokesters can own Hollywood and that people like the shit they're doing, you're wrong. We're right, they're wrong. Top Gun Maverick is a throwback to 80s, 90s, 70s action. Yep. No woke in this movie, no identity politics. And look at all-time lifetime grosses in America. Look where Top Gun Maverick is. It's fifth, and it's still in some theaters from May. People, there's a sucking vacuum for non-woke entertainment. People want it so bad. And the secret about Hollywood, I worked there forever, most of the people are not woke. And the woke people are psychotic, Antifa-style, rabid bullies that'll destroy, lie, claim all this stuff to HR to get you fired. They're destructive, like Godzilla-like monsters. So everyone in Hollywood does one of these. Fuck, that guy's crazy. That guy's crazy. I hope he stops. And they're letting these 5% woke destroy entertainment. And you got to stand up to this. You got to. But I'm lecturing too much. You guys, it's not church. But I want to tell you guys, there's a crack in their armor right there. Top Gun Maverick, 5 all-time domestic, and it's not woke. It's classic brotherhood adventure. It's patriotic. It's all of it. So we can win this. We just got to make the quality entertainment.
And you know, if you go to an air show and you see military aircraft, or even if you're at a baseball game or sporting event, and when that military aircraft flies overhead, you look up and go, "Yeah, we're good. We're fine. Don't worry about it." You hear those things go screaming by as fast as they are. Yeah, we're okay. Right. Don't worry.
Yeah, it gives you chills. You feel so patriotic and proud of your country. And oh my God, I love the air show here. Are you going to any up there in NoCal, Jericho? Or
yeah, when they have some. Usually the air shows are around this time. Where we used to live in Salinas, there it was on Halloween. Last year. So yeah, they're coming up. I'm going to go, man.
If you haven't seen the Blue Angels, anyone out there, if you haven't seen the Blue Angels, they go to like 33 American cities a year. You got to see them. You got 5 or 6 F-18 Hornets flying in formation, literally 18 inches apart, spacing between these things.
The Blue Angels are the best. If you have to, check out the Snowbirds. But if you want to, check out the Blue Angels. They're the best thing in the sky right now.
Right. All right.
I'm going to jump a bunch of frames now because someone just wrote, you're 88 of 518.
We're not. Yeah, we have too many photos. We have way too many.
We have too many photos. So they go in. They secure the location.
And see that, but that back there where the lieutenant, he's a little bitch. This is where his arc begins. He gets no respect. Right here, he's literally a sweaty, whiny, I don't know what I'm doing, little bitch right here.
Right. And the Marines are going down, and they all have head cams, so the little sweaty corporate man, the suit, can give orders from afar. and they're going to go down on a bug hunt and see just what the hell happened to the colonists, because colonists have been terraforming this planet for decades, according to Paul Reiser, and now we've lost contact with them. Probably the aliens didn't kill them. They probably just had a communication device. Maybe they didn't pay their cell phone bill or nothing. You know what I mean?
They pay their Metro PCS, so they shut them off.
They didn't pay their Boost Mobile,
Where are you at?
So Paul Reiser, Sigourney Weaver, and Sweaty Lieutenant are watching on the cameras. Everyone else has gone down to go see what's going on. And you can feel you feel that horror drum beat start to get faster. And like there's acid melting through the floors of this very industrial building. Yeah.
She told him about
start to believe her.
Yeah.
Right, because the aliens have acidic saliva and blood. The saliva or just the blood?
No, just the blood.
Oh, just the blood. Yeah, super corrosive.
And Gorman says, all right, we're coming in, area secured. And she's like, it's not secured. And he's like, the area is secured. And so, like, he's always making these judgments to go ahead, and he doesn't know. And, of course, this is where you start to really see that they have found these things, and these things are real. And, of course, Paul Reiser gets too close to a still living one.
Right, and you get a nice little jump scare there.
And we all know what the opening of that alien's mouth looks like, right?
Right.
That's absolutely right. A taco.
Okay, good. Well, a certain shade of taco, but yes.
Hey, that thing looks like
a strip of bacon is what I'm saying. It's food related.
Right. Looks like a clam.
But so they don't say it. I mean, it is, it's living underwater. They don't say it directly, but the implication that I get here is that little shit, Paul Reiser, has talked to the people on this colony. Said, hey, why don't you give me some of them aliens? I'll pick them up. We'll bring them back on the Boyd to Earth, and we'll split the money, which is totally irresponsible because these things infect and kill everyone they come near. And he doesn't give a shit because he loves that dollar bill, y'all.
That's right. So no matter how many lives are lost, he must get that money, no matter what.
Tarantino feet, Geiger, and we'll leave it there.
And here's my man Frost here, who is in charge of the again, he's sort of like your
sheepdog. He's
but he's got
a sentinel.
When he lets you know, like, he's the pulse of everybody. You know what I mean? He's like the steady, person. He's your eyes. He's your, your conscience. And they start seeing, this is when you get, they introduce tech through story so well. Motion detector, something's coming. They're introducing how they say, first there's no motion. Now we're going to show you how it works. And here you go. They've got something.
And they go to infrared later. Yeah, they're showing all kinds of cool shit. And again, I imagine that at the time this was all like cutting edge technology. Like, this is in the future. It's all the guns and the cameras and the lights and the meters and all that shit, which now is commonplace. I'm sure you could take all the stuff they're wearing and shrink it down. That meter thing probably fits on somebody's wrist. All this kept the armor and everything. That's all super light now. But at the time, this shit was cutting edge, man. But it was awesome. And it starts closing in from all angles, and then he tells them, from the weenie sergeant, he tells them, or Sigourney tells them, hey, those are nuclear powered, cooling systems or whatever. You shoot them, you're gonna have a nuclear explosion. So he tells them, hey, take all the magazines out of your guns and just use flamethrowers. And they're like, what the fuck, Sergeant? He's like, hey, you heard the man. So they take them all and they give all the magazines to what was that dude's name, Sean?
Frost.
We're not there yet because we have to discover Newt first. The little girl. That's what's about to happen.
But didn't he tell him to take the magazines before?
No. That's when they go into a deeper part.
Jericho, it's worse. It's once they're already in a very obvious alien hive.
Oh yeah.
It's if only it was now, it would almost be acceptable. But it's kind of like the enemies are like broken through the barricades, and you're sitting there at the Alamo, and they're like, everybody, empty your guns,
unload your guns.
Right
now, use fire.
We're going to hit them with spoons as hard as we can.
We're gonna talk to them real stern.
Yeah,
but what happens here is you see a little something. It's picking it up on the proximity device that Frost has, and you think you're finally gonna see an alien, and a little something darts through, And when they look underneath these
Oh,
pipes,
that's right. He does shoot first.
Right.
Because there's some
That girl
movement
had
or
a
something.
near
Yeah,
miss.
could have fucked that kid up. But
Right.
the kid, like, she's scared, of course, because all the shit she's seen. So she's running from. And I was like, at some point, put that kid in a sleeper hold or something. We got to go. I don't got time to be chasing you through crawl spaces. All right, come with me. I'm going to have to put you out real quick, throw you over my shoulder. Newt.
Yeah, when she ran away, Drake was like, man, I could have taken her. It's like, Drake, shit, calm down, man. I mean, I know you're from South Africa and Lethal Weapon, but you got to calm down. Man.
South Africa. He wanted some cougar
That
ants.
scars changed you, man.
He wanted some
But yeah,
cougar ants.
we find out that Newt, this little girl, has survived the aliens that have been doing horrible things to the colony. You'll find out what they've been doing to the people. You wish they were killing them. You wish they were killing the people. But she's been hiding because she's little through the air vents and through this and that, and she's just able to hide from these horrible monsters. And and then you see, I think her name ends up being Rebecca Jordan, right?
Rebecca Jordan.
And she has a little bit of like a British accent or something, right?
Yeah,
because this was filmed in Pinewood Studios, a lot of this over in England. So that makes sense. They got a local actor, I guess, or something like that. But mostly they come at night, or they mostly come at night. Mostly. That's why I always love that little accent there. But so here we have a little bit of recuperating. This girl is almost catatonic. She barely wants to talk. You know, imagine what she's seen, you know. And there's a part where Ripley asks her about, where's your mommy and daddy room? She goes, they're dead. And it's like, whoa, she's 8 and she's seen shit.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, she's like, they're dead. Okay, can I go now?
Yeah, can I go back to my crawl space with all my snacks and blankets?
And I love this. She goes, these men are here to protect you. These guys are military. And she goes, it won't make any difference.
Yeah. She's like, if you've seen what I've seen, you wouldn't even say that. So it's not going to make any difference.
Right, because when they first started walking down the hall before they saw the acid in the ground and they found Newt, they noticed there was bullets, not bullets, but the markings from bullets. What am I saying?
Bullet holes.
Yeah, just bullet holes everywhere. And it's like small arms fire, like we don't know what went on here or something. So obviously they were shooting at aliens. The colonists had been fighting off the aliens, unsuccessfully.
And
so,
that's not a whole doll. That's just the doll's head, by the way. She just has the doll's head.
Right. Yeah. And on the next, this right here with Bishop, this is a wink to the first movie where the android was a traitor. So now he's messing with the face hugger. It's fascinating, is what he says, or something like that. And now you're like, whoa, is Bishop, like, is he a bastard like the other android? So that's a nice little, they stick that in the movie there too.
And he played the hell out of his part too.
He's
right.
Lance Henriksen, dude, he played, you almost thought he was like almost like a part robot or something. He played it very well.
Right.
And then they locate the colonists and they go, all their life transponders or whatever that they have on them, because everybody who's a colonist gets these things so they can keep track of them. And they find out that they're all, near that cooling tower. They're all in it for some reason.
Yeah,
that's where their monitors are. And of course, there's I love this. I didn't get it, but if you look at it, it's got a turret on the top, and for low clearance, it slides down the vehicle.
Yeah.
So
that
cool.
was a fun
That's
little
attention
move.
to detail right there, man. Yeah, that was pretty awesome. It kind of went down and folded up behind it. That shit was cool, man. I noticed that too.
I love that,
awesome.
you've seen this movie, because when I didn't know that you hadn't seen it, and I think now that I think about this, your love of attention to detail, it's like what's bullshit and not when you watch these movies, Jericho. But at the same time, you can applaud because you love imaginative fiction and you love the action and you love the storytelling. You can tip your hat to the stuff where you go, okay, these people actually thought about shit.
Yeah, they could have gone through an opening that was big enough or not have the turret on it at all. But that was cool that it went down and folded up behind it. That shit was great attention to detail. Did Bishop go in the tunnel yet?
Not yet.
No, that's woo.
Because I got something to say about that.
Right.
Oh yeah, and again, my dream weapon right there. It's some bullshit.
Dude, nothing can withstand that. No living, breathing thing can withstand the hellfire from one of those saws or whatever they call them in the movie. Those things look badass.
Yeah, so they're headed down, descending into hell like Dante, and to go see what's what down there. This is the part where Ripley it tells them, it's a nuclear reactor, whatever. If they use those 5 rounds, they're gonna blow shit up. They can't do that. You know what I mean? So the boss tells them, take their magazines. So the chief or the sergeant takes everybody's magazine, gives them all the frost, and now they're going to have to fight with flamethrowers. I think Michael Biehn has a shotgun, but Vasquez, she saves a little bit. Hers runs on batteries. It's like a laser weapon. She has an extra one that she's hidden,
the plasma.
and one for Drake. Her and Drake have a little extra plasma, so they're not going to listen to instructions. They're going to watch each other's asses, which I find admirable.
And Hudson,
this is new.
Hudson's the one that has the pistol grip shotgun that he takes out. He's I keep this one for close encounters. And then now this is the first time you're actually seeing the alien, whatever this is, them building
hive.
Nest.
Yeah, this is in any movie. This is the first time you see what they make when there's enough of them, because you've only seen the spaceship and all the other stuff in the first one. They show a spaceship and the eggs and all this other stuff. It's a little vague, but this is what these insect-like bugs make. You know, when they've taken over a place. And when you saw this wide shot, when they zoom out and they give you that note, that is the first time you're seeing it as an audience member. And they're building the lore, and it's freaking terrifying.
Look at that, like the hallways like vertebrae going down. Geiger, whatever it is. Brilliant artist.
Here's
where she says it.
That's where he's at his most bitch. The lieutenant right here sweating. Oh god, he's like, shit, like, oh, this dude's worthless. Absolutely
so true, man.
Real quick, Scotty S, very generous, $4.99. Great writing. Aliens seek a heat source to reproduce. A thermonuclear reactor allows the heat source and disarm the Marines, creating tension. Yes, I keep telling you guys this story. It just, you can feel the tension building. I say it's more of a thriller, definitely, than a horror movie. This movie. It's not scary, this movie per se. When you're an 8-year-old at Aunt Martha's house, it's scary. But as an adult, thrilling, this movie. So
I can't
making the clips.
I can't help but think the clapping sound when you make it go faster sounds like something else.
Oh,
I'm not gonna say.
like flogging a dolphin.
What kind of movie are we talking about here? All right, I got it.
And Antoine Dennison pointing out for the fans here, the difficulty of killing the aliens is the acid blood compounded by the sheer ferocity of the collective attacks. They're all martyrs with no concern for self. Yeah, the aliens always looked to me like they were metallic because they're so black, silver, shiny.
Yeah.
And like, I don't know, like, do they have chitin, like an insect or whatever like that? Do they have hard? Because it's an exoskeleton, right? Is what they have.
Yeah, so
you would imagine that they don't have skin like us, really. They're hard, and
like
their nails are like blades.
That.
Like their fingernails would be more like blades than actually fingernails. Terrible, nightmarish things. Giger, just I don't know anything about the guy, but if you go find his art books,
yeah. By the way, this is the face you make when you didn't give your clip, and that's the face when your friend didn't give an extra clip for you and hands it to you. These are the only two faces you can make.
It's camaraderie, man. They know that order's bullshit. They know that's in danger.
My brother's coming in with an assist on you, Jericho. You gave him the alley-oop, so he said that's the sound of love.
Yeah, man. So, it sure is. And the faster it goes, the sooner it's going to end. you guys know what it's like. Start going too fast, this party's about to be over.
Wrong discussion for this image. I'm just saying, guys. So they find a colonist, or what's left of one.
That's unfortunate.
It's they will be missed. And what I always think about when I see these is nobody sculpts a human face for these things or hands because it's too much work. They pull a life cast of somebody on the crew or special effects crew to make these, and you just have to think about that's me, when they're in the theater.
Right.
But that's cool though how they use them to incubate, those eggs or the chest bursters.
Yep.
Even though they have a bunch of eggs. But I think the eggs are growing the face huggers, right?
Right.
The eggs are growing the face huggers, and then these people are incubating the chest bursters in this.
It's the circle of life. I don't know the melody. I was trying to remember it, and I got all those notes wrong. But you know what I mean. It's a circle of life.
I know exactly what you mean.
Henry Bemis is right.
Also,
as we learn in this movie, something that we'll get to. People always talk about this as a feminist movie. I disagree. The aliens are revealed to be a matriarchy in this film.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The only thing they care about not sacrificing themselves for, and that they will protect, is the queen.
Yep.
And the queen.
Wait a minute. The aliens, a matriarchal feminist society, come along to other successful societies and then parasitically use them.
Join editorial. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
To further their nightmarish agenda. Why does fuck that sounds like from a deja vu is such a weird feeling, right, guys?
Mhm.
It is.
Huh.
It is.
Yeah.
It's almost like
I don't know. Probably
it's almost
not.
like we're dealing with that now.
Huh.
Almost.
Weird.
So
But yeah,
weird.
the queen lays the egg makes the face hugger, then the face hugger jumps onto any other animal, and then what bursts out of that animal is a half alien, half whatever.
Soy boy.
I suppose there's a side limit. I don't think a face hugger could get their apparatus inside like a goldfish or something, you know. So there wouldn't be any alien goldfish.
Maybe a koi fish.
Sure.
Koi
Bluefin
fish
tuna.
got a pretty good sized mouth.
Yep.
They got a
Monkey
nice
fish.
mouth.
Platypus. Imagine an alien platypus. Alien basset hound.
Okay, listen. I want to just say to the chat, none of us are high right now,
None.
but it gets to feel like it around this hour. We're like, imagine like, right, an alien in a drop top convertible, right? So it's half alien, half drop top.
We talking
Man.
electric? We talking combustion or electric engine?
Those face huggers will put their apparatus in anything, and I mean anything.
Yeah. Hey, they're
I've
getting
seen it.
around if you know what I'm saying.
Hey.
How you doing?
And that's an empty face hugger
Egg.
egg. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I think Bill Paxton, no Hicks.
Hicks,
He
yep.
looks, then picks it up with the gun. They're all slimy and shit. Yeah, a lot of slime. If you don't like
They did
slime,
their
this
job
isn't the
and
movie
it's
for
died
you.
off.
Yeah,
And
a
we
lot
know
of
this,
slime in
if
this
you've
one.
seen the first movie, you know that's the thing about it. I will tell you this is a funny thing. I saw this and did not see the first movie for many years. And Jericho, I agree with you. You can roll into this movie, and they do a good job of letting you know.
Seamless, and again, they're
I'm not even going to read that, by the way.
They're arachnid, like whoa. I mean, we do want people to be comfortable here, but not.
Yeah,
exactly. This is an unsafe space where all are welcome.
All I have to say, William 3, congratulations. Somebody has to be. So
somebody has to be. That's right.
Yeah, man. You go ahead and hug.
Oh, this scared the shit out of me, man. When I saw this as a kid.
Yeah.
Aunt Martha's living room, 1987.
Oh, shit.
And you know what the part of this disturbed me the most as an 8-year-old? That yellow boogery slime chunk on her cheek.
Yeah, what's up with that?
And I remember going to bed like a week or so later and seeing this face in my head as I was trying to go to bed. And I couldn't get past that giant snot thing on her cheek. It just grossed me out so much.
It's terrible because if we go to Vegas, Jericho and Gabe are going to find me like this. It's going to be a piece of ribs, and I'm going to wake up and go, where are the rest of the ribs?
I know what that is.
And then they're going to say, there's no more rib shop, and I'll go, kill me.
Old dirty fatty. The fucking chat is on fire always. I had a girlfriend I called the face hugger, if you know what I mean.
Oh!
And then to rub salt in the wound from all of you Philly people with your cheesesteaks and your John Fetterman with that fucking conjoined twin on his
whatever
neck.
That thing is. He looks like the thing from Goonies. Hey, you guys!
Sloth.
Fuck the bouncer.
You guys.
If Sloth fucked the bouncer, that's what John Fetterman.
Yeah.
Is.
If
Did you
Sloth...
see his Fetter woman? Oh my goodness.
Oh jeez. So yes, indeed. Let's go Padres. For those of you that came in late, I was there, 3rd row from the top. Got my towel. We beat the dog shit out of the Phillies, and Ethan Van Sciver is crying at home right now. So take that.
When Gabe saw Kelly LeBrock for the first time, this face.
Oh, when I saw Kelly LeBrock, yes. This is that's the face I made when I saw her.
Yep. Hey,
oh.
Hey, guys.
This is someone said this is
chest burster.
Right. So the alien bursts out of that lady's chest right after she like whispers out to them to kill her. Horrifying scene when you're at Aunt Martha's house. Why was I allowed to watch this? I was 8 years old. Where in the hell were my parents? I must have been spending the night. And then my older cousins are like, hey, let's watch this bullshit and watch my cousin squirm.
Hey, let's watch him shit his pants.
Hey, what? They're asking me, why do you want to leave the bathroom light on? It's just like, I don't want to get lost if I go pee. Yeah. Like I don't know how to walk 8 feet to the bathroom.
Kids, we ordered the calamari.
Turn all these lights off over here.
No, that was a lights on kind of night. I did not like that.
You, man. I feel you.
And this is the shit right here. So they torch her because she's gone, and they are trying to kill the chest burster. And this is a scene that, again, it's amazing when you watch the first movie and you go, okay, there's only one in that movie, because when you see this, when the fire goes off and the little baby alien is screaming, it wakes up. You see this weird shot of movement, and you go,
and
oh,
they
shit.
fit in the disgusting wall like puzzle pieces. And when it moved, there's a later shot where a Marine is standing there, and then the wall comes to life and moves behind them. My wife like goes and like grabs my arm. My wife is very Mexican, and when she gets scared, she turns super Mexican. You know what I mean? And she just like grabs me, like that. And it's very, very funny. So
like that. The scene where a few scenes back where they were walking into that laboratory where they had the face huggers in the water, solution or whatever they were in.
Yeah,
right.
She walks in the door first, and then Hicks comes behind her and like moves her away and touches her arm, and she jumps. And you could see that she was almost having a daydream.
PTSD.
Yeah, and then when he touched her, she jumped like, oh shit, that was pretty. Another attention to detail, another layer on that character.
Got it.
She was really really fucked up by that.
So burning the chest burster has awakened the sleepers, and it's probably and now you're picking up on the motion detector. A gang of these things are coming, and they're not allowed to use their bullets. They have to use their flamethrowers.
Yep, which are cool.
Oh, and that's the shot right there. If you look to the right from the light, you see the head coming down of the alien. You don't see it. It's a great shot by the director of photography or whoever planned this. And it doesn't move. It doesn't move. And all of a sudden it moves. And it's pretty creepy the first time you see it. And
now you think at some point they had like people in suits?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. They had people.
Yeah, all these cats. Cats. Yeah, they had a guy who worked on almost all these movies. He was working for Stan Winston, Legacy Effects, and that. And he was this tall, very lanky guy. And he goes, in almost every movie where there was a person in a suit, he goes, it was me, because I could fit the suit. And so that's how good the practical is. Every time you see an alien in this movie moving, with the exception of the Queen, which was a combination of different performers in a massive, I think at the time it was the biggest puppet ever made, or, operatable thing outside of, then they did the Jurassic Park T-Rex, but it was like the title holder. But when she gets grabbed by this alien, she fires her torch and hits Frost.
Yeah.
And this starts the shit show that is, there's Frost. This starts the shit show because when Frost gets hit, the ammo bag gets set on fire.
Yeah, and that blows up.
And then it's Crow. it's like Crow dead. That was our friend who just got picked up off the ground. Mm-hmm. Crow ain't with us anymore. And then Let's Rock, one of the greatest all-time lines. And of course, he's like, "Who's firing?" Like, you ain't in here.
Right, Lieutenant Sweaty's up there, and he's a dumb shit. He doesn't know what to do for the soldiers here. He's like, he's just like, he's like another commander that we have. You know the thing.
Think about what you think about.
Oh goodness!
But the lieutenant is literally in the command center saying, "Shit, oh shit!" Like that's not what you want your leader, quote unquote leader, to be saying in the heat of battle. But he was woefully unprepared for this.
Yeah, and it's a great fight scene. The Marines are getting attrition. They're not getting slaughtered right off the bat, but they're getting slaughtered. But they're fighting valiantly. Yeah. They're dying, but they're killing too. And real quick, Lummox for $10. That "Let's Rock" shot and the sound of the gun is pure goosebumps. What cinematography? Absolutely true, friend. Absolutely true. It's a great fight scene. One of the biggest fight scenes of the movie, actually. And we lose some Marines here for sure. We lose a good portion of them. And the stupid Lieutenant Sweaty, he can't just tell him to get the F out of there. And he doesn't want to remember the Army tank trunk? Remember when they were up in orbit, they were in the big spaceship. Then they got in that Army tank and they drove the tank into the drop ship, that Pelican with the missiles that fold out. He doesn't want to drive the Army tank down close to where to pick these guys up when they retreat. He's too afraid. So then we get a great character moment for Sigourney Weaver. Because he's given his failure orders to the Marines, just getting them killed. It's bad.
And then they get Apone, which pisses me off because I fucking love him, man.
Yeah, wouldn't that be nice to have him stick around to the end? More cigar chomping and one-liners. But Ripley eventually tells him, "Hey, man, you got to get your people out of there. And they're telling him, no, shut up. He's like, you need to get your people the fuck out of there, you weenie.
Because she tells Apone, right? He tells Apone, fall back, and like is trying to give them instructions while they're getting attacked. And then he's like, I told them to pull back. And she's like, they're cut off. Do something.
Yeah, you idiot. Do something else. Go get them.
Right, because they're going to fall back all the way to like basically an area they can't pass because it looks like there's a big pile of metallic debris that must weigh thousands of pounds so that they can lift it or anything. And I don't know why that's there, why they're cut off, but they are. We don't need to know why. It's just in the story. And she makes a heroic decision, jump in that driver's seat, and hey, like women everywhere, she doesn't give a shit what she hits when she's driving. She just starts flying down the corridor.
She comes out
scraping,
just a scraping and a crashing. And she tells Newt, let's go, Newt. I'm not going to leave you here with this sweaty bitch. Right. And so Newt hops in the vehicle with her, and they tear down there.
They go pick up their friend.
Bump into a few things on the way. She did do that. Right. But she took the matters in her own hands.
Right.
No men had a problem with this because men find one thing very sexy in women, from my experience, which is fucking competence. And
I was going to say boobs. I was going to say boobs.
I was going to.
Well, that's part of it. Well, listen. I mean, look. If that's all she has to work with, and there's no ass there, then I'll take it. Take what you can get.
Right.
Yeah.
Real quick for $5, Plush off the corner said X-Men 143 is basically Kitty Pryde versus Alien. Yes, versus the Brood. The Brood are X-Men villain characters that look like the aliens and sort of function like them in certain ways. Yes. That reminds me, did she kind of favor Ripley in Days of Future Past? Was Kitty Pryde like her in I could see it, I guess. I mean, whenever you pose a question like that, then it kind of colors my answer, right? Because I'm going to start confirmation bias is going to kind of make me see it. So I don't know if I can give you an honest answer. I guess I'll say yes, sort of. So, and another one real quick, try to make sure we honor all these. Scotty asked for $1.99. Big props using a decommissioned plant as a stage. Guys, we've talked about this before. What is it about power plants? I call them smoke and fire factories. Like every Van Damme and Rambo and all these great movies we love. They go to a factory that doesn't seem to make anything besides smoke and fire and steam, or we're down by the docks. What is it about that?
Lots of pipes. Lots of pipes.
Locale. There's something so visceral.
Gritty.
It's like violent and gritty, and it's just the right setting for some reason.
Look at I think a great example of that is in Rocky 3, when you have Stallone working out in the plush gym, because he's a champion and he's rich, and then you go to Clubber Lane, he's doing pull-ups on rusty pipes in a basement somewhere with leaky pipes and rust and probably a rat scurrying around somewhere. It's just something about that. It's very cold, desolate, they're dark, no one's there. It kind of gives it a gritty feel to it, and it works. Whatever it is, it works because I think that's why they use it so much.
You're right. You know what it is? In storytelling, you need verisimilitude, where the story agrees with itself. We can believe in aliens, time travel, anything fantastic. My example for verisimilitude that I always give is Jon Snow's fighting a dragon in Game of Thrones, and then he escapes in a Jeep Renegade, 2017 Jeep Renegade.
Yeah.
Okay, so you just broke the verisimilitude. The story no longer agrees with itself. Jeeps exist, Jon Snow and dragons exist, but not in the same world. And the thing about, I think, tell me if I'm wrong here, guys. I think I figured it out based on what Jericho said. The thing about the docks and the factory is they are verisimilitude. They are agreeing with the premise that these are brutal, dangerous people, and the place itself is brutal and dangerous just like them. A factory is deadly and dangerous. I've worked in warehouses and factories, stuff like that. You got to watch out. Get your head cut open, get your feet smashed, get your arm chopped off. It's dangerous in there. And I think the brutal danger of a factory, of the docks, of all that gritty blue-collar stuff agrees with the brutality of the people in the story. What do you think of that concept?
Yeah, I also think the isolation. The docks are usually on the edge of town. It's going to take, probably, cops are going to hear anything. And factories are usually in the industrial part on the edge of town. So I think the isolation of it kind of plays a part too. Like it's just us and the bad guy, help's not coming until the end, of course, until after the bad guy's dead. Then as the camera pulls out, then we get the credits rolling. Here come the cops after everybody's dead. Wow. So yeah, I think isolation plays a part.
Wow.
Fucka 322, I think. Hey, you did it. You did it, not me. Thank you, though.
Pronounced Dumas.
This set, look at this is mind blowing. This set was later reused for Axis Chemicals in Batman '89. Wow.
Oh yeah.
The chat is home run after home run. Not unlike my Padres that curd stomped the Phillies with 3 dingers at the park today. So thanks.
Too soon.
Oh, and my brother's still here. Go to bed, Abe. You got work in the morning. Just kidding. Please stay. It's a male-dominated space that is more about function than form. That's interesting too. That does back up that. Yeah, it's kind of agreeing with all the viciousness and masculinity and violence. So interesting. I don't know what it is, but it freaking works. Anyway, carrying on. Go, guys. What do we got next?
Running for our lives.
This is them making it back to. She gets them, and they're loading up. They're going to load up into the vehicle that she smashed with her ladylike driving skills. They're going to load up into that, and then head back to the ship that they came from. And then when they do get in the ship and they're about to close the door, that's one of my favorite lines of the whole movie.
Yeah, and here's him saying, Drake, we are leaving, as opposed to Marines, we are leaving. And yeah, oh man. And by the way, speaking of Drake, he's just laying it down here. Freaking love this character. Like, he's just like, look at that. He's just spraying that shit, covering everybody's retreat. And of course, then he gets flanked by one of the aliens, and Vasquez shoots it. And unfortunately,
he gets some of
the
that.
acid. Yeah, gets on Drake. And that's the first time you see Vasquez show emotion, like real feeling, is when Drake gets hit. And she wants to go back out there. And Hicks has to wrestle her and say, forget him, he's gone.
He's gone.
Yeah, that's brutal. Because that character development they did early with those two, that you could tell that even though she's a woman, they have that camaraderie, that esprit de corps. That she's a woman, but they have that brotherhood. They love each other.
They're war buddies.
Brothers in arms. Von Coleman, editor for Phenom Comics. I did a bunch of work for them. This beautiful sci-fi book. He's saying this. He's correcting the record. Fact check, suckers. The Brood Saga, the X-Men story with Kitty Pryde, came out before Aliens. And established that the Brood operated like a hive with the big queen laying eggs. Just saying. So maybe Chris Claremont beat them to the punch.
And this is one of the best scenes in the movie, or best lines, where they say, eat this. And he sticks that pistol grip shotty in that alien's face. And it's bug-like exoskeleton was not prepared for that and just splattered his ass. And then they get a little bit more of that acid blood burn.
Right.
There you have it.
And Vaughn, he thought I didn't see his comment. Sorry, Vaughn, but thank you for the $5. It's the same comment from before. It was very important. I was going back and looking for it. I should have told you that, Vaughn. But yeah, he was pointing that thing out about the X-Men comics versus this movie. And it seems like the Brood Saga was before the Alien movies. I didn't know that. I haven't read a lot of the 70s X-Men. I've seen them. I've heard about them. But I couldn't tell you what year Days of Future Past came out, in the 80s, 70s. I'm not even sure about stuff like that. I started collecting in 91, and I kind of went from there. The only old comics I read were the Spider-Man from the 60s. But thank you, Vaughn. Thank you.
Yep.
More women drivers, am I right?
Hey. Oh, that's stupid alien. So
by the way, this was a crosswalk, and because she's driving, the alien is like, I'm just picking up my kid from school. And I mean, tragedy.
Crushed it. Because it came down, it landed on top of the vehicle. She slammed on the brakes. That took it forward and threw it on the ground in front of her. And then she just hit that gas pedal and squashed that little alien fucker.
I was when we were leaving the Padre game, we were walking in downtown San Diego this afternoon.
And we ran over somebody like this?
We were crossing the street on foot, me, my wife, and kids. And I was like, oh, because the car was coming on our left. And my son's all, pedestrians always have the right of way. And I told my son, you know, I bet you there's a guy with a tombstone out there and it says, hey, he had the right of way.
Hey, I thought he had the right of way over here.
Hey, tell that to physics.
And it looks like he's reenacting that scene from Dumb and Dumber where he says, you want to hear the most annoying sound in the world?
We're doing that movie.
We have to. Oh, goodness.
I don't tell you, man. I'm going to tap out on that.
Freshman year in college, a girl that sat next to me in my English creative writing class, she's the little girl on the ski lift with what's his name? But she played that. She played that character.
What's his name? Yeah. Daniel?
Jeff Daniels.
Jeff Daniels.
Yeah, the girl who was in my college English class, she's the little girl on the ski lift. because her mom ran like the hotel, I guess, where the crew was staying, or some of it was filmed or something like that. But I remember her telling me that. So small connection to that movie.
I've got one up for you. I went to college and I live right near Providence, Rhode Island, where they drive past the big blue bug and where the directors live. So
take that.
What? Hey, what's your connection to that movie, Jericho? Because
I am Jeff Daniels. What the?
No, I'm Lauren Holly. I'm Lauren Holly.
Ooh.
Fake titties and
I'm
all.
coming over there, man.
I have no connection. I don't know anybody who had anything to do with Dumb and Dumber. Now
That's
I feel
why
Dumb
he's the
and Dumber.
success he is, man. We learned too much from that movie.
Guys, if you're having fun, hit the like, leave a comment too. If you have ideas for future movies, make sure to share out the link, and then check the links in the description. Jericho Green is a genius. He's doing it. What is it? 5 or 6 days a week? You're doing your political.
6 days a week.
6 days a week.
Damn.
Dude, I watch him on my lunch, and you'll see. I send you super chats on my lunch. He's hilarious. If you're on your lunch break, he is so funny on that. And Shantan Jetty's comic is there too. Nosfero's in the link, and mine, Truth, Just American Way. If you're enjoying the show, check all those things out. We want to bring you more entertainment and culture like this, like Alien, that uplifts, teaches about bravery and brotherhood and overcoming evil. So please hit the like. Thank you. Okay, so we're making our getaway. Female driver, we're making our getaway.
He says, and
the danger's not over.
The danger got worse. Out of the frying pan into the fire.
And it would have been awesome if they come up there and Newt's driving, and they're like, "Holy shit!"
No, he's telling her, "Let us walk. Pull over. Let me walk."
Damn! You just went through a crosswalk, Ripley.
Now, I'll tolerate a lot of things, but what I won't tolerate is lying. Now, I said I knew someone from the Dumb and Dumber movie. Sean said he did. And Jericho, you lied to us.
How?
Because you have a shaggin' wagon.
That's right.
How long were you going to keep that from me?
I forgot my van that I converted into a Cocker Spaniel. I forgot. You're right. I do.
And I have been known to feed dogs hot dogs covered in cat.
Hey, that thing was a shaggin' wagon before I turned it into a dog.
Oh!
Anyway. Based and on the case. Oh man. This is the shit right here.
Yeah, they got back. They made it back.
Did they make it outside? Is that what they've done? They've gone outside of the facility, right?
But Bill says this is the best part. Bill Paxton is looking at the life monitors, which we've already seen. He's like, look, the Sarge, Apone, and Dietrich, their life signal's very weak, but they ain't dead. They're still alive. And she has to go over and she's like, they're gone. Do you understand? It's over. You know, they're in there somewhere. You ain't going back to rescue them. It's not possible. And that's the more brutality of this flick. And that's what she's saying there. And they're like, we got to get the fuck out of here, so to speak. You know? And
that's where Hudson starts losing it. So he's gone from the cocky, rabble rouser, shit talker of the group, all in good fun. He's not a dick at all, but he's the class clown of the group, I guess you could call him. But now he's taken a page from the Sweaty Lieutenant's book, and now he's being not so much a weenie, but he's just, oh, we're gonna die. He's just being, he's lost it. He's lost his bravery. He's scared. He's terrified. So he's going through his little arc points too now, I think. Right.
And there is a family dynamic to this whole movie that what I love about great art, like Akira, the comic book, is the best comic book of all time, in my opinion. It's better than anything. And what it has echoes. Something will be happening with these characters in this scene, and something similar will be happening with other characters, and something similar with other ones. And this movie, the echo in this movie over and over and over to me is family. Ripley had a family, and her daughter's now dead because she was in space for 56 years. And then the Marines are a family. The aliens are a family with their own queen. This group of the slimy businessman, what is it, Burke, right? Yeah. Is that Paul Reiser? Burke and Lieutenant Sweaty, and everyone has become a family. You know what I mean? They find the little girl. She lost her family, so now it's an adopted daughter. And you keep having these beautiful echoes of not saying anything good or bad about family, saying everything about family, saying terrible stuff about it, saying good things about it, what it can be, what it shouldn't be. And I again, that word verisimilitude, where a concept, a piece of art continues to just agree with itself. It's a thing of beauty, and it takes a high level of skill and no postmodern BS to accomplish it. I love what's happening here because Hudson is losing his shit, and his family is going to straighten him out. You know what I mean?
And she says, she goes, I say we take off and we nuke this area from orbit. It's the only way to be sure. And Paul Reiser goes, and, you know, she's like, I think that Lieutenant Hicks is now in charge. And he goes, he can't make that kind of decision. He's just a grunt, no offense. And Hicks delivers the, you know, none taken. And he goes, I say we, and then he calls Pharaoh, bring the plane over. He goes, we're going to nuke the site from orbit. Only way to be sure. Like, fuck you, dude. So, unfortunately, Pharaoh is getting ready, and she says to you know, her what do you call it? Her
crew chief. I don't know.
Yeah, whatever his name is. Get on board. He comes running because you know they've got the cargo bay door open.
Spunkmeyer. His name's Spunkmeyer.
That's right. And he's about to be.
Right, and we didn't cover this real quick, but the big drop ship that had the Army tank thing in it, or the APC or whatever it is, it landed somewhere else away from where they entered the base. But this place is crawling with aliens, and they don't know that. So, let me read this real quick. For $2 from Plush, loved your Crow video last time. The comic is so raw. Thank you so much. We have so much fun doing this, and we're so glad you're all here. This is a blast. I look forward to this. This is my favorite show I do every week, so I love doing this. Thank you. So anyway, they're going to go take the drop ship and go pick up the Marines or whatever's left of them. And Otis Spunkmeyer chocolate chip cookie right here. Ooh, I haven't had one of those in ages.
Confectionery treat.
Right.
I'm telling you, I was talking to my wife about that. I said, when we finally reach our goal and we're able to celebrate culinarily, we're going to sit down and take our time and pick somewhere great. I don't care if we have to drive there or whatever, but we're not just going to throw it away and go get, you know, McDonald's and some cookies in the drive-thru. No, because after we get to our goal, it's going to take hard work. Anything worth having does. And we're going to go hard in the paint. And it could be Spunkmeyer. I don't know. Mrs. Fields, we don't know yet.
I know one thing. If I know anything about Jericho Green, the fries are getting it first.
And you know that. So don't come up to me and ask what order are the fries getting it, because the fries get it first. Who doesn't? If you don't eat some fries out of the bag before you eat anything else while you're driving out of the drive-thru, then leave my country right now.
I want to make an action movie with Jericho taking on, maybe, you know, with a pool cue, I don't know, a room full of people in a McDonald's, and someone says, like, who you want to take? And you say, I don't know, but the fries are getting it first. Fucking hell. Put a fry in your mouth and just demolish all these fools. I want cartoonish 80s violence. I want pulling arms off.
Sean, you tell me what to do. This is your vision. I'm just the actor. You tell me.
That's exactly right.
Yes, we'll bring this to life.
You are my muse. You'll have the ponytail. You'll be like, ah! It's gonna be
whatever you want, man.
People are talking about Crew Chief Spunkmeyer. Don't trust food from anyone named Spunkmeyer.
Thank you.
Go back one photo, Sean. She's pointing out not Spunkmeyer, Spunk in hand. Oh, how you doing?
Oh,
and Spunk muffins. No, thank you.
No.
What that guy's your chef, Spunkmeyer.
If that guy's your chef, it needs to be one of those restaurants where he cooks in front of you. You can't take my food to the back. No, I need to see what you're doing. And I'll make sure you clean your hands, whatever that is. We know what it is.
Hold on. Antoine Dennison off the top rope for the Jericho Green action movie where he goes in to beat up everyone in the mafia-owned McDonald's, and he says to the fries, oh, where did it go? Remember when I said I'd eat you last? I lied.
I lied.
Oh, that was amazing.
Perfect example. The groundwork has already been laid. They already told you what to do, so just do it.
Right. Oh, anyway, man. What's this sticky stuff? Probably nothing. Let's go pick up our friends.
Hey, it looks like yogurt over there. Hey, that's not yogurt.
She's like, Spunkmeyer, what the hell took you so long? And it's
You're not Spunkmeyer.
That's scary, man.
This is a great shot.
And
the teeth are almost chattering and the lips curl back. Oh, it's nightmarish. And that brings the airship down. It crashes, and they somehow, the Marines on the ground that were waiting to be rescued, they're able to tumble and jump out of the way and hide behind some rocks. And then Hudson descends into more madness afterwards.
Well, this is one of the few scenes where you can see, special effects were a little off there. One of a very small handful. But
your projection.
Poor Spunkmeyer, man. Poor Spunkmeyer.
And I will say this too is that when I'm putting these images together, and there's I only had 518 to get it right, so it was tough. But I go, there's certain things that if I don't get that shot where he says game over, people are not going to be happy. So here you go.
And this sends him spiraling, like you said, Gabe, even further down the,
his morale is breaking.
Rabbit hole. Yeah.
Yeah. He's back there going, game over, man. Game over. Yeah.
Dude, Bill Paxton.
Come out at night.
There better be a damn Bill Paxton acting school somewhere so you can learn how to act like Bill Paxton. Because this dude, he did his thing, man, in every movie, but this one especially. This movie is Bill Paxton, man.
It is.
Love it.
Yep. And None the Miser, you've got it. It'll be dark soon, and they mostly come out at night.
Right.
Mostly. She drops it here.
Yeah. Let me see. I found it over on YouTube. Hold on. Let me pause this. I'm going to hit play on my YouTube video that I'm going to bring up. But I saw this like 10, 20 years ago, and I've always jokingly, it's one of those in-jokes you have with your wife where you just repeat a thing and make them laugh. And she didn't know it came from the movie. I went over that earlier. But she saw this show. She didn't see the movie yet. So I've always jokingly said... and
now back to the movie of the week, Aliens. They mostly come at night. Mostly. Bathroom.
So we've always joked about mostly.
Mostly.
It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful
done it, you little tot.
This is very, very dark humor, but I think Paxton would have liked it. They put game over on his tombstone. So
hey, listen.
Oh. Yeah, I think
this
he would
guy,
like that thing.
He achieved immortality, man, in his film work, which is so rarely said. I mean, you think about how many actors may be in big movies, but how many actors are in great movies?
Right.
It's like,
dude, even
that's
in,
what this is.
Even in True Lies, I saw you had that on the list when he plays the car salesman in True Lies. Man, the I don't know what you call him, definitely a liar. Lying to the women, telling them what he does for a living, all that shit.
Scumbag.
And then to go to when they have him on the dam and they find out he's full of shit, and they tell him to go and what's his name? Tom Arnold pulls his gun and says, "Get lost, dipshit," and he shoots like 6 rounds at his feet. He's like, "I have a little dick. It's pathetic." To see him go from that super confident, like suave dude to just a dude literally pissing his pants, man. Bill Paxton is the shit. Talk about range.
Slim
Congo, good gorilla there. They showed that guy's iconic.
Speaking of the list, this is what I've thought of tonight and heard some people in the chat. Commando, Alien, Akira, True Lies, but I added 13th Warrior.
Cyborg.
Love that movie with Antonio Banderas. And Cyborg, Weird Science, and Falling Down. Love Falling Down. That's a good one. So, we'll get to more, guys. We'll figure out the order for stuff. All right, moving on.
Yep.
So now they're regrouping. This is the classic, what do we have left scene? Food, ammunition. What are we dealing with? Because we're cut off from anymore. So now we have to know what we have, formulate a plan accordingly. And there's that slimy little bitch back there, young Paul Reiser, a.k.a. Burke.
Yep.
Not my favorite guy right now.
Right. And I caught something. I only saw this movie when I was a kid, and then I've seen bits and pieces of it, throughout the years. But I only sat and watched the whole thing again 3 days ago. So I've seen the movie twice in my life, and then many other, clips and scenes on cable TV. But he does something in this movie that's so devious, and I didn't catch it when I was 8 years old, and I didn't know about it until I saw it, and it's brilliant. And when we get to it, you're going to love it. I won't spoil it yet. But what this little sniveling little shit did, I didn't catch that when I was a kid. Like, you Son of a motherless goat.
That's what I'm saying, man. He's extra dirty in this one.
Dumas 322 for $5.
That's right.
Bill Paxton, the only actor to get killed by a Terminator, Alien, and Predator.
He sure did, man.
That's the TAP award. TAP, Terminator, Alien, Predator. Absolutely.
Sure
and
did.
let me say this. Here's why Bill Paxton was in True Lies. Here's why he had such a great career. He was on that show, Big Love on HBO. He was on. You could put him in almost any situation. He's your guy. Like, if you can't figure out how to fill this gap in your cast with somebody who can bring it, you call Bill Paxton, and he will make an ensemble out of a group of people. He's the shit. You know?
He's like the George Patton. He'll take this collection of dum-dums and turn them into something tough. He did you guys see that movie Two Guns with Denzel and Mark Wahlberg? He plays a CIA agent in that one, and he's cold-blooded killer. But it's a total departure from this, shit talking. It's like also again in Predator 2, just kind of off-putting until you get to know him kind of guy. But in this one, he's just a stone-cold monster. But he can do it all. And Michael Biehn right there, let me tell you something. I was, probably 5 years old or 6 years old when I saw Terminator for the first time. And as far as I'm concerned, that should be classified in the horror section because that shit, it wasn't like a slasher movie, but that shit was scary. So the scene where he comes through, and I love this scene. I love the breaking into the sporting goods store scene. Give me a movie where the final fight scene takes place near a hardware store, Big Five, a mall where they just have everything in there they need to make whatever they need to get out of it. I love that. But in Terminator, where he breaks into that store and then he puts on the shoes and they just show his feet coming down like he was up on like a shelf or something. He comes down in those Nikes, those high top Nikes. I was like, man, I need those because that's gonna make me cool like Kyle Reese.
Yeah, and speaking of Kyle Reese, a 9 or 10-year-old Gabe Eltay bought Metal Gear for the NES, the 8-bit Nintendo. Oh, what a time to be alive. A kid playing Nintendo in the 80s. And I bought Metal Gear based off of the box art because the box art was so cool. Years later when I was in college and now we had the internet and you can't copy photos and art anymore in the internet age, you'll get caught stealing when you illustrate. And someone pointed out to me that the cover to Metal Gear that I loved of that 8-bit video game was not a ripoff, but it was definitely referenced from Michael Biehn in Terminator.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I bought Metal Gear at Target. I bought it at the Target in Poway, California because of that artwork. And then when I was in college, I'm like, oh, that was the reference. So salute to you, Michael Biehn.
Yep.
You didn't even get paid to be in Metal Gear.
Dude, he was the shit, man.
All right, moving on because we've got to make hay, boys.
Yes. So Newt puts on the helmet when he's and she's saying this girl survived during that time without any of that stuff. That's what she says right there. And and then she salutes with under that giant helmet, and he goes, "Why don't you put her in charge?"
There's a scene earlier. There's a scene earlier where some shit happened, and then Sigourney Weaver tells her, "You okay, Newt?" And she just goes like that, just thumbs up.
Right.
The kid's really even killed for all this wild shit that's going on, these aliens and death and people being burned by acid in front of her. This kid's doing all right. But that's Hudson further freaking out and losing his grip on reality. They're constantly having to talk him down and shit. He thinks they're going to die. And then, his recovery from this is that much sweeter. And he's right there at the table. So, he has his moments of clarity, but I think he won't disappoint in the end. All right.
Right.
Michael Biehn does,
go ahead.
Go ahead. Go. Michael Biehn does something cute here where he lifts Newt up and puts her on the table.
Yeah.
Very fatherly thing. I love it.
Well, I told you that family is coalescing through the story, and you're getting all these ideas. Like, about the concept of resonance in science, right? In science class, you would hit the tuning fork and then hold it something to have the same resonance. And that other thing, the other tuning fork would start to go. And you have this family, these beats about family. And it's such beautiful writing. So you see a little families growing here. You sort of have, Hicks father, Sigourney Weaver mother, Newt daughter, like that. You know what I mean? Brother and sister over there. I mean, it's really good stuff. That's the Vasquez and Drake relationship. That's brother and sister, isn't it? I never had a sister, so I don't know that dynamic. But I bet maybe that's what that is. Do you guys have sisters? Do you know?
Yeah.
No, I just have an older brother who was a dick.
Yeah, I was about to say, yeah, we didn't have that, but I think if we had a Steadicam mounted,
real quick, Plush for 5. By the way, thanks for leaving DC. Oh, my pleasure, friend. I trust no one that beefs with Superman's motto, and you shouldn't. You should host the Fleischer Tune sometimes. I don't know what that is. I know the Max Fleischer Superman cartoons, but what do you mean by me hosting them? I have no idea. Do you mean like review them on here or something? They're beautifully illustrated. He was the guy, I believe, that pioneered rotoscoping. I think that was him.
Yep.
So his studio. Early rival to Disney back in the long ago. Anyway, they're looking at some maps of the facility because they need to
seal off things. They need to seal things off.
Right.
To keep them from getting in there.
Barricade.
Right. So then we
gives her.
Oh, that's right. The transponder the Apple Watch that will give her location and has a little gizmo you can hold that will tell you where that person wearing it is. That's right.
And I love this because he gives it to her. And then he says, this is a rangefinder just so I can find you and know where you are. And he drops the ultimate Chad line right there. He goes, I mean, it's not an engagement ring or anything. And she totally cracks. And I was like, nice. Nice, dude. He's like, we're in this apocalyptic alien murdering wasteland. Let me tell you, I still got game. My game stops for nobody.
And he's coming off a Terminator, so he's fought, aliens and robots and shit before.
He's
so
like, not for nothing, but if these aliens don't eat our faces, what are you doing later?
Hey, what are you doing later on, eh? We fight, we survive, we're all hyped up. I got all this testosterone. You got a clam.
I'm gonna make your character's name in the action movie is gonna be Clams Casino.
And his since he's Clams Casino, his slogan, his catchphrase will be jackpot.
Hey, nice clam.
That'll be a restaurant inside of a Clams Casino.
Jericho Green is Clams Casino.
All right, so
let me see your clam.
Motherly puts her down to bed.
Yeah.
Right. And then does Bishop tell them here he's going to bring the other ship down soon, right? Or is that later?
No, this is where he lets her in on the knowledge that all of the shit that's gone on, that she, something about him keeping samples, which is a lie, and then she realizes all the things have been signed off by him.
Yeah.
So that he knew all about the shit. And she's like, I'm gonna fucking, he goes, all right, Ripley, it was a bad call. And she goes, bad call. These people are fucking dead, Burke. And she goes, does that make sense to you? And she goes, well, I'm going to make sure they find out about you. They're going to nail you to the wall. And that's when they also realize that the power plant is essentially trying to release pressure, and it's going to go. And they're and that's when Hudson's like, oh man, that's great. That's fucking great.
Bishop is telling him, you got, how long do we have? 4 hours. Then it's going to go off, and it's going to have a what do you call it? A vapor cloud the size of Nebraska. That's the android in him. And Paul Reiser, he's a dick, man. I was cool with him up until now. I thought he was a corporate dude, but he was still cool. He told her, this is a search and destroy mission. You have my word. Even though when he says you have my word, I was like, I don't know. But still, I thought he was cool. And then he does some shit like this, and he's not done. But Burke's a dick, man. You're on the naughty list, man.
That's they're gonna come in here and get us.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So he's still trapped in his defeatism. Hicks is Hudson is still defeated, and angry about it.
Here's where they say that somebody could crawl through a conduit to get to the thing to bring the dropship down. And he goes, with those things running around, you can count me out. And quietly in the background, Bishop is going, I'll do it. I'll go.
Yeah.
I'll go. And he's like, I'm the only one qualified to land the thing anyway. And then they look at him and he's like, look, I may be synthetic, but I'm not stupid. He's like saying, it's not like I don't realize the risks. And this shit, Jericho, you were talking about.
What did you have to say about this? So they use a welding torch. They open this venting pipe or whatever it is. And this way, Bishop is going to be able to crawl for like a kilometer, pop out, and then you attach his device to some satellite so he can talk to the orbiter ship and remote control bring down another cargo plane that they had. The first one got crashed, remember, with Spunkmeyer. He's going to bring a second one down so they can make their escape from this hellhole. What did you want to say about this pipe? I know you're a pipe layer yourself, but what did you want to say about this pipe?
You know it. Fuck this tunnel, man. This reminded me of when I had to get an MRI one time on my upper back. Oh. So they put the thing around your neck, and it's tight, and you're in that tube. And I look up and I can see like the opening of the tube, but it felt like I was that little baby Jessica that fell into the well. Like you're just wedged in there, man. That was the worst feeling. And seeing this scene, I was like, oh man, this
that you mean?
No, right.
Yeah, that right there. That's an MRI. But to be in that for a kilometer, and it looked like the other picture was a little bit wider, but it's not like you could change your mind and turn around and go the other way. Like you're stuck. And yeah, that must have been, I don't know about how Lance Henriksen is with claustrophobia, but if there were any hint of it, I'm sure that was a tough day for him on set.
Well, what they did was, and this is, I didn't know this, they put him in one end, but they told him at the end of it is Kelly LeBrock standing in a doorway, and he was like,
I'll do it. He's like, I may be an android, but I'm doing that.
I was cheaper. They just threw some ribs down there, and I was like...
Low crawling at record speed. I never seen anybody get
I need the ribs.
Yeah, whatever it takes, a rib, Kelly LeBrock, whatever it takes, man, we're going to get you to the other side.
And they seal his ass in. Let me just point that out, too.
So no aliens come back up the pipe. They seal it. Oof.
And by the way, when they're lowering that metal piece, he says, watch your fingers. Like he's still in that concerned android. I'm like, fuck, dude. It's scary, man.
Yeah, man, seriously, I'm not claustrophobic in any way, but it was a problem doing that MRI. I mean, it's like you're in a tube that's only as round as, as big as your circumference, and that's it. And so if he had any problems with that, that was real tough.
Someone addressed me correctly. Konstantin Dalin, Gabe, please do a stream someday where you show little tips and tricks and workflow coloring. Super interested. I appreciate that. First of all, it's flattering. I definitely plan to do that. It just takes time to record quality YouTube videos. I don't want to put garbage out there. It's a very technical thing to learn Photoshop. And then there's the non-technical, just the artistic aspect of artistic principles. So I want to make sure any videos like that are quality. I've done some live coloring stuff and I demonstrate what I'm doing live and talk about it. But yeah, I definitely will do that one day, but no promises it'll be anytime soon. But I know you're not the first. I hear you guys, and I will deliver. Customer's always right. I will deliver. I won't say when, though, because I don't want to paint myself in a corner. Thank you for asking.
Oh, no pun intended. Painting yourself in a corner.
Right.
And here's where he says, stay frosty, because he's sending them out to, check the perimeter. And I always, my friends and we said that all the damn time. But then now I think about it in this movie, stay frosty. And he's like, dude, why you got to bring up Frost?
Yeah, that's too soon.
Too soon.
Can you go back up to the tube picture real quick of Aruma Bishop in that tube is what Fuel Cell did at my base every day in the Air Force. Maintenance work sucks. Sometimes we had to do that too. I saw on TV once large aircraft. So a lot of you guys might not know, a lot of the fuel for aircraft is in the wings. That's where it is. And I saw something on TV where they were going in there to do some maintenance, and they had to worm into the wing. And then, the wing is only so tall, and the guy's crawling through the wing to go do X, Y, and Z. Didn't look fun. So, geez.
It's your mind at that point, the images in your own head that start fucking with you.
Aruma Faye goes in there to clean it out, and then she meets a face hugger in there. Who knows? So,
or Bishop crawling at her.
Bishop's
no way out this way.
He's like, I wouldn't go back there. I wouldn't go back there.
Like, hey, what's down there? Hey, what's down there?
It's abroad. All right. Where were we?
Hey, Frosty, Bill, and I love this too because Bill's still a little nervous, but he's starting to get his shit together. Because think about it, Vasquez and Drake are the team. They're the toughies. They like him, but they put him down or whatever. Now, it's almost like in Top Gun when he goes, Cougar was number one. Cougar lost it. Now you guys are number one. Right. And that's what they're saying to Bill. There's and she hits him on the arm, and she's like, "Vamonos, let's go, let's do this shit." And he's, it's like he's stepping up, and this is where his evolution really starts to happen in a lot of ways. It's like he gets a new team member, You know what I mean? Like, it's like, because Hicks is elevated now because he's running things.
Yeah.
So in a lot of ways, he's got to step up and be what Hicks is doing. And I love it. I love the characters. This is the cool thing about the space that we're in. It's both the terrifying thing about it and it's the amazing thing about it. We go onto YouTube, we launch our Indiegogo projects, we do our work. We don't know how it's going to go, but the situation demands excellence or you die. That's it. Excellence or death. And you see how people step up. You see the people who learn from one another, and you see the people gravitate towards, strong teammates and people, iron sharpens iron. We've been saying that all week. Deontay Wilder even said it after his last fight to his opponent after the fight. And they kind
first round knockout, dude.
Yes. Ooh. That guy has got, seriously, fire in his hands, man.
Yeah.
And this is the thing, man. It's like, that's what I love about this. And then she says to Hicks here, once they leave, I don't want to end up like them, like one of those colonists. You'll make sure that doesn't happen, right? And he says, if it comes to that, I'll do us both.
Yeah, okay, both of us.
Yeah.
And he says, what does he say? And then he goes, but this is what I love about Hicks. He goes, let's hope it doesn't come to that. Like, let's not shoot for that, though.
So the goal is to not get to that point.
And so he says, also, now I'm going to go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead, Sean.
I was just going to say, now he says, can women today, or I should say not women, sorry, feminists today imagine the scene where he's like, let me, instead of us being afraid and you worrying about me taking care of you in that situation, we got to be, they just paired up to handle shit. Now we got to handle shit. Let me show you how to use a fucking rifle.
Right.
Let me show you how to use a pulse rifle. And I fucking love that because he's like going, look, you aren't Snow White. You've handled shit before. You came and rescued our asses, but now let me teach you something you don't know. Can you imagine? I'm sorry. Let me help feminists with this. He mansplains to her how to use a pulse rifle.
Yeah.
To empower
and he's sitting
her.
down with his he's manspreading his legs while he's mansplaining to her. But yeah, and they made this today. She would take the rifle out of his hand and then shove it back in his chest. I got this. But Hudson's arc, like you were saying, he's starting to come out of it because he can't indulge that selfishness anymore because now he's needed. Now he's got to be her backup. He has to go out there and watch her ass, and he can't be all scared and hysterical and shit.
Right.
So he snaps right out of it, man, and he starts to head back up.
And that's a great life lesson. Again, these movies about heroism teach you great life lessons of, okay, you can slip, you can fall, you can mess up. Hudson messed up by like kind of starting to chicken out. But when the shit goes down and the moment arrives, who are you really? Yeah. And okay, he's like, okay, you know what? Scared, I'm going to do it anyway. Fuck it. I'm going to do it anyway. And that's a great lesson for people to hear. And you got to hear it over. And it's like brushing your teeth. You don't do it once. It is something you're going to do the rest of your life. So like refreshing yourself on learning about bravery and righteousness and all that. You don't just like do it once. It's something you have to practice. It has to be a system that you live. So real quick, Scotty S 499. You guys are so generous. Thank you so much. We're having so much fun here. You guys are the best. And I'm reading the chat, guys, and you guys are hilarious. So make sure you hit the like, guys, if you're having fun here. Scotty S for 499. Very generous. Thank you very much, friend. I purchased a model of the M41A rifle Nerf gun, Hasbro made in limited numbers. Also copied a re-release of the Seiko 7828 7000 Ridley's watch. Wow, a super fan here.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's awesome, dude. That's awesome.
Right on.
And this bruised up, sweaty turd here, he's back. I kind of forgot about him.
Sweaty turd.
I kind of
term
forgot
of endearment.
Yeah. I mean that in a good way, in the best way possible.
Look at this.
No disrespect.
Two turds in the doorway right here. These two.
Yeah.
Oh,
turd one.
That
and
lever
two.
by the door flushes.
One is a more firm turd. The other one's a little looser, but they're both turds.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
But I almost forgot about this guy, but now he's all patched up and shit because he had a little, crash or slip and fall. So he's back, and then Dickhead Burke is back there too.
I'm sorry, this comment. What are you talking about all day? Disavow.
Dude, did we just get implicated in a cold case?
I disavow this comment. How dare you?
We found the Zodiac.
We found the Zodiac. Oh, guys, I want to tell you, I wrote on my list that I've been keeping all night. I'll try. I've been derailing all night. I'm sorry. I saw one of the best movies that I've ever seen about teaching life lessons. One of the grimmest, most intense movies I've ever seen. 2013's Prisoners with Jake Gyllenhaal, Hugh Jackman. That is a movie about, are you willing to become the devil to commit justice? Like, that is a movie about giving into rage and being evil. That I think we don't watch modern movies here really, but maybe because it's such a hard movie to watch. It's terrible, like what's going on. But the lesson in that movie of, someone does something evil and we get self-righteous. And what is the difference between justice and then revenge? And revenge will turn your soul pitch black. And revenge is evil. And that's what the movie's about in a brutal way. It's hard to watch the movie, but the lesson was so profound to me. Anyway, carrying on. We got two turds in the doorway. And that sounds like an NBC sitcom or something like that.
Yeah, they turn back and look over their shoulder at the camera. And one of them, he's like clumsy and he puts his shoulders up. Is like, sorry. Yeah.
From Disney Plus, two turds in a doorway.
Two turds, one doorway. This summer, two turds, one doorway.
Yep. And I will say this too. Let me also say that remember this is that this gentleman here, Gorman, is the bureaucratic end of the military. He's everything he's done is simulated. If this was done today, I would say it's easy. Everybody, this is the thing that Marxists believe. This is why they believe you cannot pull yourself out of things through will, determination, and freedom, individual liberty. They think that you have to be pulled out. They don't think you can ever pull yourself out of anything. That's why there's no resilience. They have characters start one way and stay that way the whole movie. So the heroes are perfect and they end perfect. The villains are evil with no motivation and they end evil. There's no, I'm sorry, I rephrase that. The villains, shockingly, are gray and ambiguous and often revealed to be victims of circumstance and not responsible for their own actions. Let me rephrase that.
Right.
And in this movie, there is, catharsis. Yes, there is, comeuppance. Yes, there is all this other shit, that goes on. But what they do with characters reveals their optimism about humanity in crisis. That crisis reveals character, and everyone, without exception, except for this gentleman right here, it's flipped nowadays, reveals that they have character throughout this story. And it's fucking amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if you notice, another reason they have a lack of respect for him is if you notice the age difference between him and the sergeant who was on the ground with him fighting, that he's probably been in the military 3 or 4 times longer than this dude. He was, probably went to college, came out as an officer, worked his way up for a couple years. So he didn't come up through the ranks. He's not grizzled. All of those jumps that he had, quote unquote, were mostly 99% of them were in a simulator. So he doesn't have that. So that's why that helps him come across as such an ineffective, he was a hindrance. He was up there losing his shit while his men were down there. His men and women were down there getting killed. So, it doesn't help him at all. But hopefully he can turn things around. And there will only be one turd in the doorway.
Amen.
That's what my grandpa used to say, man. Only one turd in the doorway. Nate's memes for $2. Yeah. Train, never know when you may have to fight for your life. Always be prepared. What isn't that like a Boy Scouts motto is to always be prepared or something like that?
Always be prepared.
Yeah.
Yep. And so she's going to the listen.
Oh,
folks,
this is it. Let's move to the thing because you Burke, you son of a Burke. So they're sleeping in a lab, and she has the M41 rifle with her. Do you have a shot of it on the bed?
No, sadly.
It doesn't matter. Before she lays down in bed with Newt is afraid, and the boogeyman, the monster, she puts her big rifle on the bed, and they show you
1 second.
A shot of that. Go ahead.
No, it's like so she's got the gun. She sets it on the bed very casually, and then meanwhile, he's arrived at his destination. He's getting the ship ready, and it's about to come down for them. He's just getting it prepped, and it's going to take a certain amount of time to get the ship ready to drop and go back. Go, Gabe.
Right. And then this is the part on Aunt Martha's floor of the living room. Ripley and Newt are on the floor of this medical bay, and the stupid little facehuggers come out and attack them. And I'm laying on the floor as a kid thinking about these things on our floor at Aunt Martha's house. It was so scary. Why was I allowed to watch this? I was 8 years old. And these facehuggers come out. One starts choking Ripley. There's a second one sneaking up behind Newt. It's an intense scene, and they're locked in this room. And Newt, I hope you have a picture, and if you don't, we'll just describe it. They're in the struggle. They're in the struggle. They're in the fight, and before the alien starts choking her, the face hugger, the butt hugger, before it gets her, she looks through the window outside of the room they're locked in, and what does she see, Sean?
Oh, you're gonna see that, yeah. Hold on. But first, I gotta say this: she sees the gun is gone. Then the face hugger jumps on the bed. They flip it. Newt's screaming.
They're running around the room. They get away. The door's locked.
Soundproof.
It's soundproof. They're pounding on the window. Nobody can in space.
And then
nobody can hear them scream.
And then Burke, that piece of shit.
Let's see.
There's his finger on the switch.
Yeah, he turns off the screen.
Oh, look at his eyes there. Look at his smelly little eyes.
Yeah, another sweaty little shit. I'm gonna talk about his sweat a little bit in a couple scenes. But he turns off the security camera so that Hicks can't see that they need help. Right. Hicks is explaining something to him. He's not looking, and then Burke reaches over and turns off the
Look at the expression on his face, specifically his mouth, how guilty he is. This is masterful acting. That fish mouth, you know.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
He knows what he did.
Help. Click.
Yep.
Yeah.
What he did was horrible, and he knows it, but he still did it.
And then, so Ripley's trying to break the window of the medical bay, and it's obviously really thick, like bulletproof glass or whatever. She can't break it with a chair. Nothing's working. They're in this tiny space with a couple face huggers, and she sets off the fire alarm to get everybody's attention with her lighter. Oh, did we not get the shot of what was outside the room? Looking through the window?
No.
Oh, is that coming up still?
It might be coming up. I'm not sure.
If we don't have it, that's okay.
All right.
That's okay. What was outside
the gun.
Yeah, what was right outside the window was the rifle. We damn well saw her leave right on top of the bed.
Yeah,
so someone locked the door, and I didn't catch that as a kid, the rifle out there. I didn't understand this scene about the alien attack. And then as soon as I saw the rifle outside, I said, oh, Burke let these things loose. I thought as a kid they just got in there. This mother lover put her in there so she would get impregnated with the doodad from that alien and then go back to Earth and bring the freaking thing inside of her. What an absolute piece of shit this guy is.
So he took her gun, locked the door,
with the kid in there.
Yeah, with Newt in there, turned off the camera. That's 3 strikes right there.
No.
Old Burke, who was pretty cool up until now. Definitely cool in the beginning. Good guy. He was coming with them. So that would lull you into thinking, oh, he can't be doing anything shady because he's coming with them. Didn't stop him from being a piece of shit.
Yeah.
2 things. We get the red light.
I'm sorry.
And
go ahead.
Indoor rain. Go ahead. Sorry. We get indoor rain, the red light. This is masterful, scary shit right here.
Red light makes everything scarier.
Well, the red light is scary, and then the water's chaos, and chaos is scary to everyone. You know, there's like water in your house on the floor, like that's chaos. It's great. What a son of a bitch Burke is. I didn't catch that as a kid. What a bastard.
I'm missing some shit. I had where they get there and shoot through the glass. Sorry, guys.
It's all right. The good guys show up because the fire alarm, you know, Hicks and company. They come in. They're able to get this thing off of her neck, and then we're going to have a scene where Ripley's going to give it to him, and I love it. It's cathartic.
And what I don't understand is if Ripley and Newt, why don't they just face the wall? Because the face, butt, nut huggers have to have some momentum. Like they got to jump from a distance to get on your face. So if they would just basically stand in the corner and face the wall, I mean, I don't
know if you want to give up the back to them, Jericho.
Where are they going to go from the back? I mean, I guess they could insert it, in another opening, but they seem to be going for the face.
Yeah,
I'm just saying. I probably would have suggested that in that same
situation. Nate's memes for $2. Burke did to Ripley what Biden's done to America.
Screw them over in every possible way and watch from a distance as we suffer. Right. Yeah, that's definitely.
Yeah, he's sitting there eating ice cream, going, "Oh, the economy's great." I was driving home from the Padres game today. Don't know if I mentioned the Padres beating the Phillies. And downtown San Diego, gasoline has dropped to $6.38 a gallon.
Hey,
how you doing?
Hey, what's the matter, you? Huh?
It
Well,
was
what do you want?
$6.99. Now it's $6.38. You piece of shit.
His that lady, whatever that does his press conferences, you know that Jean.
I call her
She has
chocolate
like
patty.
a French name, something Pierre, I think.
Jean Pierre,
She
Wyclef
was
Jean
saying
Pierre.
that it's great news. The average household is saving $120 on gas a month as compared to June. Like, lady, do you think we don't remember what it was before June?
Yeah.
So,
I only remember life after June.
If you get the cheap stuff here where I live, it's $6.09. So
yeah,
there
that's
you
true.
go.
No, I actually saw it over $7 in Del Mar, California. So that's San Diego, Del Mar.
That's why when they
her
say the
defense, her
nationwide
boss doesn't remember June.
June, she was a good lady. But that's an astronomical amount of money. When they say, "Oh, the nationwide average is $475," I wish for $475. That means nothing to me in California. That's a dream.
Yep.
Right. Hey, but Newsom's going to send us some funny money in our direct deposit, remember?
Isn't that nice?
Oh, that's great. That probably won't increase inflation anymore. Oh, goodness.
Yeah. No. Put more money again. It'll be different this time.
So now we get not the recriminations, but we get the j'accuse. We get the accusations of Ripley because she's no dummy. She figured out exactly what this bastard is up to, and she tells everyone that he locked her in there.
My boy.
Right. He's going to get her pregnant, I guess, from the face hugger, and then everyone was going to go back on the sleeper ship, and then she tells the Marines, he's probably going to kill all of you in your sleep, so you won't tell on him. You know what I mean?
Yeah, let all your pods, release all your pods into space, basically, so you can make up any story that he wants.
Right. So it would be Paul Reiser and then the two dead women with the aliens inside them, or soon to be dead. It would they'd be comatose or whatever, because the facehugger people, sometimes they could be comatose, sometimes they could, I don't know, whatever. But it would just be them. And he would have his super weapon or whatever, bring back and make his millions of dollars or whatever. And then possibly bring these horrific monsters to Earth. Insane. Totally insane.
To kill more people. And I think, is it a requirement if you're a bad guy that you have to have issues with perspiration? Because Weenie Lieutenant, the sweaty, bruised up turd, he had sweat issues. And then Paul Reiser, his lip is sweating like crazy. That lip was off.
That upper lip sweat is
it was
the sweat of a guilty man. The great Dan Lawless, a great artist, a friend of mine. We could do a show Tuesday nights with Gary Martin, Dave Williams, and Aaron Lopresti, reviewing comic book illustrations called The Players Club. It's a lot of fun. Check it out, 7 p.m., just like this show, Pacific. Paul Reiser's probably one of those actors that played his role so well, you'd be tempted not to trust him in real life. Yeah.
I'm sure
Gabe, can you make me big for a second?
Only you can make you big. So
one of the things I think these sweaty guys might be going through.
Are you numb? Are you feeling a little numb in your face?
I'm just saying. I mean, maybe I'm gonna kill you guys in your sleeper pods. I'm not.
Are your gums numb?
Yeah. Are you feeling all right there, Chief?
Booger.
No, you guys are good. We're good. We're all good.
Oh God. I think he's back on the bag, Jericho.
Yeah, that's right. No, it's evil. It just
was he ever off the bag? Let's be honest.
All right, so we tell this shitbird. We figured out what he was up to. We got you. Right.
Yeah, he's a real piece of shit on multiple levels.
But they still have a major problem. They have to make sure that they're safe in where they are, and until Bishop can bring the ship down from orbit. And Bishop told them that's going to be like, I don't know, 20 minutes or half an hour. I don't know. Yeah. But so they're going to have to survive if any aliens show up until then. And that booty smacking sound, getting louder and faster, like a Saturday night.
Hey.
Yep.
All right, moving on.
I love the line, by the way. All right, we waste him. No offense.
Yeah, I mean, I thought they were going to do that. I was like, oh, cool. They're going to, shoot him or throw him out a window or something. That would have been great.
Yep. And I want to point out the fact that we have probably exceeded the running time of this movie at this point.
Oh, yeah. You could have watched this movie twice in the time we've been yammering.
Then the power goes out.
The nightmare red light, when the power goes out, these are the backup generator red light or whatever.
Everything's scary on red light. I love that.
Right. And they're a little confused because they're like, hey, we sealed everything off, and these things are getting closer and closer and closer on the motion sensor. Mm-hmm. And that's when we find out the phone call was coming from inside the house.
Yes. Another scary part
Yeah.
Big
When
signal.
Hicks gets up there and he's like, yeah, let me. They figure out, oh, they're coming through the roof, and he gets up there and pushes up, this little opening, and looks down the hallway and sees 100 of them. It looks like just coming up, through the roof, and then about to come down on top of him because they're counting down. He's all 6 meters, 5 meters, and she's like, no way, they'd be in the room by now.
Right.
Yeah, and they finally look up, and then
shit.
he pushes up, open the little plate, kind of like the one that swung down and hit that dude in the face and Under Siege. But he's pushing it open, and then he looks down there and sees.
Right.
Those
Yeah, it's creepy because he goes into the ceiling, opens that hanging ceiling, and puts his light, and you see these things just coming like a nightmare, just crawling that way.
I thought he was going to get one of the little mini ones out of their mouth through the face when he put his head up there, but I'm glad he didn't because this is way better.
Right. I got to address this because it's a direct question for me.
Yep.
Lumix asks for $5. Thank you, Lumix. Can you quickly go over the Players Club info again? I half missed it. Sounds fun. On Tuesday nights at 7 p.m. Pacific, me and my other friends that are just veteran comic book artists, if you've heard of it, we've worked on it. Combined, we literally have over a century's experience. And we go over comic book illustration on this show. So we're not into story or nothing like that. We pick our favorite artists and illustrators. We get, dozens of their images, and we just bring them up on screen, and we talk about what we love about it, the technique. We tell old stories of, I knew him, or I was his assistant and stuff like that. And this is like being in the locker room of your favorite sports team. This is inside baseball with industry veterans that worked at the highest levels of Marvel and DC and all that. And we know between the five of us, we know everyone. Every editor, every artist you ever heard of, even older guys, because my friends on the show are all older than me. And we go deep on that show, deep into the lore and the love, the passionate, fiery love we just have for illustration in general. We just did Travis Charest, a modern artist, a more modern from the 90s up till now. But this coming week, we're going to do a double up, as Sir Mix-a-Lot says. We're going to do J.C. Linedecker and Norman Rockwell, contrast and compare. We're going to have so much fun.
Right on.
7 p.m. Tuesdays, Players Club. It's a great show. Please subscribe and hit the bell for notification to check that out. There's a porn bot in the chat.
They got it already.
John got it. John is the fastest gun in the West on getting those bastards. Okay, Sean, moving on. Michael Biehn looks in the ceiling. He sees these horrific aliens, and an all-out gunfight starts in this little room they're confined in. And it's brutal because they are trapped in there. And this has two big moments here that I think are really pathetic and sad. First of all, they're fighting for their lives. It's semi-dark. Everyone's scared. And poor Hudson, he had his character.
We gotta let Jericho wait till Jericho comes back for this, man, because he's been talking about Hudson's, hero turn. And I got to tell you, and yes, Lumix, it is on Gabe's channel. Absolutely.
Yes, yep. It's on my channel every Tuesday. Yes.
Hudson, this is where you get, there are moments in movies that that really great storytellers and really great writers know what to do. And I have to say, you have to have a great director, great cinematographer, great production designers. It's like all things. It's like the dynamic you see, with artists and with, people streaming on YouTube for that matter. And, it's having Bill Paxton in this role and knowing down the stretch when you've got this script that he is going to be this guy. My boy Hudson, absolutely pour one out for him. Jericho, I know you got this, but I'm waiting for you on this.
Yeah, we were vamping until he came back because we wanted, Sean pointed out to me, we want your commentary to pay off on Hudson's character arc right here.
Yeah, man. So Hudson, it turns out he came back around and he was a real hero, man, because it was earlier when he was losing his shit, after their first encounter with the aliens, when he was one of the few that made it back to the aircraft or whatever they were on. He was almost useless. They almost were going to have to put one in his head because he was losing his shit. But then, he went back to that Marine Corps training.
Sorry. Hey, pour out a gallon or two for Hudson.
Hey, that's too much. Not that much bouillabaisse. Like 1, 2, 3 cups maybe. But yeah, man, Hudson, he finished on a good. It's all in how you finish, kids.
Right.
Hudson came back. He was brave, probably still scared as shit, but he put his brave face on and went out there and gave his all, made the ultimate sacrifice for his people.
Right. And you can't see it clearly there. It's a little blurry because it was motion, I'm sure. That's an alien hand over his mouth because they were in the ceiling. They were also in the floor, these horrible things. And they open a panel by Hudson's feet as he's gallantly defending his brothers in arms, and they pull him down, and he's screaming, but he's screaming and fighting the whole way.
Oh, he's shooting, everything.
Yeah, he
Brave
keeps
as
shooting.
shit.
And what does he say? Like, you want some or get some? He has some smart.
How about you too? Yeah, you want some? How about you?
Yeah.
You too.
Yeah, he's dying on his feet instead of living on his knees. You know what I mean? It's awesome. And again, a great lesson for all of us as people. It doesn't actually matter if you win or lose. It matters if you fight forever and never quit. I've always found it insulting when they say on the news, XYZ person lost their battle to cancer. That's so insulting. They may have died from it, but they fought to the end. How dare you say they lost?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
McDonald said?
What'd he say?
He goes, and he probably knew he had cancer at the point he was making this joke. He goes, you always hear that people lost their battle with cancer. Now, I'm not a mathematician, but if you die and the cancer dies, I believe that's a draw. And I went, yeah.
Right. But like the Vikings and their concept of Valhalla, the most glorious death was to die on the battlefield. You know, and they don't mean on the battlefield hiding behind the bush. They mean swinging your axe at the enemy to defend your women and your people. It's okay to lose when you were trying, though. And that's a beautiful lesson right here for Hudson. He was terrified. He said, fuck that. I'm not going to act terrified, even if I am. I'm going to be brave. And they pull him down to hell, these things. And he goes down smiling and shooting. So it's great. So,
to the end, literally.
And then, just when you think Burke can't be a slipperier, sweatier log of shit.
You bastard.
He comes out with the showstopper in Cowardice. Who wants this one? One of you, please. Oh,
this little quisling piece of dog shit here. Now, like we said before, he took the gun. He locked the door. He turned off the security camera. That's 3 strikes. Usually you're out. He gave him a 4th strike. He locked the door so they couldn't get back into the safety of what was that, medical that they were going to. He locked the door because they're running back the whole time. They're running back to safety, shooting at the aliens because those 100 of them you saw when Hicks went up there, they're all in there. They've come down, they're chasing them, and they're shooting and everything, and they're thinking in their head, we just got to fall back to medical. There's a secure door at medical, and Burke will let us in. Nope. They get to the door. Burke's being a little bitch right here. He's backing up into the corner across the room. Like he's so scared. He's like trying to get away from the screams and the pounding on the door when you're the one who locked the door, you jackass.
Right.
And maybe had you let them in at this point, they may have forgiven you. Maybe. Right. You just saved all their lives, those who were left. But he didn't. Right. He locked the door and he cowered back in the corner. But there was something waiting in the corner. One of those damn aliens. They were in there too. And he got the little mini alien head that they poked through somebody's face and brain to his face. And that's how it ended for old Burke, old Paul Reiser.
Hey, he got the Spunkmeyer treatment.
Hey, you got that little head inside of your head. Oh.
Nate's memes for $2. I don't want a face hugger putting it in my booty.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it there, Nate's memes.
Nate,
everybody likes a little
love is
head.
love.
Everybody likes a little head. Oh,
God. Oh,
yeah. So Burke, what a bastard. He abandons everyone in the fight, locks himself behind the door, and won't let them in. Oh,
a little kid. There's a little kid out there. Little new.
Oh, he was a little kid.
Wait a minute. Aviator Surge, acting as a lawyer and advocate for Burke, defending his reputation, says Burke was being kind by simply guaranteeing the Marines would go to Valhalla.
But there's no little kid. Is there a little baby Valhalla for poor little Newt?
That's right, Valhalla Jr.
Well, she's the toughest person in this movie, man.
Yeah, that kid's been through some shit with no.
She's unarmed with a plastic doll head.
The alien gave Burke the spunk treatment.
Amen.
Hey, you've been spunked. That's a little different than Ashton Kutcher. Oh.
All right, moving on. What do we got here? Oh, go ahead.
Well, Newt knows this whole place like the back of her hand, so she's like over here and leads them to a vent to crawl through to escape.
And then
she's
Sigourney
like
says,
Bruce Willis.
Rip says, wait, let me go ahead of you. Let me go ahead of you a little.
Take a look. By the way, these fuckers will run into a door until they get through it.
Right.
Yeah, they're relentless. That's the thing. The relentless nature of them. Like they're just pounding on that door. They're always, crawling and running and screaming and relentless.
James Cameron, Terminator, Aliens, relentless, Terminator, relentless, just like relentless killing machines. Yeah, they'll just run their head into this door. I think one of the aliens, he went on to play linebacker for the Steelers, and he would just pop people with that forehead of his. Just meet him in the 3 gap and just boom, just lighten up the running back. It was nice.
They couldn't piss clean though.
No, he kept getting suspended. So
no, it's not the piss. They couldn't piss clean. They kept pissing everywhere. That's
right. Yeah, and then what did he got traded to the Jaguars, and then he went to that Euro League. And last I saw, he was on a reality dating show. He gained a lot of weight, the alien guy. He was bad.
A lot of weight.
My version.
Still pissed.
Yeah, that little mouth coming out. It was fat, too. It had chubby cheeks and everything.
And it's weird because the little head pisses, too, inside.
Right. And then he got addicted to booger sugar. It was a disaster for this guy. Should have never came to Earth.
This is what happens when Deontay Wilder locks his keys in the car. This is basically that. He starts punching that door. He's getting in that car, man.
Yeah, and then the car apologizes to him.
Exactly.
I'm sorry for holding your keys.
All right, so here we get a nice spooky haunted house kind of vibe. You see, I mean, the whole thing's like a haunted house, but they're running through these giant ducts or vents, getting away, and the aliens are just relentless and coming. And Newt knows this stuff like the back of her hand, as you said, Sean. And she's like, right, left, right, this way, that way. But then she gets confused at one point. And she's like, left, no, right. And Vasquez and Lieutenant Sweaty get stuck, right? They get stuck behind
Vasquez is holding up, is cleaning up.
Yeah, she's bringing up the rear.
Yeah, and he's saying, Bishop, how we doing? And he goes, ETA, 15, I forget how many minutes, like it's a certain amount of minutes. And then Vasquez is, holding up the rear. She, she's reloading. She's at this cross section. And then from above her at a vent, an alien comes crawling through. She puts her boot to its head, shoots it, and the acid burns her leg.
Oh,
and then, being the hero she is, she goes to take herself out. She gets the pistol, and she's out of ammo. And this is another time outside of Drake. It's the only time. And she goes, oh, no. Like, I can't kill myself. And she's lagging behind. And they say, where's, Vasquez, where are you? And Gorman goes, I'll go back. And that is this moment where you go, holy shit. And the aliens are coming. He gets to Vasquez. Aliens are coming through the floor. And he's got her. He's dragging her. But he's shooting at the aliens as they come through.
Yep.
And then they're crossing. This is like hell on earth, this place. They're crossing this freaking water wheel, trying to get across to it. And,
I think it looks like if they fell in it, it would break every bone in their body if they fell in it.
Grind them up into a mess.
And they run out of ammo. And this is it, man. This is like where it's like you talked about the ultimate sacrifice, man. This is where he rises to what he's fully capable of. One, going back and not leaving her behind. Number one. Two, when going there and giving his life, to go back for her. And then, of course, he's got himself one of them little handy grenades left.
That's right.
And this is the great scene, like where he's there, he's got it, and then they put their hands together.
Yeah,
together, man. It's fucking beautiful. Unfortunately, that
explosion, they went out with a bang.
They went out with a bang, but it also knocks them loose. And Newt, with the doll head, it goes falling down away from them. It's like, fuck, man.
Yeah, some kind of laundry chute or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And Arumape says, get out the bouillabaisse for Vasquez and Gorman. Yeah, we got to pour some out.
Yeah, both of them, but not too much.
And so,
she does tell him, no. does tell Gorman right before they blow up, "You always were an asshole, Gorman," but it's like a cariño, it's a statement of affection, So
yep. Like, have you ever been mistaken for a man? Like slapping Drake on the face.
Yep.
He's finally made it.
You're one of us now.
Yeah.
Yep. Finally made it. Vasquez has trashed him.
Yeah, and he dies a hero. He does die a hero.
Nice arc for him.
Yeah. Because it looked hopeless. He looked like he was just going to be a sweaty turd forever.
Yeah.
So it was bad.
So
little girl, Newt falls down into where a bunch of water's been collected, filthy water. They're running around the hallways and they find her with the little wrist thing. Because in an earlier scene, Newt had put it on her, the engagement ring.
Because remember, Hicks gave it to her so he could find her, but she ended up giving it to Newt. Good thing she did. And that beeping was almost like the dun-dun-dun-dun for this movie.
Right.
Because the faster beep, the closer you were getting to the person who was wearing it, and that meant the closer you were to getting out of there because the aliens were closing in. So it added a lot of tension to the scenes. Just the simple beeping.
Yeah, so they tell her, "We'll get you out of there," and they're using that little welder that Vasquez used to open the pipe for Bishop earlier. They're using that little welder to cut through the steel grating floor to pull her out, but they notice aliens are coming. So right before they can get her, things do not go well for little Newt.
And they're trying to get her out, and then fuck.
Whoops. And don't forget the little head coming out of their mouth, the acid blood, but the tail. They have like a sharp, whatever they're made out of tail that they can put right through the human body with no problem.
And it comes out, and in the director's cut, a lot of people didn't see it. The alien comes up and puts the hands on her shoulder, and then just gives her hair a big sniff.
No, the little head comes out, and it's got by his face.
The little head does the sniff.
But you know what? Somehow, I think that little girl would be less scared if the alien did that than if Biden actually did it. Somehow she'd be safer.
You know the thing.
Definite. And when you like something and you really, never mind.
Yep. And the kid, they kick this down, and man, what an awful shot reveal. She looks down into it like, did we get there in time? Fucking all we got.
So all we got is that stupid doll head. And normally that means the person, because she always had it with her, so that means if the doll head is floating away and it's dead, quote unquote, then so is the person's held so tight.
I thought it was an interesting choice when they had that song "Sailing" right here, like sailing away. I thought that was a weird. Well, I thought it kind of went against the tone, but whatever. I'm not
agreed. Yeah, too soon.
Oh man, that was a great song too.
I actually scared someone with the sniff.
By the way, I love this shit because this is something it's great to see a male character do, and great to see a female character actually being female and male in this particular scene, because she goes, "They don't kill you right away. She's alive. She's alive." And he grabs her and he goes, "I get it." Because, the censor's still saying aliens are coming. He goes, "I get it. She's alive, but we need to fucking go right now."
Yeah. She's alive by herself.
Right.
Yep. And then the damn elevator door doesn't shut. He's going to hit that fucking button. And this bastard comes through.
Yeah. He comes in and he's trying to sell them Tupperware knives or something. He's coming through the door. Hello.
And that
have you guys thought of solar? How much are you paying for your electric bill this month? He's coming up to the door asking them shit like that.
So who do you guys have for an exterminator around here? Get out my face.
Right.
So they get a environmentally safe way to exterminate these aliens. Oh shit, we're dead.
He closes the door. How does he kill it? Because it splatters.
He shoots it with shoots it and acid right to the
everywhere.
chest.
Splatters on him. Acid to the abdomen. That's not good.
He wants to
burning through his
armor. Yacht rock and mass murder, like chocolate and peanut butter. Sailing. Yeah.
Hey, Christopher Cross, man. There's nothing wrong with that. I got a soft spot for 80s elevator music.
Yeah. Hicks is messed up at this point, man.
Yeah, he's out of commission. He's injured, so he's got to be on the sidelines for the rest of the game. But our buddy Bishop, not a female driver, is bringing the airship down.
Yeah, he's right. Yep.
He doesn't scratch anything. I'm just saying that's the evidence we have in front of us.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
he
and
loses
then
an eye.
we get the classic action trope of the gear up in a second here. The
Mhm.
gear up
Yep.
is so awesome.
And they're going to where they take the people. They're going into the freaking
Right.
lion's den, man.
Yeah.
And she's
Yeah.
like, make me, I'm
Belly of
making
the
her. She's
beast.
learned how to use it. Holy
Right.
shit, they show a character learn how to do something and not just
Right.
know how to do it.
Yep. Yeah, she clamps, duct tapes, puts the the flamethrower and the gun together, and she's gonna go out there and do
It's
her
a
thing.
great
man.
scene, just like Rambo putting on the bandana and the knife,
Yeah.
and Commando when he's doing the bandolier of bullets and grenades and everything.
And
And
the
we
face
get one of
paint.
those here. She's gearing up, and we're gonna do Commando on this channel. My friend,
Mhm.
he's dead tired.
General Kirby, Mayday, Mayday, General Kirby.
The car is coming from inside the house.
I gotta add Predator to the list here. What the hell am I?
Yes.
We don't need Predator. How did we not do that yet?
Yeah,
Fucking
definitely.
Carl Weathers, man. It's
you
gotta happen.
son of a bitch.
Billy, you son of a bitch.
Seriously, Jericho, your fucking talents aren't even being close to utilized yet.
You
When
wait,
that shit happens,
you wait until we get into those movies, man. You just
Oh.
wait.
dude.
Yeah, we got to go
Yeah.
down Arnie's oeuvre because it's
the way.
amazing.
It's a bomb in there. A bomb in there.
But no
Yeah.
We only
kindergarten
had in the
cop.
80s, but
No,
that shit.
Kindergarten cop is atrocious.
no kindergarten cop.
Oh. All right, so
You
she is getting grenades. She's getting bullets. She's going to take
Loading
the
up.
big
Yeah.
Marine rifle, duct tape it, and to a flamethrower. She is Billy Badass now, and she's going down there to get Newt. And Bishop told her, you got 5 minutes or 10 minutes or whatever it is. So she's going to do her best. She's taking everything she needs: flares, grenades, ammo.
Hicks,
She is
don't
ready
let him
to
leave
rock.
Hicks. And Hicks, like a guy who's been beat to shit but is still the man, goes, we ain't going nowhere.
We're not going
He's
anywhere.
like, if he tries, hey man, if they try to take my keys, I'll fucking kick you out. He's just give me the keys. It's like,
I agree with this wholeheartedly, John. Burke
Yep.
deserves worse. Yes.
Yeah, I thought they would show him going through his chest or something, like really messing him up. Because it turned around, you see the alien, and the thing comes out, and it does a quick cut to the next scene. But when she duct taped that machine gun to that flamethrower, she grew a penis.
yes, he did.
Because only people with penises duct tape machine guns to flamethrowers. That's something I wanted to do when I was 10.
Hey, she got a ball bag now. No
Hey, it was all smooth right there like a clam. Now it's like all bulging out. What's going on down there?
I can see Jericho going, critiquing it though. I know what I would have gone with Gorilla, but if duct tape is all you have,
Yeah.
it's like,
That's all you got in here. I'll take it.
I'm not
That's-
here to judge. To each
But
their own flamethrower.
That's a
Oh.
beautiful thing to duct tape a machine gun and a flamethrower together.
My brother Abraham
Yes.
El Taib, in a deleted scene, Ripley finds him down in the hive, infected with an alien embryo. Someone in the chat way earlier said in the novelization they infect him, and they glue him to the wall, and they let the face hugger have its way with him.
Oh,
so,
that'd be cool.
The thing about the face hugger, though, when they take their time, usually act like a gentleman. There's usually a little wine, some candles. Then they get to the face hugging later. So,
Hey, what's up?
Actually, here's
up
the
to?
here's the
hey,
story
what's that
as
mouth do?
Hey,
far as I
Mount
know it,
Buddha.
here's the story of that decision. So he hadn't been infected by a facehugger yet, because when a facehugger gets on you, it stays there for
Right.
a while, and then they can't get it off, and they talk about it. They killed him taking it off, and so what happened was she found him all caught up in there, and then she's like, I'm leaving you here. The problem is that the place blows up. So it's a very merciful death when you think about it. What he gets there, he never even gets infected, and then it blows up. So I think the way they liked it is him being mutilated. That's why they made that choice, is him being,
Sure.
implied that he gets ripped to pieces because he didn't deserve a quick death. That's my guess.
Real quick,
Certainly
2
not.
super chats. Thank you guys, so generous. Nate's memes for $2. Joe Biden sniffer in chief, aka can't read that on YouTube, the face hugger. So thank you for $2. And then Lummox, down day. Oh, what am I
Yes.
missing here? What did I miss? I hate when someone has a joke and I know it's funny and it's something we were talking about and I don't know what it is. I'm sorry, Lummox, but thank you for the $10. I don't know what the reference is, but thank you very much. Anyway, we going down in this elevator.
Yes, we are. This is the non-express elevator to hell.
Did this feel like a video game to you? This part of the movie, like video game levels, you know, it
she
just
took off her jacket, by the way, which was, you know, she was freaking love it, man. Look at that face, man.
All business.
She's like, I'm going to kick some ass.
I'm here to chew gum and kick ass, and I'm all out of gum.
So she gets down to the level, starts going into the part of the factory where they put their goop everywhere and their weird vertebrae that they put, and she's shooting her flamethrower, and she's leaving her Hansel and Gretel breadcrumbs of those little flares. Mm-hmm. She's leaving those on the ground so they can find their way back.
Very smart. Exit.
Right.
She gets to 0 meters with the watch and finds on the ground the effing watch.
Just the watch itself.
No kid.
Yep. Apple Series S.
Beautiful timing here. We see Newt, who's now been totally cocooned up just as this freaking thing opens. What a nightmare.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And the thing comes out, Newt screams, and Ripley hears her, and she fucking bolts. What a legend.
And that's the third moment of this movie that scared me. That egg opening and the little fingers coming out. The lady with the booger on her face that had the chest burster, and the inside the medical room with them crawling on the floor. Those three just stuck with me as a kid. Those three moments of the movie as freaky. Nothing else in this scared me, but those three moments, didn't like it. Didn't like it.
She blows the shit.
Yep, and takes out one of those soy boys who's coming to serve their slay queen. Right. And the thing about it is that you know, and I agree. I unlike Gabe, that initial scene where the woman died eating ribs didn't bother me as much. But it's you know, look, everybody's got their thing. But she shoots she shoots the drone because she's in Rambo mode now, and then she's pulling Newt out. And by the way, you want to talk about references to military, you know, legend and things like that, and you know the all that stuff. Wait, I'm missing some frames in here. She pulls. That's all right. I'm actually missing a few, but she pulls Newt. Yeah, I know. Heaven forbid, right? We
got a lot more than usual.
She pulls Newt out of there, and Newt hugs her and says, "I knew you would come." Freaking excellent.
Right, and again, I believe that's that echo of family. Why family is important. Why fighting for your brothers and your sisters and your honoring your heritage and all. Why that's so important. And then you have the anti-family guy, Paul Reiser. He could give a fuck about anything, what it will do to his family here on this planet of Marines and him, that little family, or his human family on Earth. He doesn't give a shit.
He don't care.
The family means nothing to this man. Lummox, he earlier said down day, and what he meant was talking about Jericho's accent. It used to be all smooth down there. Oh, can you please lay one on Lummox? Very generous $5. Can you lay one on him, Jericho?
Hey, it used to be smooth down there. Now you got a lump. What's going on down there? That's a valid question.
Now, this is genius, because I will say this, is that this reveal that there is one thing controlling all of these drones. They do have something they value and they serve, and it is their queen, the female leading it. And the female leading it that is parasitic, living off of civilized society, infecting it, taking it over, and using like a parasite other people as hosts for its mindless, dare I say, almost ideology.
Right.
This is a very fascinating reveal, and the fact that she is it preys upon the younger generation of women. Fascinating stuff here, folks. And I love that reveal when that face comes out there, and you see the aliens,
the male feminists,
coming around her
to defend their goddess queen. Now, can you go back to that big shot of the queen at first? I got a real quick derailment that has to do with that directly. That real model right there. Distortions Unlimited is the biggest Halloween prop manufacturer like in America. The guy that owns it, he's like in his late 60s. Ed Edmonds was one of the first people to hire me as an artist. He went to my university. He was born and raised in my hometown where I went to college in Greeley, Colorado. Distortions is right there. And I did a lot of concept illustration for them. That alien head, Sean, was in his warehouse one day because he would make props and stuff for them. And that's how I found out about Aliens versus Predator like a year before anyone else did. Because I was there one day talking to him because I would always go down there because I like to hang out at his Halloween factory. And I saw it there. The alien was, this thing is 12 feet tall. I'm like, what in the hell is that? And he told me all about it. And he said that Fox had to have him get it out of storage and, I don't know, make some repairs or do something. And they're going to ship it back to Fox because they're working on some new Alien movies. So I've actually seen that thing in real life, and it ain't real. And it's terrifying to look at something like that. It's like, gosh damn, I'm happy that's not real. But yeah, Ed Edmonds, love you, buddy. Ed Edmonds, Distortions Unlimited. He has a great YouTube channel. He's got a great personality. He's very funny. He even had a reality TV show showing how they make all these monsters and props. If you go to a haunted house anywhere in America, you're going to see Ed's stuff. It's all that pneumatically powered zombies and all these wacky stuff with smoke coming out. And there's Ed himself. He's a fucking legend. He's an amazing sculptor, amazing man. We went to church together and everything. I love Ed. He's an entrepreneur. It's his business. He's owned it. And he was a fanatic for Halloween masks since he was like a little kid. And he would make his own homemade ones like as a high schooler. And he turned it into a business that he loves. So, yeah, shout out to Ed, one of the first guys to ever hire me to do art professionally. Way back about 20 years ago, I started working for Ed. So I've been waiting to tell you guys that I've seen that alien in real life.
That's beautiful, dude.
So let's move on, though. Let's move on.
Yep. And so we've got this bitch, and she's and Ripley is like, let me explain to you what's going to happen if you don't call off your people. There's a lot of nonverbal communication.
Yeah.
And she fires off some fire onto these eggs, and then around the eggs, burns some, and then points at the eggs directly and goes, "This is best visual storytelling." And then the drones back up. She orders them back.
Yeah, she looks at one, it backs up, and she looks at the other, and it backs up too. Right. They knew what was up. She's like, "Yeah, back off. This bitch is crazy." She'll burn
and she says, Ripley tells her, "Hey, how do you like your eggs?"
The chat is freaking amazing, man.
Oh, they're bringing it. You guys are so amazing. Yes.
And she backs out. She lets him go. She basically says, like the main bad guy to the henchman, let him go, let him pass through. So she lets him go. They back out, and then Sigourney says, "Fuck it," and starts spraying them anyway.
No, it's better. No. She's backing out, and then one of the eggs opens.
Right here. Yeah.
And she looks down like the queen is full of shit. She looks down, and this right here is the origin of the bitch please face. Here it is. She goes, the egg opens, and Sigourney, and I didn't get the before frame. She's like, and then fucking
sprays him, dude. Shoots him with the machine gun. Everything just lays waste to these disgusting eggs. And the queen alien starts screaming, and then she sends her boys after him, and they get it too. Sigourney's not fucking around, man, because she's like, "Hey, it's me and Newt here."
Yeah, Lumix for 10. Thank you so much. Sigourney does this little head tilt that Shanth just showed after looking at the eggs. It says so much. I am just fascinated about the alien queen and the aliens, and then the human Ripley and all that. They do not speak the same language. They do not understand each other at all. And yet they're able to communicate in the most basic way. Like you said, Shanth, your eggs, my flamethrower. And the queen, as evil and terrible as they are, mindless monsters, she cares about her children or whatever. They're her eggs, of course.
Yep.
And like she understands the threat. And that's so amazing to me to think of two species from across the galaxy are communicating in the most basic way. Mm-hmm. You do this, I do that. You know what I'm saying?
You threaten my child, Newt. Right. I threaten your kids. And here's the funny thing. This alien queen, which nobody really thinks about, really cares about, and had her own kids, even though she's trying to kill yours. And I feel weird talking about alien queen. It's so depersonal. Let's call her Margaret for a second.
Margaret, yes.
Margaret made sure she had her kids while trying to make sure that she was. We'll call her Margaret S. Right. And so this is the thing for me.
Hey, wait a minute.
What are you trying to say there?
Yeah, I'm just trying to say she's a cunt. All right, let's go here. Sorry.
Hey, those aren't aliens. They're just clumps of cells. You know what I mean?
Yes, fucking
kill them all.
And so she does us all a service. Newt watches Ripley's back, which is great. Catches someone coming up from behind, and that's all she wrote. She throws the belt of freaking grenades in there. She's serious.
Right.
Absolutely.
And then the alien, she detaches her alien clam from this long tube.
Yeah, that was weird.
Yeah.
She just detaches herself from the egg tube and then gives chase.
They're taking off. And this is they gotta run, and then the nuclear explosion is about to happen. Inferno everywhere. Alien Queen might be after them. That slapping sound has just gotten louder and faster, friends.
So loud.
It's just gotten crazy.
Yeah.
And I'm not I won't derail too much, but the 1987 video game Metroid is a complete ripoff of Aliens for the 8-bit Nintendo. It's literally a derelict station filled with parasitic monsters. You have to go all through it and kill all these alien monsters. At the end, you kill the queen, Mother Brain, and then you have to escape as the building explodes. You know what I mean? So it's literally a ripoff of Aliens.
But other than that, though, totally different.
Right. and the hero in Metroid is Samus Aran, a female. So
Yeah, but other than all the aspects of it, it's totally different.
Right. So they get in the elevator and they're gonna go to the top, back to Bishop and Hicks. Poor Hicks got his face burned off. But they're gonna go back up there and they're gonna get the hell out before they either become alien chow for the queen or they get blown to smithereens in the
blown to shit.
And when you're desperate, you don't think about hitting the buttons for both elevators, which is a problem later on.
Right.
It really is.
Queen is coming.
Yep.
We use the last of our flamethrower.
Last of the bullets, everything done.
Yeah.
Everything's gone. We got shit. We get to the platform, or actually, sorry, the elevator, second elevator comes down right after they escape and opens.
Right.
And Queen's like,
I was like,
you go, fuck.
Then I was like, did she take the elevator?
Yeah, that was
going to take the stairs.
I wonder if there was elevator music playing inside while the queen was waiting.
See, and that's okay. I do have one problem with this movie. We all know when you're at a hotel or a big building, do not take the elevator if there's a fire, guys. You're supposed to take the stairs. So I disavow riding the elevator with a nuclear inferno going.
Well, she's a rule breaker, man.
That's true. That's true. She does do what she. Hold on. Can we pause here? Can we pause on that one?
Yeah.
Art break. This is not story. This is art. As a illustrator and a colorist, give me that red foreground and that green background. Ooh, girl. I love the coloring here. That is so good. Go ahead. Sorry.
It's beautiful. And you said art break, and I heard it as heartbreak because it's this scene. She gets up to the landing platform and they're gone. Bishop's gone. The ship's gone.
Android.
And she's like, Bishop, damn you. She's so pissed. And of course, then she realizes the second elevator is coming up.
She's like, why did I call both elevators to the top? Why did I do that?
And she's got no ammo left, nothing. She throws the rifle down and just, this is it, man. This is, optimal mother.
She tells Newt, she says, turn away, don't look.
Right.
Yeah.
And
Cover your eyes.
Babe Muller's right. The alarm, the klaxon, that that's just going. And, we've been joking about it, but that drum beat of doom, they just keep ratcheting it in this movie. And what great storytelling has is it delivers on the promise of the premise when you write a story. We say, this is a movie about scary aliens. And then we go, they're this scary. And then we go, they're this scary. And then we go, they're this scary, this scary. And you keep making it work. And you're like, oh my gosh, it keeps getting worse. Just masterful writing here to keep making the stakes higher and making the doom worse, making the thing they have to overcome just grow to the size of Jupiter. It doesn't seem like she can defeat this. And now the elevator, ding, gets to the top floor and the door opens. And
Christopher Berg music stops.
Yeah, and she comes out, the alien queen, she's like, you forgot your keys.
Hey, you forgot to leave your fucking room key.
That's right.
Hey,
left your doggy bag at the table.
Hey, what music do you think was playing in the elevator as the queen was coming up 30 floors? It was that Muzak where the song, but they don't put the lyrics in it.
Yeah, they have to change it a little bit for copyright reasons.
Goodness. Maybe it was Sailing again, some more yacht rock. Sailing.
It was WAP. So here we go.
She was like, get me off this elevator. Hurry up.
Like, I feel dirty.
Gross.
It's funny how everything in the future has a self-destruct function. Like our phones would have a self-destruct if Wayland Yutani made it.
Yeah, exactly. Well, this is the thing too, guys. this shot, if I could show like shots, stills of this in rapid succession, this is great. They go to the wide shot of her. There's nothing behind her. All hope is lost, and then the ship flies up behind them, and you're like, yes. And you see the alien is bringing it. She's getting her ass on the ship, and it's like, Bishop, let's get the hell out of here. The ship's getting tangled on all the debris, and she's like, punch it, Bishop. And they go, they fly, making it happen, and that, my friends, is a freaking explosion.
Yeah.
So and James Cameron again, the explosion, that running from the explosion, driving from the explosion. There was something like that in Terminator 2 when he took his old battery out and they were out in the desert, and he threw it, and then it blew up as they were driving away.
That was
leaving it up when she's going down. Yeah, a little Aerosmith. Something good. It was something good. I know it.
Nate's memes wants to ask, did the Queen alien didn't scare you? No, I thought it looked cool. I love monsters. I don't think they look scary. The thing that scared me is like the concepts. Like, and you're a little kid, so you don't know any better. Your mind is pretty simple when you're very little. So it's like the face huggers are on the floor, and I was on the floor of my Aunt Martha's house, and there was that the lights were off in the medical bay where they were sleeping under the bed, and there was like some shafts of light coming from other rooms. And we're on the floor of Aunt Martha's living room, and the lights were off, but they're like shafts of light coming from the TV. It looked too similar, like they look like that, and the room we're in looks like that, and like your imagination starts going. You could do this to yourself when you go surfing. Me and my brother Abe, who's in the chat, we'd go surfing in high school, and I'm not afraid of the ocean or anything like that. But you can, when you go surfing, you swim out on your board, and then you sit there. And you have to wait for a set. There's just not waves all the time. They come in batches. And sometimes if you sit there and you start thinking about sharks and stingrays and poisonous fish, you can freak yourself out just like with your imagination. But it's the thinking that gets you. Wasn't it Seneca, the great philosopher, said, we suffer so much more in our minds than in real life. Something like that. I'm paraphrasing. Yeah. So one thing about fear and anxiety, thinking causes it. Action cures it. So don't overthink things, kids.
That's the difference between pain and suffering, man. Pain is something you can't do anything about, but suffering is the fear of pain. And so if you are going through pain and you're afraid of it at the same time, it gives you suffering and it makes everything worse. Right. And that's really what it's about. These people are the problem with the issue that Hudson is facing is he's suffering because it's not pain he's going through right now. It's the anticipation. It's the anxiety. The fear of pain in the future. When he liberates himself from it, he has the courage to face the pain and his worst fear, which is death at the hands of the aliens. And it really is getting rid of that suffering and embracing, that you are strong enough to face your death, like a man. You're strong enough to face your death with honor. And that's what it's about, man.
Absolutely. Yeah. So they're back here on the ship. All is well. They get back up to the orbiter ship. And we have this like a double character arc where she likes Bishop now and hey, not bad, good job, you saved the day, you're not a psycho killer like the robot from the first movie. And poor Bishop.
Yeah, man.
And Bishop is like, oh really, you think so? And then he's like, hey, that's odd. Seems to be acid on the ground.
Where's that acid coming from?
Oh
man, right through the chest. Like I mentioned, that sharp tail. And apparently Bishop's filled with milk because it's just a bunch of white shit everywhere. Like, why would they make it white? And it just looked weird. But he gets it real bad right here. The Queen alien, she grabs him on the one hand on the upper half, one hand on the lower half, and dismembers.
Oh. She rips him in half, which to me shows that the aliens actually do have like intelligence as far as like consciousness. They're not just like bees or ants where they just like do a thing. Because when she rips him in half, that's rage. And rage is a complex emotion, you know what I mean? Like a dog or a pit bull could bite someone and all that, but they don't have rage like we do. Rage is like resentment and anger, and you want to destroy somebody. Like rage is very personal, and that's really personal when she rips that dude in half. That's crazy.
And Ripley wants to make sure that alien goes for her and not Newt. Amazing, cool stuff.
Yeah, here you big son bitch.
Right. And
locks itself in the room.
Yeah.
The alien still bashed its head.
Oh, and poor Bishop, he doesn't die. You know,
Yeah.
it doesn't kill him to be ripped in half. You know,
You see all his tubes and stuff in there.
yeah,
Like,
and that's a great practical effect because you know that his legs are just under the stage, but they pull it off. It looks great. You totally buy it. You know what I mean?
All-time best. Like, you can't ever beat that in a haunted house, in anywhere. It still works. It's a great, and they did it in American Werewolf when he changes into they show his body, his legs are long, and it's like he's just in the floor. It's freaking beautiful, man. And she's hiding. The queen is a bitch coming after her, pulling up the floor and reaching for her, screaming, and then you get the.
But then,
hold on, I have it. So the queen is trying to get Newt, pull her out of the grate under the floor, and I have it here. And I love
this
it.
This is Kelly LeBrock in the doorway.
Yeah, here it is. Damn.
And that, like we were saying before we started, that was a real functioning robot thing that they had back then in '86. Imagine what they have now.
Right.
And when she was fighting the alien, she grabbed her by the head with those clamps or whatever they are, the arms. And I thought she was going to like crush her head. I thought that would have been cool. But she has other
she was too close though to do that because that shit comes out.
Yeah, then you just get melted and poor Newt's by herself again.
Oof. Yeah. And if you're coming in late, they laid the groundwork for this in the first act of the movie when they're in the drop ship, and she uses this loader to load missiles into one of the drop ships when they're in the orbiter. So they didn't just pull that out of a hat. Everything in here is written really well, so they earned all the moments. Quick $2 from Sixer Iverson 04 for $2. Thank you very much, Iverson. Is this the real Allen Iverson? Is that you? NBA All-Star. One of the great Denver Nuggets of all time, Allen Iverson. Love him, by the way. Gabe, Jericho Green is cool to have on the streams. He is. I agree.
Thank you. Me too.
Jericho's cool. I'm the funny guy, and Shant is the sexy one. No,
I'm the guy who
hey, that's just how it is.
Flour and water. But no, this is the other thing too, and this is something I love about this movie. You've got a feminine woman in this. She's got her guy. She's even in this, she's still a woman. She flirts with this guy. She's attractive. She's sexy. She trusts him even when and they take care of each other. But here's my favorite part. And this is what I want so bad. This is why I went nuts on that Werewolf by Night for 1 hour longer than the show, ripping it to shreds because I hate it so much. Here's a young girl seeing a role model of what a woman is fully capable of being. A protective, strong mother who is attractive and still feminine and also able to handle shit when shit's got to be handled. Because everybody fucking knows this. You don't want to be in a situation where if somebody is kicking down your door and you've got 3 kids and you're there with your wife, that your wife is the 4th kid. She's not a man, but she's not the 4th child either. This is the thing that people miss. And Newt is seeing this because, look, Bishop is fucking down. If she wants to go hide in the grate with Newt, it's over. You got to step up and be a parent someday. You got to pick up your kid's finger when it gets chopped off and get that kid to the ER. You can't be passing out on the floor. That shit's not going to work.
That sounded like a very specific story.
It sounded like that was lived.
I'm just saying that if you are like a serial killer, hypothetically, all right, like, you eat cereal and then you're trying to hide the cereal all over the desert. Just hear me out. This is a metaphor.
Don't interrupt.
That's right. Oh my God. Yeah, but it's
now we're gonna have a Queen versus Robo Queen fight. Slay Queen indeed.
Yes.
And if you've ever dislocated your shoulder, there's a sequence in this that freaking hurts to watch for me, even though it doesn't dislocate. Painful. So she opens up the airlock because she knows this game, and she wants to take this bitch and throw her out the airlock, but the outer door isn't open yet. Goes to drop her down the door. God, practical effects are beautiful.
Yeah, has her by the neck. This is it.
Yeah, has her by the neck. Goes to throw her, and the damn thing grabs the metal right before it falls.
Right.
And pulls her down inside. to the outer door. She's climbing
Who's
her
on
ass
top of
up,
her?
and right on top of her, climbing her ass up, and you're like, all right, cool. And the motion blur makes it invisible, but the fucking hand grabs her foot.
Oh,
Like,
you can see it right coming off the heel. It's blurred by the motion blur. There's two fingers. I think those long diagonal things are. And the stupid bitch's hand grabs her on those really, really awesome Reeboks or whatever. I read online those were custom made for this movie. But then, like in 2013, Adidas or Reebok, whoever shoes these are, actually made some of these for sale, limited edition.
Yeah.
So they might be out there if you want them.
I'm sure the originals are worth money if you get your hands on them.
Right. So here's an apropos to nothing, old dirty fatty with another home run. You kill it, you eat it. Jeffrey Dahmer.
God.
Where's the
so yeah, and people are saying Nikes. We got some people saying Nikes.
Another
I will
Reeboks.
say this. Jericho's like, they are Reeboks, people.
Yeah, they are.
I trust my distinguished congressman to the north. He knows. And I look at this. And I say, and this is your shit. This is like when you know it. She goes, I can't get to the outer door. I can't, do that. But I am gonna hold on to this freaking thing, and I'm gonna get to the secondary door, the inner door. I'm gonna open the outer door, and if I have to go, I have to go. But she's got. And again, here's the self-sacrifice willingness.
Right.
She opens that door, and that bitch is still holding on to her fucking legs.
Insane.
But here's what hurts me. Oddly, not that. The fact that she's holding it like this, and I went, that arm's going, man.
Oh, that thing was snap.
Arm. I see that, and I go, fuck that. I'm just going to let myself go out. I'm not doing that.
Yeah, how heavy is that alien and that machine? Yeah, it's her little shoulder would have been for sure.
Yeah. And
but she could just put it against the wall like Riggs and put it back in.
Yeah, seriously.
Right.
Yeah. Riggs would be like, shit, I'd be out the airlock. My arm would still be on there.
Let me show you how to do it. Find something stationary.
Yep. And finally
that bitch gets sucked
right.
Into
Nobody likes you anyway.
Get that great shot of it in space just floating out. And she's then got to get to the freaking outside.
Yeah, one more challenge. You got to pass the vacuum of space.
Yeah.
You
everything.
That's the final boss. The final boss is the vacuum of space.
Yep.
And everything and everybody's getting sucked out because it's very, 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 very fast. And old Bishop, even though he's half the man he used to be, he is going to do one last kind gesture.
You this afternoon you text me, and right here you text us, Jericho. You said this movie humiliates today's movies. They should be ashamed to make the garbage they make today. You made me so happy when you said that.
Yeah, that was me. I think I said that. Did I or no?
Oh, that was you.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's Sean. I would say cool shit, but not that cool.
No. Jericho just replied, "Bouillabaisse," and we all were like, "Oh!"
All right,
touchdown!
But if this was like a fucking Marvel movie nowadays, Bishop would be saying to Newt right there, back up one, please. Bishop would be saying to Newt, "Looks like you need a hand." You know what I mean? Like if this is a fucking guys, if you're listening to me, don't ever go to a Marvel or DC movie again. It's garbage.
Don't.
It's like eating at Burger King. Don't, please.
That would just deflate.
Listen. Not for me, for you. You deserve better. Looks like you need a hand, little lady.
That would just deflate.
No, she'd be catching him. She'd be catching him. The little girl would be catching him.
Yeah. Hurry up, you stupid man. Something fucked up like that.
No, he'd reach for her and she'd go, "I can save myself."
Get off me.
He's man-saving her.
You're talking.
No. Guys, I shred 1 hour. I shred Werewolf by Night for the appalling Arrested Development garbage it is. And I mean, like, because I know some people were like, "Oh," and some people were like, "It's." I was like, "No, guys, they've lowered your standards so much since the solid Marvel movies that were at one point that you don't like. It's sort of like when you've got a band you used to love that was amazing, and then they release a less shit album later on, and you want them to recapture greatness so much that you're like going, "Hey, kind of back to form." It's like, nah, shit, absolute shit. So Ripley pulls herself out of there, gets to that airlock, shuts it, and we're like, look at Newt holding to Bishop.
Right.
How cute is that?
With
and horrifying.
Cottage cheese everywhere. This guy.
Yeah,
exactly.
And I was reading
milk everywhere.
It was Wikipedia, so who knows? It could be bullshit. But they said they used milk for that on the set, and it would just start, just smell all rotten and sour.
Yeah.
So I still like my idea of dubbing this with Marvel Cinematic Universe dialogue. Like Ripley comes out of the airlock, and she's all, I guess she didn't see that coming. She just lay on one of those gems,
Yeah, and Bishop says it was the Taco Bell here, which is a weird joke. But he says not bad for a human here. And again, like, you were always an asshole, Gorman. You were always like, this is the stuff that today's generation is sorely lacking, and they don't understand it. Now, and I want to say, it's a weird image to tell this story on, but it's really important. So today, when my son went for his driver's test, they were using the car at the place, and the person before him was looked like a SJW meme of a girl with short hair screaming. And she got to the parallel parking thing. She hit a barrier. She had to leave the course, and she was holding everybody else up. And then she starts sobbing in the car with this nice old man. He even had his dog in there. She starts smoking in the car, like, to calm herself down, and gets out of the car. And my son is just like watching this. And I go, listen, I said, I want you to understand something. No matter how you do on this test, I will always love you because you are my son. But if you cry, I'll fucking kill you in this lot. My words.
Right here, right now.
I said, you will be a stain in the road with a fucking crew cut. Do you understand? Anyway. And then I said, but I love you. But
it's just how it is. It's just how it is.
That's exactly right. I said, there's nothing in that course as dangerous as what's in this car. So you better
remember that.
Exactly.
Believe that.
I said, yeah, exactly. I said, I've always wanted to turn your room into something, but I said, but here's the thing that was so fascinating about it. And I mean this sincerely. I looked at him and I said, do you know why she freaked out? He said, why? I go, and I saw her dad, by the way, gets out of the car, glasses, totally different looking than this kid. He's the enabler. Like, oh shit, I gotta go deal with this. I said, this kid has never, the reason this kid looks like she does, the reason this kid is the fucking disaster you see before you is because no one has ever told this kid shit. This kid has never been judged, and they are so afraid of judgment. Why they fucking failed is because they were so afraid that they were in a situation their parent couldn't control where they could be judged and failed. And it guarantees failure to them because they can't fucking do anything without the guarantee of success. That's how afraid they are of failure. That's why she failed. And I said, and in our household, you were told you can handle shit when it doesn't go your way. And in my son's case, I was really proud of him. He cut his finger once, not off, almost to the nail with a knife accidentally. And he was cutting some cardboard and just went right through. It's how you learn. And I drove him to the hospital, right? And when he was there and they looked at it, the nurses were like, wow, that's serious. That might need stitches. And they were able to glue it. And what was so funny about it to me was not one moment when he was in there, he didn't say, every time when the nurse go, okay, you're done, son. He goes, thank you. Yes, ma'am. Yes, he had his shit together. And I'm like, that's how you do it. That's how we do.
Can I talk about a little bit of parenting like that? That disgusts me.
Please.
I'm a big football fan. I love my Denver Broncos. They are like the worst team in the NFL right now. They're the number 4 ranked defense, but their offense is terrible. Drew Lock was a quarterback they drafted like 3 years ago. He failed. They traded him. But what made me know that he was a pussy and he was never going to play good, and he was just going on talent, and he wasn't a great guts guy. When things were going bad for Drew Lock and he got benched and the media was attacking him, his mother wrote an open letter to the general manager of the Denver Broncos and the media and ESPN defending her son and how dare they trash him and this. You're a grown fucking man playing in the NFL, and your mommy writes a letter to the general manager and the news reporters judging you for playing badly. So that tells me everything I need to know about how this dude was raised. Softer than anything you can imagine. I couldn't believe that when I saw it. Back to Aliens, though. You guys don't want to talk about football. But
no, dude, you're right. And this is the thing. Do you guys? Sometimes I wonder if it's a regional thing. But do you guys have? I know it's in Oklahoma. It's a lot of places, right? The expression "you're a grown ass man."
Oh yeah,
you guys have that? It's like fucking. That's what it is. I look at that shit and I go, "You are a grown ass fucking man." You're a grown ass fucking woman. Like, what the fuck are you doing? It's. But I will tell you this. I'm not going to talk about basically the narrative violation that is Alien 3 and what they did with the next stage of this movie, what they did to these characters. Those movies don't need to exist to me. And they don't. Like, I just don't give a shit. I've seen them. I say, whatever, there's some shit in it, but this is great. Bishop has lived. He's in cryo. What do you call it? Hicks has lived. He's in cryo. Mm-hmm. You've got this family, so to speak. And, they're going to get rest. They're going to get back. And then Ripley is basically putting Newt to bed in cryo. And this is what this movie does. It's genius. She's got her hair combed. Go ahead.
Now, did she call her mommy?
I think something to that effect. I forget what she said.
When she came back to save her and they had the moment where she ran up to her and hugged her, I think she called her mommy.
Yeah.
Pretty sure I heard that.
Comment I'll have to go back and watch it, man. But it's like all I can say is, people are letting it have it. Yeah, it's absolutely. And it's this right here. I mean, come on, guys. She's got chops as an actor. And what a great, I love this shit. This is beautiful, man. This is this is mother child. This is the shit that I'll tell you this. When I saw my wife with our kids, that was a new level of falling in love with her. Do you know what I mean? Seeing that shit, ladies, if you're out there and you're listening and you want actual talk, there is nothing more attractive than seeing the mother of your kids being so good with them and the way they look at her. It's fucking amazing. Yeah. And that's it. That's how we end.
Yeah. And no. You got it right. I said it earlier. We've been talking about the whole way. This film is all about family. And the importance of families, whether they're our blood family, whether they are our family, our group of friends, or our human family, or whatever, that concept of sticking up for each other, sacrificing for each other, honoring each other, being honest with each other and brave and all that. It's absolutely amazing. One thing you said, Sean, that I wanted to get in there, you said about a grown-ass man. That applies to me, but I always put a comma after grown. So I'm a grown-ass man. You see, it's a little
everything.
Yeah. I'm into the Latinas, if you know what I mean. I'm a grown.
To me, it's a demand.
I'm a grown ass man.
Row that ass, ma'am. That was it. Which is a weird first thing to say to a woman.
Dumas 322 for $5. Thank you very much, friend. You guys, chat. You're amazing. Please come back. Tell your friends. Subscribe to this channel. Subscribe to Jericho. Check out Sean's book. Check out my book. They're in the description. We are making you art like this, like Aliens. We're doing this because we believe in this art. We believe in winning our culture back. We lost our culture because we gave up on the arts. We need to get back. And if you're out there and you can do it, music, acting, dancing, drawing, anything, do it. Give us the non-woke art. It's how we win our lives back because these bastards have co-opted it. $5. Great stream, Gabe. Strong. I've been talking all day and screaming at a baseball game. That baseball game was almost 6 hours, guys. Strongly recommend the Alien Theory YouTube channel. Excellent content for any alien fan. Thank you for that so much. So if you guys want to see more of that, check that out. That's a good recommend from our friend Dumas 322. I mispronounced his name or her name earlier. Let me move that off of there. And thank you. That was a lot of fun. That was a long one, but a great one. What a great movie, guys.
Yes, it was.
Family's everything. Family
recommend it. Yeah, I love to see my wife being with my kids. When they're happy and they're playing and, whatever, she's talking with them. It's the best thing in the world.
Yeah, absolutely. So next week, to round out monster horror themed movies for October, the spooky month, we have a movie I've never seen before, John Carpenter's Thing. I've always heard it was excellent and scary as poop. I choose now to stop cursing, really. I've always heard it was scary as hell, so I can't wait to see it. I heard it's also a lot of great practical effects in this one. So very, very excited. You're a big fan, Sean, of this one?
Yeah, I hadn't seen. I'll tell you guys this. I had not seen that movie until this year, so I watched it for the first time with my son, and I went, "How like the I've heard about the effects, but it wasn't really my thing. That type of genre. I was more of like a werewolf movie guy and that kind of thing, and like Jason and Freddy, that kind of shit." And when I saw that movie, I was like, Kurt Russell and Keith David in their prime.
Right?
Get the fuck out of here. How'd I miss it? Beautiful.
Yeah, I went to Universal Studios Hollywood Halloween, like their haunted house thing they have there.
Oh, I want to do that one day.
And they had the thing from the thing. It was the head with like the spider legs on it. I think it was the one from the movie. They had it in a case in that haunted house. So
yeah,
that's cool.
Yeah, I'm excited to see. But yeah, I think it was this thing right here. Hold on, let me make sure there's no. Whenever you do an image search, you have to look at all the images, make sure there's no boobs on the.
Don't search for the thing without.
Yeah, man, you really better vet that one.
Yeah, I'm looking. Hold on.
I've never seen the original John Carpenter's, but I saw the remake. It came out in 2011, I believe. That was pretty good. So I imagine the original is really good too.
There's no nudity on here, but that head with the legs, I'm almost certain that was in a glass case there. Guys, make sure you hit the like, share the link on this, get the word out. We are having so much fun. We had a great crowd tonight. Tons of people here. And the chat, just home runs. You guys are freaking hilarious. This isn't, you're not watching us. You're part of the show. And you demonstrate it every night. I love it. I'm proud of you guys. You love this stuff too. And I know you want to fight to bring it back. Oh, there's another super chat. Can't leave that dangling. Plush for $2. The 80s or 90s Alien vs. Predator comic is a must read. That was one of the very first comic books I ever bought when I started collecting. I love that from Dark Horse Comics. I highly recommend it. It's from 1991 or 92. Great comic. You're totally right. Okay, friends. Next Wednesday, 7 p.m. What, another one? Every time I try to get out, they pull me back in. Lumix for $5. Thanks, gents. The Thing is a great and brutal movie. It's dark. It's harsh. Tough endings are beautiful to me. Okay. So I think I got everyone's super chat. Great. I don't want to rip anyone off. Go ahead. What were you saying? I thought one of you said something. Sorry. Okay. Next Wednesday, 7 p.m. John Carpenter's Thing. Love you guys. We will talk to you later. Okay.